It's time for day number 2 of the NADPC Tour number 2. It's springtime, which means it's time to get warm. It's time to get into the Dota action. My name is Nomad. I'm going to be your host, and I'm joined by T-Panda and Fear for this lovely, lovely day of North American action. Guys, how are we doing, and what are we looking forward to today? Starting with you, T-Panda.
Since we've got ourselves a pretty interesting day 1 to start off the division, I'm happy to lead on to the second day because the last tour, we were waiting for the Hypest series to be at the last day. Now it feels like any series could actually be pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to put a lot of pressure on the teams, especially like Rebellion going to these future matches. And I said at the beginning of the tour, I think this is the tour that is going to be the closest compared to the last tour. And even going to the third tour, probably, I think we have the best teams in there. I don't think there's anyone coming from Div 2 that's going to be better than what we have right now.
Yeah, and we did have a really amazing first day, to be honest with you, as you would expect from the two best teams in the region playing against each other. So let's take a look at a little recap of what exactly happened in that action, which went on 2 days ago. Starting things out with Nouns versus 5-Rat 4 Staff. Maybe not the big title match of the day, but certainly a good showing from Nouns, I would say.
Yeah, Nouns, they were prepared, came ready for that first day. 5-Rat 4 Staff, I felt like they couldn't match up to the level that Nouns were at. Yamson was playing terrific. Gunner, absolutely out of his mind, as always. Tour 1, he was the player to carry the team. Now I see other players also getting on that same podium, that same pedestal to lead Nouns into further victories. 5-Rat 4 Staff, though, I think we're still longing to see a bit more because they didn't too much stand a chance here.
Yeah. No, but they did something right. Isn't that right, Phil?
Oh, I don't know. Is that true? I mean, they did their drafts were fine. Their laning stage was pretty good, too, in the games. They did manage in that game number 2 to win all 3 lanes, but unfortunately, they could not seal the deal. And this is just another case of one of the teams where they look good on paper, but the teamwork is not quite there, and that's something that they're going to have to work on going into the rest of this tour.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it was good to see Nouns, though, you know, like, this was kind of an opportunity for them to really flex what they can do, and, you know, sure, they didn't run circles around them straight out the gates, but they just played a really solid game, and it was good, as you mentioned, T-Panda, to see Yamson kind of stepping it up, a bit of action coming out from him. You know, that's what I was asking straight away, actually, in the draft of this series, was, are we going to see Yamson, you know, taking a step forward? And sure, it was the Gunner show mostly, but he's getting more confident each time we see him, and that's all we can hope for with a team like this. Keep getting better, and then hopefully they can threaten those top 2. And talking about those top 2, here's a recap for this match which happened. I mean, Fear, did it live up to expectations?
I mean, I woke up this morning and I was like, Rebellion lost to TSM. I couldn't really believe it still. It's like, it was very surprising for me, but like the way in which they lost was the most surprising part for me. They were just so stuck on the old meta. They didn't want to try anything new. Just went the same old Brood, same old Lina. Like, yeah, Lina both games, right? They lost those 2 games with the Lina, 1 game with the Tree support, 1 game with Undying. Very much so last meta. And we saw some new cool stuff from TSM, which I think got them this victory. We saw they carry a Baton, which was really nice. We did see the Tinker. That one didn't really work out, but I like how TSM was really trying new things, trying to explore the patch. I think they just had a better read on this current patch than Rebellion did. Yeah,
it was a 4-map best of 3 with the CAG incident, basically, that happened in this. We did see, like you said, we saw some Tinkers, didn't quite work out, but TSM in every game, they had something a little bit different, right?
Rebellion, except for Kasane's Lycan. That was the only
Except for Kasane's Lycan, yeah. That was the, you know, but it's a hit favorite, you know? I mean, it can't fail, apparently, because it does bring out the victories onto the board. And Rebellion, they're drafting, pretty stuck. Maybe they're going to try and actually play the patch, you know? Try something new, try something different. Maybe what some of the other teams might be doing. Or do they feel like with the communication inside the team, like basically looking at the replays, what did go wrong? Is it just the draft, or was it something outside of it too?
I mean, it has to be pretty worrying though. Like, you go in, you clearly don't have really good ideas about this patch because you're using the same ideas from the last patch, right? I mean, we did see the Saberlight going for the Boots of Bearing Rush on the Doom. Not a huge fan of that, so they did experiment a little bit, but they don't have any room to like make any more mistakes. Like, if they lose one more series, it's gonna put them in jeopardy of going to the major.
That is a scary thought to deal with, and not just, you know, in game, but also mentally. You have to overcome that, which is, you know, even for a team as big as Shopify Rebellion, a team we kind of expect to see at the major, there's now pressure on every single series basically has to go well, because judging from last season, TSM are likely going to repeat the same thing. Obviously, you know, anything can happen, and Nouns are always looking to take games of these teams. We've got some other teams which are looking a little bit better, a little bit crisper, but overall, TSM are a very good team. You can expect them not to drop anything, and that really puts the pressure onto Shopify Rebellion. They have to play now every single series with that in their minds. I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, Announce had a chance against TSN, but they didn't have a chance against Rebellion in the last season. Now it feels like Announce could actually have better chances against Rebellion than against TSN by judging what we saw on day one.
And of course, these are the teams we've got attending the DPC Division 1 across the board here. You know, a mix, I think it's fair to say. We've got a big discrepancy between the top and the bottom. And I think we've got a lot of questions as well, which will hopefully be answered today. I mean, which is the biggest black horse for you here, T-Panda?
In terms of the teams or today?
The teams.
I mean, I guess when you're looking at how do the qualifier teams fare this time, Thief and Alpha were underwhelming. They were like, they're not even supposed to be in Division 1 in terms of the results that they delivered. So now with DogChamp actually looks pretty good in terms on paper. Felt probably a repeat from Tour 1, but has a bit of surprise potential because they've got new players as well in their team. So things can look a lot different here. I mean, Bait also with Stamanen in the team. I feel like that was a huge loss for 5rat in terms of how does he lead the team, what does he add to the team, how does he enable his teammates. So I'm actually excited for Bait this season.
Well, I mean, now, Fear, you just need to mention Wildcard Gaming, and we'll have all 4 teams we're talking about today being mentioned. So could you do that, please?
Wildcard Gaming, of course. Like, we bring in some of the old Quincy crew members. We talked about some players that have experience beating Rebellion, and it might be hard. Some teams that come to mind for me are, Yawar and MSS. They've done before under a different, organization, of course, but they know how to beat them, and this could be a hard matchup for them. And I think those 2 players specifically for Wildcard are really big. And, of course, Lil Nick is on that team, too. Someone who's played a variety of roles, one of the young superstars coming from North America. So that team on paper looks very, very strong. Yeah.
Yep, and these are the series we've got coming up. It's, of course, going to be DogChamp versus Felt as our first series of the day. And then we'll move on to our second series, which is going to be Bait versus Wildcard, as we were talking about there. Big question marks above pretty much all of these teams. Every single one of the teams playing today has made a pretty important shuffle. Even Bait, although they only changed 1 player, it was, as you mentioned, Moose being swapped out for Sturmanen, who is a very influential player from what we've seen. He had a big impact over on WEU.
Yeah, only 3 teams from Tour 1 held onto their rosters, and that was also pretty much the top 3 that we saw, so they don't need to change anything around the roster. Want to keep on building with that chemistry. The biggest ones here with Felt, I mean, already talking about this first matchup with DogChamp versus Felt, is that Kits added into the Felt roster taking mid position, and Solji, the ex-mid player, now put to 4. How do these 2 work together is a big, interesting question for me, because the day before I was hyping up Solji in mid.
Yeah.
He's an interesting player. He's up against a very young, talented RCY. Now we actually have Kits, who's already played Division 1 before. Does he just pop off instantly in game when an RCY just freezes because, he's still a young player, lacking that Division 1 experience? Does he just, shaking hands or shaky hands in this way?
Shaking hands or
just
shaking
casually
hands.
shaking hands while the other guy's punching you in the same time.
Some high fives, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, that is the question. The fact that they're making shuffles, this close before things are kicking off. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, I think Felt for me. I'm pretty sure in my power rankings I did put them bottom. So my expectations are low, but I'm always ready to be surprised. But I think DogChamp were one of the hardest teams to place for me when it came to power rankings, because as you mentioned, I mean, you're RCY's biggest fan, right? Talk to me about this kid.
That's probably his mom, but I do think he's very, very talented here. He's got a really good hero pool. He plays a lot of Invoker. He can pull out the Tinker if needed. He's really good at Pango. So far, he's styled on everyone in Division 2 mid lane. It didn't even look close. It didn't look like he belonged to be in Division 2, but it's a team game overall, and he's going to play versus much more powerful mid laners going into this tour. And Kits was one of those mid laners that was in Division 1 from last tour. So he's going to go against them in this opening match, and very curious to see how he's going to do in those situations. However, I don't know. DogChamp made a lot of roster changes.
Yeah,
Sunlight is
There's
now
one worrying
playing,
one, yeah.
Yeah, Sunlight is now playing carry. He did play off lane for Wildcard last tour, and we'll have to see how that goes, right? I mean, we saw Amar do the same thing.
Yeah.
you can fill in the blanks there, but it's worrying. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't want to take the route of the ex-evil geniuses taking an East European offlane player,
Yeah.
right? So Sunlight put into Pulse 1. He played with KBU US and then with Wildcard and now put into the carry role. I saw that he's been playing some of the old heroes from the last patch. I mean, that was a pretty long patch. So we got the Slarks and the Ursas, but he's got some Spectre added into the mix as well. We know this guy for playing Nature's Prophet. He loves his Death Prophet. He likes his Brood Mothers in the offlane. So does he bring something different today in terms of the drafts? Very possible if the opportunities arise, but that's a big question mark, right, for your opponent.
Yeah.
What does he actually play?
Yeah, they don't know, and we don't know either, but we're certainly going to find out. But we got to take a minute to mention our sponsor, who are esportsbet.io, and they're offering a very generous promotion indeed, a 50% first-time deposit bonus when you achieve a 2 times turnover requirement. They will basically add an extra 50% to your first time deposit, which is very, very generous and very awesome. So if you're into that, then check out esportsbet.io. Make a new account. This is for first time users, so it's a great opportunity to jump in and bet on your favorite teams across NA and WEU. So check them out if you want. Maximize your winnings and boost your bankroll with esportsbet.io. Sign up today. But guys, we got a draft just around the corner. So talk to me about these teams. I mean, you already talked about RCY and Sunlight, but what are we expecting to see coming out from Felt?
I mean, for Felt, I think one of the things is relying on Kits' hero pool, right? Does he prioritize the first phase? Do we see more of Kits' second phase, which is a very popular thing for him? We rarely got to see his hero getting picked in the final phase. So they would like to save the carry or the offlane to have a bigger priority with this hero pick. So expect something like even a first phase Pango ban. I really wouldn't see that as a complete no-no because it is Kits. Kits is a really good Pango player. And also you got Albino Zebra, right? Very kind of calm leader. He doesn't play through emotion. He plays through straight up brains and calmness, So added with Berna, his carry player in the lane, how do they fare together? A new duo in a sense. Again, always looking at fresh new lane partners. How does the chemistry click? Is it right away in game one, or do they need a warm-up game to get the feel to it?
So I suppose my question would be for you have RCY in the middle lane, right? This guy who absolutely demolished them last season, right? You got to be looking at this guy. Are we looking to prioritize that mid matchup, or perhaps draft themselves a strong off lane, which gives the position 4 a chance to rotate in towards the mid, or what kind of direction would you be looking at for Fel?
I think that's a pretty good idea because whenever you see you play a pub or something and 2 mid laners don't get the role and one of them has to play pos 4, they always play the roamer. They always know what the mid laner needs. They get every rune for them because they also feel it themselves as a previous mid player. Runes are really important. So I think they're going to try their best to try and shut RCY down, but also just try to help Kilts out as much as they can. Playing with a Tiny or Tusk or something like that could be a good way of going about this.
Yeah.
All right, well, we got a draft underway, folks, so let's get into it. I mean, I'm sure we're not going to have anything massively different coming out from these bands straight off the bat, but we'll start things off with Nature's Prophet. No surprise there.
I like that because Russell, I looked at his Nature's Prophet in ranked games. He's played 32 games with 72%, and that's inside the last month. So that's a very good ban coming out from Fel. Let's not think about the Fury in this series.
Yeah, always for Furion and Broodmother, usually the ones we want to see kicked out, especially when you've got a safe laner who used to be an off laner. I think it might be wise for Felt to get rid of that one as well, just as the, these flexible heroes are probably the ones you want to look at, which are very strong at the moment.
I mean, I couldn't really figure it out. Was Russell Italiano Gangstar? Did we get that information? Did he rebrand himself? I don't know, but either way, well, I guess we'll find out as soon as the game starts, but he is really good on Broodmother, the NP, all the summon unit types. So if it's the same guy, you really have to look out for that. If not, I don't know who Russell is. I've never heard of him. So
yeah, he is not Italiano Gangstar, I can say, because he joined the cuts yesterday.
Right. So I don't know too much about him. So another roster change there for Dog Champ, which was a little surprising because they swept the region rather. 7-0, didn't lose a single map. So feeling like either players left or they felt like they needed adjustment before going into the big leagues here. So we'll see what that pays off.
I see the Mirana here in the first phase. I don't know exactly, is this going to be the mid Mirana or the 4 Mirana, because I see Solji's been put to 4, and I believe that is him with 17 games on Mirana, his most played hero as of the last month. 65%, pretty decent. But it doesn't really tell you too much about it, right? You've got your setup stun, basically. You have a good lane trader. He can match up to the heroes of Rubik, for example. Like, Dogchamp instantly recognized, we see the Mirana coming out. We need also a strong laner support, a ranged hero who can harass back.
Yeah. I mean, I think you talk about that Mirana, he recently switched to 4, and normally when you do a role swap, your hero pool is pretty small, right? Because you don't have a lot of time to practice. So I think this Mirana is going to be pretty important for Felt, at least for this first week, until he can add to that hero pool. So I think they'll pick it up pretty early in most all their drafts, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a weakness as well. You know, if you have to use one of these first picks on a Mirana, you just know what they're going for. You know, it's really kind of a problem. And already, as early as the first phase in the draft, we're seeing the issues with making these changes so late and moving people out of role. But we'll see how Felt are able to adapt to it. And they're going to take a Storm in the first phase here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little wild here. We got like the second pick, Ember. We don't see this a lot. Normally gets pretty punished. Of like all the spirits that go mid lane, I think Storm Spirit should win all those matchups. But you're not really sad to play Ember into Storm either, because you do have that lockdown at some point, which is very reliable. You don't want to build a Yules on Storm. You don't even want to build a BKB, but you kind of have to now. And they picked it into that. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this rotations towards a mid lane, because Spirit versus Spirit matchup, runes are going to be super important. So you do have a Mirana, you do have a Rubik, but none of these heroes are necessarily the best at like roaming on the runes until Storm gets 6 and you have the arrow pool combo.
And also like drafting wise on the side of Felt, where they had the second pick, they basically went for Kits' hero pick right away. They left the Brood in the pool basically because Kits wants his hero early on. Like, they leave the option open. It's another ban potentially coming out from the side of... I think Felt is the one to actually ban it, because Ember, Rubik's actually not too bad against the Brood. Look, Rubik maybe is bad, but Ember's actually pretty decent, because you've got instant, permanent duration Slate of Fist technically when you're just slating in the spiders. So Felt probably has to ban it.
Yeah, and then we see an anti-mage ban. I mean, I understand anti-mage is good versus Storm, but not a big believer in anti-mage at all. I mean, it got somewhat popular in pubs, but it was mainly just because of Morta. Like,
that's the key word, pubs.
I mean, people are picking Morta every game, and anti-mage is good versus Morta, so like that's why that win rate of that hero went up a lot. But I feel like that's a wasted ban. I feel like you can always deal with anti-mage in some sense here, but maybe they have a read that I don't have about anti-mage being good against potentially what they want to pick in the future here.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a good anti-mage game, but as you say, anti-mage, is he really good enough to warrant banning out at this point? I don't really know. I'm also still worried because, you know, there's not these kind of adaptable offlaners which are being answered right now, which I feel like Dogchamp are likely to go for. That could be me underestimating Sunlight. Perhaps he is a more seasoned carry player than we realize, but I would expect them to be trying to get rid of some of these heroes which aren't the traditional carry heroes.
He's played 129 matches with 47 heroes. So that means that he doesn't really spam like one particular or two particular heroes. His highest game count is DP with 10, Furion with 7, and then we're already dropping to 5s and 4s and 3s and a whole lot of 1s. So he's definitely been trying out a lot of different stuff.
My guy's been doing his yoga. He is flexible. Goodness.
Was that in pubs?
Yes.
Yeah, I see. So you plays a lot. I mean, I guess the heroes you mentioned, a lot of them are offlane, right? If he does have to play. But
like the ideas against the Storm Spirit, like you could consider a Drow potentially if the game looks favorable towards that direction. The Spectre idea is always kind of looming in the air. You already got the Ember Spirit into your draft. He's actually also played the Ember Spirits, but I don't think we're going to see a +1 Ember this time, unless it's like, oh, we could get like a free lane matchup for ourselves and just get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the safe lane Ember. I think this is a meta that is very, very much so about winning your lanes. And Ember is quite weak at it. He's not survivable. He can't be very aggressive either. In the mid lane, you get a lot of levels. So you get more points in the slight, you get more points in the chain. As a carry, you don't get those levels.
Unless you get like a healer support and get that extra sustain because of the Mango nerf. We talked about sustain heroes now.
Warlock, I guess. But at that point, you can just pick any carry with Warlock. Why would you want an Ember?
Yeah, that's a fair point as well.
I mean, it's something that they could do. I personally am not a fan of it, but we'll see.
Good old 2016 Warlock and Spectre. All right, we're going to go for the Undying. So, yeah, putting more emphasis into the laning stage. Extra vision, also handy.
Some team fight as well. I mean, you're never sad to see Undying. This hero wins you your lane most always, gives you a little bit of team fight. The only thing that he really lacks is just catch, but you just make that up with your other heroes. You got an Ember. Ember, Undying, they work really well together.
And sustain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've already got 3 great heroes on Dogchamp. Like, this is the kind of opening which I'd expect to see from, some of the really good teams.
Yeah.
Ember, it's a little bit different, but the hero has been rising in popularity a lot. Like this tour
Right.
especially,
Yeah.
we've been seeing him rise up in priority, so it's not a huge surprise to see him in the first phase. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised the Undying was allowed to actually get through this middle phase here, as it does just seem like a very kind of straightforward hero for a Dogchamp to ride with.
Yeah, don't see a lot of Undying bans, at least in the second phase, but it kind of tells the story. Like, Undying is still a good pick, even if you don't want to waste a ban on it, because you see the Storm, you see the Mirana, you're not really too worried about it. You're still going to get yourselves a rather good game. You're not going to be fully focused in the game either. Like, the moment you pop your ulti, the Storm jumps you with Vortex, you're still very tanky and very durable, and this Storm early on needs to get every kill to count, right? Like, you want this hero to snowball, so Undying is not the one you're going to kill. However, with Felt, we're looking for Baroness hero. We need Phase hero as well. So 1 and 3 are open. And of course, the support, Albana Zebra. Is that a support gyrocopter? Yeah. I hope it is, because that's actually been very successful in Division 1 so far. The carry gyrocopter, get out of here.
Yeah,
into the trash.
It's not going to be a carry. This has been rising in popularity. It's pretty strong as well. It gives you a good team fight. It gives you a good team fight. You get the shard on top of it. That rocket is super annoying to do.
So good.
It's really, really annoying. His talents are great. And I think not only in pubs, but I think we saw Snaking played in Western Europe as well. Like, this hero's on the rise as a POS 5, maybe even a POS 4 in some games. The only thing that it doesn't have, it's not really a reliable stun, but you got Storm there. But you have like the rocket and the arrow combo now, which can be kind of annoying to deal with. And I would like them to pick a ranged carry here, something that can deal with killing these rockets, because it's really, really important to kill the rocket.
And they did go for the Broodmother after all on the side of Felt, which I thought would be maybe better for Dogchamp, but they do want to bring it out after all for Fade. Fade, I think he did have a pretty decent amount of games on the offlane Broodmother. Even though it's, okay, 12 games, 33%, but pubs are pubs with Brood. They can be, those can be very difficult. Like, Brood in pubs is so different to Brood in actual competitive games with something on the line. So you can pressure that tower pretty early on. Now you have heroes that also combine with stuns. They've got some heavy team fight early on. Everything Storm kind of needs. Like, you can just get that extra bit of sustain on the side of Broodmother. Does he actually change his build a little bit from, like, do we see the pipe still come out?
Depends on what he's playing against, but most likely. I think the build doesn't really change much. You go Greaves if you need a pipe.
No boots of bearing, please.
No boots of bearing. I hope not, but I mean, at some point it'll be fine, but I don't want to see it as your first item. So I think what you normally are going to go for is, like, most times Greaves into Hex is what I see a lot. If you need a pipe in there, that's fine too.
Well, Drow carry comes out. That's going to tick the box for you there as something which can kill the rocket and give Dogchamp that big carry hero to play around. And it is the traditional carry, so, Sunlight more than confident enough.
Solo focus this game. Destroy the rocket.
Yes, that's all they've picked it for. That's all she's going to do. Just build 5 gloves of haste to kill the rocket faster.
Yeah, and it's going to be Jarl's job to make sure he doesn't. So, like, a lot of people don't know this, but you can force staff the rocket, and that is actually the build on Jarl. You go, like, for the shard into the force staff, and I think you can also counterplay that and pike the rocket back. I'm not sure, but
are we fixating a little bit on the rocket here? Just a little.
I mean, Gyro is like a hero. I even played a little bit. If you don't get the rocket, if your rocket's dying in every fight, you can feel pretty useless as a hero. Like, you don't really have much to offer. You're not running in there with your Q. You do have your ultimate. You're not using the flat cannon. So it is pretty important to kill that rocket because it takes away pretty much most all of the hero.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, are we a little bit worried about this Broodmother lane, or is Drow
of course.
okay in that?
We're always worried about it.
You got it.
Broodmother lane. This is the type of hero that, like, you can just pick it and you can counter pick it all you want. It still might just destroy you. That's just how Broodmother works. If you one misstep, one oopsie, one feed, all of a sudden Brood's level 6, you're level 4 or 5, you have to leave. In this matchup particular, you have to leave anyway as Drow. As soon as Brood gets 6, you're out of here. So it'd be nice to see if Dogchamp either rotates the Ember there and deals with, like, the Brood, but I don't want to see Ember sit there and stay. You want Ember to make some plays, rotate across the map. So I'd like them to pick an offlaner that can go to Broodmother's lane, which allows Drow to leave and just kind of just sits there, and you can TP in with Ember if they dive or something like that. I mean, we saw the Tide ban, which would have been great for as well. Like, some Centaur would be fine. Just something tanky that buys Vanguard that doesn't mind just sitting in front of Brood and just taking that farm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we already got the Brood and the Drow correct here. Do we get the last phase as well with Felt? I mean, Burnout hasn't got a huge amount of heroes that he's actually played. I think I only found 17 matches in total, of which the Slark is banned, the Furion is banned. There's the Drow, so you could go CK. Like CK, I think
There's
is
Spectre,
an
too.
option. Spectre's also in the pool they could go for. And then Russell gets his offlane matchup. Basically, he sees what they go
Right,
for. There's
there
the
you
CK.
go.
Okay, we go with the CK as well. So
That's my boy right there, T-Panda in the middle, getting it done.
So do we just go?
All right, Fear, bring us home.
Bring us home. I mean,
I've got
what are you
one
going
idea.
to counter pick? Yeah, what's your idea?
Mars.
Mars for CK?
Yeah.
I mean,
versus
that's-
the Brood. And versus the Storm.
I mean, it's fine versus Brood. It's okay. I don't know if they want to go that. It's definitely really hard to play Mars against CK, though. That's the only concern I would have. We might see an Underlord. That's what some people like going.
Illusion-based counter.
Yeah, it could be good in a game like this. I would say Underlord looks quite good here. Underlord.
Do you not want something with a little bit more initiation, just as like, because you've only got the Ember at the moment who really kind of goes in. Enigma. I just want some. Maybe a little slow paced against a no cooldown draft.
He's going to lose his lane.
I'm fine with Centaur too, as well.
Yeah.
Centaur,
Centaur's cute.
it's good with Drow because that's a hero that really wants to reposition in the fights. If they get on top of you, just Centaur the Drow out of there. But they do have a lot of chain stun, so Centaur or Underlord are definitely.
I like the
heroes I'm
Underlord
looking
actually
for.
a lot. Like Centaur makes sense, and I like the Underlord pick here too as well. But I don't think I'm gonna be against
Spirit Breaker.
Oh my god!
Okay.
What a twist!
You do you.
So is this gonna be? Is this gonna be?
Russell with Dog. Yeah.
All right, I think there's merits to this hero. It's definitely not good for CK, but it is really good versus the Broodmother. Like, this is a hero that likes to play in the trees. If you do a long-range charge, pretty much you're going to instant kill the spiders with the bash. So this is going to be a way where they can just track down the Broodmother and kill her as much as they can. So it is terrible versus Storm as well. So it's only good versus Broodmother here. So,
I really
little
like
worried.
the optimism at the start of that. It's like, it's okay, and then here's 3 reasons why it's bad, but 1 reason why it's good. Little concerning for Dogchamp, but a bit of a curveball coming out from them. T-Panda, what do you think?
Well, I think I saved the best stat for last. Dogchamp, they were undefeated. They were 14 victories last season. They are they're 8-1 versus Felt in 4 series inside the year. So I think Dogchamp's just going to continue the dominance from there.
All right, it's not going to become 8-2, but 9-1 there for T-Panda. Fear, what do you think? How this game's going to go down?
I mean, I'm a little worried for the Spirit Breaker, but the one thing is they don't really have a way to cancel charge. Nothing reliable. So if he has a good laning stay, it might be fine. But I think Dogchamp should be the better team. And, I'm going to keep backing RCY until he lets me down. He hasn't let me down yet, so I'm going to go with Dogchamp.
Alrighty, I think I'm going to follow and go with Dogchamp as well. You guys, it's a fair bet. And I always like something different. So far, every team that's done something a little different has been the team that wins. And the Spirit Breaker is certainly different. Is it good? It's fun, and that's all we care about. Let's throw it over to our casters for Dogchamp versus Felt game number 1. We've got MLP and we've got Lizard.
Well, thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between Dogchamp and, of course, Felt. It's MLP, Dota, and Lizard. Lizard, you've seen the drafts coming out. What are you thinking? Our panel seems to believe Dogchamp has this game 1 in the back.
Kind of hard to go against Fear and Nomad there. Like, they also have the stats coming from T-Panda, right? So a lot of wins, I believe 8-1, something like that, going in Dogchamp's favor.
Right.
Spirit Breaker, I just want to sit and look at the game and read what his Ags and Agnes Shard does again, because I didn't touch that hero since they changed it. Like, literally. Right. The moment they changed it, I'm like, yeah, this is no more fun. Like, no fun no more. So I wanna see how well the Spirit Breaker is gonna do.
Well, the shards is interesting on Spirit Breaker. The Planetary Devastation is, I believe, the name of the ability you get. Yeah, it's pretty wild name. And basically, what you get a projectile and you can redirect it towards Spirit Breaker within a certain range. So it can be pretty busted in the right hands. It can be. I'm not sure how it's going to go. I mean, this is an offlane Spirit Breaker. You heard Pia saying.
I love when, it can be busted. It can be.
It could be.
Sure.
We'll find out.
Of course. That's why no one is playing it. Absolutely no one.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But this is an A.
It's always like that, right? Like a hero gets changed, no one really figures out what the proper way of playing it is. And then there's one sneaky little spammer in pubs. Yeah. There's one little grinder that's playing the hero like 24/7. He's like, I believe.
That's me. I'm a Spirit Breaker spammer.
Not him. And then he... Are you really?
Yes.
Okay, so...
I mean, I'm not
what's
high
your-
level or not.
what's your-
No, don't ask, all right?
We're not gonna go into the
no,
details.
No.
Okay, sure. I see.
You asked me about my weight too, Lizard? Jesus, come on now.
We're just gonna talk about being the Spirit Breaker spammer. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's enough of details.
Yeah,
Sure,
absolutely. I mean,
you're an enjoyer. Spirit Breaker
That qualifies me. That qualifies me to talk about
It
these.
certainly does.
Right, well, let's get into it. Game one. There was a pause, of course, but we are underway now. I'm not sure what to think. Like, I play support Spirit Breaker, right? Like, I'm playing pos 4 Spirit Breaker a lot of the time. I don't know about this offlane Spirit Breaker Lizard. I'm not sure what kind of itemization you want to go for. In fact, never mind. Russell has already queued up a Meteor Hammer, which I suppose is kind of the story of the meta at the moment. But Spirit Breaker Meteor Hammer, is that going to work? That seems a bit weird.
I don't know. It kind of fits the scheme, I guess. Planetary destruction, planar pocket, plus meteor hammer. He's gonna
Sunlight?
be destroying worlds.
Sunlight's already in trouble. He cops an arrow from the backside. He's gone. Hidden Mune already able to secure the first blood on this CK. A fantastic start for Felt. So they'll even chase down Flea. Another stun to come out with the rocket barrage. It's plenty of damage, but
Easy
not quite
sticks.
enough.
Plenty of them. Oh, Gyro wants to actually take him. Look.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Arrow.
Arrow. Oh, if the arrow was a bit lower, maybe. Then he gets like forced into Gyro's hands, but yeah, he moves back. Anyway, Sunlight didn't play a carry in a while, right? Like he wasn't a carry last season. He was on offlane.
That's Oh, actually, you might be right.
I believe that's correct because I know the dude. He's one of those expats. Let's call them that way. But he's been playing all over. He played mid as well a long time ago. He was a caster even for a while. Like he joined the CIS casting crew. We'll see how well he does on that position 1.
Yeah, we shall. Of course, we're going to start with the mid lane. You're going to have kits there with RCY. I believe it was Fear talking about RCY quite a bit. He has a lot of confidence in this man in the mid lane. Against the Storm Spirit, like this Ember Storm matchup was something you used to see a couple years ago practically every game.
Yep.
Who has the advantage?
Well, it's honestly 50-50 in my opinion. It's like you can catch the Storm with the chains, like you can set up kills. Once he gets 6, obviously, he can get on top of you as well. I don't think there's a particular advantage for either one of these two.
Right.
It all depends on how these two players play and how well they are, really. Like it's a skill-based matchup, they say.
Of course, top lane as well. You saw Flea getting very low on that Rubik. Albino Zebra on that Pos 5 Gyrocopter already doing so much damage. Of course, he's going to be there with Hidden Mune, and you're going to have Jimmy Russell there on the Spirit Breaker. Shout out to Neff, by the way, who did inform me that apparently he goes by Jimmy Russell, but...
Oh, he didn't put it in here.
Well, that's what I said. I said, well, why didn't he put it in game? And he said, well, he just wants to go by one name. So we're going to call him Russell, but apparently he also goes by Jimmy.
I'll call him Jimmy.
All right.
Jimmy R.
Why
No,
not?
JR.
JR, that's a nice one.
JMR. Albino Zebra, though, like, you guys were really mad about him being removed from a certain team yesterday.
Correct.
Like, you talked about that quite extensively.
I wasn't mad, Neff was mad. I mean, I'm up for anything, you know, but Albino Zebra, I like the guy. I think he's a great guy. I think he deserves to be an NA Div 1. But yes, he did get kicked.
But if you're an albino zebra,
Yeah.
like, what color are the stripes?
Oh,
Are you basically like a white horse at that point?
that's a very good question. That is a very, very good question, Liz, and I'm glad you're here to ask the real questions.
But that's why they hire me. I bring all the extensive knowledge of the Animal Planet.
Yes,
I used to love watching Animal Planet. Like, it was my favorite.
it was great.
Yeah, but new TVs are ruined, man. Like, why is there no history on the History Channel? I don't care about your aliens.
Oh,
I don't care about some random weirdos talking about aliens in I don't know where.
you know, it's one of those things. I mean, we are casting North America after all. I believe, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I do. Speaking of North America, I do like those NA. Like when they search for garbage in someone's home, you know, like and they find treasure. I do like those treasure hunters.
They're good.
Yeah,
They're very good. Top lane, Albino, lifted up, could be in trouble. Russell hoping for a lucky bash, not getting it.
No luck, no luck. Unlike that guy in the Garage Wars, like...
Very good throw, Lizard. Very, very good. How about that bottom lane? That's the one we haven't talked about quite yet. You're going to have Sunlight and Bloody Nine against... Of course, the Mirana has an interesting name. I'm going to go ahead and look it up in a moment because I completely forgot what his name is.
Vociferate 2017.
No.
Is he also one of the expats? I believe so.
Yes,
right?
he is. He is indeed.
Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't be translating. It's
Solji.
Solji, yeah.
Solji. There we go. What about this bottom lane, though? Do you think it does favor the side of Felt, or should DogChamp have a decent time?
Nah, you have a decent time. If you're DogChamp, you should have a decent time early on. You should be able to control the lane completely, and then eventually Brood takes over. One thing that I don't know why Mirana isn't doing it, like he's not trying to creep skip at all, he's just like right-clicking. And like, yeah, you can do that, but Undying isn't gonna care. He will zone your Brood out, so...
Right.
Maybe just creep skipping instead for a couple of levels would have been more precise, but they're getting levels.
Yeah, it is a thing though, like against Drow Undying, it's just such a strong combination. You have to be so wary of not getting caught out of position. And well, Fade's trying his absolute best to stay within that XP range, but as you can see, every time he comes close for a CS, he does get punished here by the Drow. And hell, even Solji, he can't get close enough to really harass. And it does go back to your point, like you probably do want to just pull the creep wave over.
Yep.
He hasn't done it yet though. He is still trying to contest the lane the way it is. We'll see if it works out for them. It doesn't seem like the greatest idea, at least so far.
Yep. So far it doesn't work. He does get a courier kill at least, so the bottom lane is where we see our first courier shed.
Beautiful.
Is it though?
It is.
You like seeing couriers die?
I do, because I'm a POS 4 player. That's what I do best. Take couriers down.
You're a spirit breaker. You can't hit the courier. Like.
Oh, trust me, I can, Lizard. You don't know my spirit breaker, sir. Top lane, Flea.
Sounds sensual, to be honest.
Got a couple rocket. Lift is up. Rocket barrage is there. Flea trying to run. There's your bash coming up from Russell. So Albino going to be forced to back away. Hidden immune though. Still getting rather aggressive here on the CK, but he's going to be forced to back off.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker already has a Ring of Health, right? That's the Meteor Hammer's advantage. You just get that ring. Good old AHP region. You're a Spirit Breaker anyway, you're tanky.
Yeah.
You can trade hits all day long.
It's one of those things as well. That's kind of like why everyone loves building Battle Fury. You got the same thing with Meteor Hammer now, and it's just half the price.
Yeah, of course, but Meteor Hammer is so much cooler.
It certainly is. Russell. Rocket will connect, he won't care though. I mean, until you've got the shards up on Albino Zebra, the Rocket's not that scary. Once the shards is up though, that Rocket is ridiculous. His charge is going to be there. Hidden immune. Still going to be protected by Albino because you always have the Rocket barrage spam that, of course, DogChamp do not want to fight into. So they're just going to back their way out. But you also heard on the panel, like, they weren't confident with this offlane Spirit Breaker against the CK Gyrocopter matchup. So you've got to kind of give props to...
bottom lane? Is this...
Sunlight, in danger, trying to fight back, is going to go down. Solji, able to secure the kill. Now Undying also going down as well, but he denied himself.
No, so basically what happened is Undying went to suicide, right? Like he went under the tier 2 tower. At the same time, Drow contested Brood.
Oh.
It's like... Even that seppuku move from Undying, I don't think it's like the greatest. I think you just fight until you die, you trade a kill, you respawn faster.
Flea, gonna get caught out here on the top rune spot. Luckily though, they get lucky as RCY, he gets an arcane rune, so he's gonna try and go for a bit of a fight. Problem is he has no points in chains.
But this gyro is dead. Like,
oh boy.
Why?
Yeah. Well, now we might understand 5-4 staff's decision after that one.
Albino just wanted to last it, man. It's fine. Leave him alone. He gets the last hit. He gets to go home a little bit faster. So
yeah,
he can now resurrect, TP to a lane, bring some stuff to his carry.
Absolutely, and that he will. Up toward the top lane. He hasn't brought anything with him because the courier was already on the way, but nevertheless, he does get that reset you talked about.
He brought him love.
He did bring him love. Well, there you go.
And maybe a kill on this breaker, because...
Maybe. Russell, gonna be chased down. Rocket will connect. Damage is flying in. Stick charges out, charge back. He's still trying to survive. And now with Flea around, he will be able to do so.
Gyro? Nah, he'll be fine. Yeah, like he's not an easy kill, but the problem were the creeps. Like the creeps, they were around, so the rocket barrage went a bit scattered everywhere.
My biggest surprise here, Lizard, is the fact that Russell hasn't gone for a point in bulldoze. By the way, if I may just say so myself, like you're against a double stun lane. You think the status resist would come in pretty clutch here, but
He's maxing out the bash instead. Just wants to farm, I guess. You know.
I thought he'd leave the charge at level 1 is what I'm saying. See it immune. Now, I get chased down, but again, you don't have the chains out from RCY.
You don't have chains, you don't have lift, you do have charge soon.
They will charge in. They're going to try and rely on that. Hidden immune, still trying to find a way out, but is going to die. So the rotation does work out from RCY.
It works out mostly because there was no TP on the Storm Spirit, so he couldn't really come in and help. If he had it, like, it would have been a different story, I feel like.
Could have been massive.
Could have been.
Just not the case, though. Speaking of kits, by the way, he's bottled up a double damage rune for himself, so expect that rotation rather soon. Bloody 9 in the meantime. Gonna be chased down for a moment, but does just walk away. Walks back in as well, but Fade just not feeling confident to try and go after this Undying. He's a bit of a tanky boy. They'll leave him be for now.
He's just trying to deny, I guess, delay the level 6 on Brood for as long as possible. I feel like, yeah, Storm is moving bottom. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there's some move, but nothing special.
Just a casual rocket.
That's the casual Rocketerino, yeah. They wanna secure this Brood 6. So Storm rotates in. Actually, Drow TP'd, so they need to protect her. Rubik is TPing in as well. We'll see. I think that Dire has an advantage at the moment, but okay, Ember TPing in too.
Well, I'll see why. Maybe starting to fight for his team. We'll find the Mirana. Chains out now. Soldier going to be able to just leap away. Arrow's going to connect thanks to the Vortex setup, but now
Nice
they've got the
silence.
Gust out. They've caught the Storm. Kits, it is going to wear off, but a nice remnant away from the Ember as well. RCY, he is fighting Kits. Kits is too low on mana. He will drop.
Nice.
Bloody 9 able to secure the kill.
Nice read by the Corgi team. By the way, I love corgis. Man,
Yeah.
I can't describe to you how much I love corgis. Like I have on Instagram, if you go to my following, besides all the not safe for work material, it's just corgis. Literally, just dogs and snowboarding.
Oh, top lane. There was a Meteor Hammer attempt on Hidden Immune after the charge, but the Phantasm was there to dodge. Don't you have a Malamute, by the way?
I do. I love Malamutes as well. Corgis are basically mini Malamutes.
Right.
Like that, literally the same personality, you know?
Right.
Just small, stupid, and always happy.
I've heard yours in the background when you're casting remotely, by the way. Just very vocal kind of dogs, aren't they?
He likes to howl a lot. He's a real dog champ.
Yes, certainly is. Certainly is.
Undying.
Gonna get caught, bloody 9. Should be just fine to die here. I mean, it's still a kill to go the way it felt, but at the same time, it's just a pos 5 Undying. So he's probably not gonna mind too much. We'll just kind of die and get a bit of a reset for himself.
Yeah, you eat that gank any day of the week, really. Like, you're a 5. Your draw didn't get killed, so you're pretty happy with it. But Brood slowly and steadily is taking down the tier 1 on the bottom lane, and they do not have a hero. Like, you remember the panel, they were like, yeah, maybe some Mars, maybe some Centaur, something that can protect. Well, these guys don't care about tier 1s. They're too cool for that. They want a Meteor Hammer, Spirit Breaker.
Speaking of, Hidden Immune, charged up, Meteor Hammer, it's not going to land again. Phantasm does come out. Russell, he's still going to go in with the Nether Strike, and they are going to find the CK anyway. But this is kind of why I question the Meteor Hammer build-up.
That's all what do you mean? That's all Meteor Hammer?
I guess once the charge is at level 3, you actually have enough time, to be fair.
That was literally all Meteor Hammer.
Right. We'll give him that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Perfect itemization.
Meanwhile, mid, Sunlight, gonna get jumped for a moment, but it's gonna be just fine. Throws the Gust out on Kits. Think for Kits as well, like he's kind of low on the old mana pool, so he can't zip very far at the moment. It's a bit of a sad Storm game, at least for now. But he is farming very well, at the very least.
Oh, they made a ton of stacks for him in the jungle as well. Well, ton. Basically, 2 medium and 3 hard ones, but still, that's more than most of us get.
True. That's the thing for Felt, like you look at the net worth graph. it's basically all their three cores at the top. Mind you, as I say that, RCY does sneak his way in, but at least in terms of net worth, they are having a pretty good time on Phil.
They are. Oh, there we go. The meteor hammers to kill the... Wait, he didn't micro the spiders.
No, he didn't apparently. Fade.
So, you missed the massive action, but it was a charge into meteor hammer on the spiders.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
got him. Got
I
all-
mean, it's one way to clear out the spiderlings. Charge again. They're going to find the spider. Fade. Going to try and rush towards Sunlight, but he's fine to back his way out. Fade's still trying to run with the spider webs. He's going to be able to get into the tree line as the meteor hammer does come in, but right off the mark. Sunlight still having a look around, is going to
Charge?
find him, but they don't have the... Oh, they do have the charge.
It was on a cooldown. It was like 1
Okay.
second. As he was TPing, it came off cooldown.
Fair enough.
Yeah, wasn't possible.
Mid lane. Onto RCY they go. The Ember going to be able to juke out the arrow and be just fine as now they'll try to turn. There is a charging coming from Russell.
Oh,
he
he
does
stopped it.
cancel it off though.
You can't do that. Like, this is literally a penalty point right here for Team Dogchamp.
Right.
If you're playing Spirit Breaker and you cancel your charges like that, like, it's I'm not sure. I think that the rules are you need to take your hands off the keyboard.
Your S button doesn't exist when you're playing Spirit Breaker.
Yes, your keyboard doesn't exist.
Another charge out towards the bot lane, but it's
Oh,
just...
arrow.
Oh, they do
Rubik.
end up losing Solji. Mid lane though, you talked about it, they got the arrow onto RCY, so they get a great trade onto the Ember.
Rubik also stole the arrow, so that's how they killed Mirana.
Russell. Bot lane being chased down here by Fade. Fade going to be, or rather Russell, forced to just TP out. Felt trying to get aggressive now with their own draft. 2k advantage their way. Kit's getting very lucky, just securing pretty much every power rune, apart from the first one so far. Just able to really utilize every rune he gets.
It almost looks like their draft is a bit easier to play, which it is. And like, I'm just waiting for the Spirit Breaker to come online, start doing something that is.
Bloody Nine, another nice tank of the gank. Does make sure Sunlight is able to escape on the Drow.
Okay, at some point you need to stop tanking the ganks. At some point you need to be the one ganking as well. Perhaps with the Ember. There we go. The smoke from the mid lane. Searching for Brood. Like, she has a mech already. Like, you have a mech. Spirit Breaker is one of my favorite heroes into the Brood, not because of the meteor hammer into spiders, but because you can charge on top of her through the trees and see where she is.
Yeah.
But do they have the damage here? Like, they probably do. The
Oh.
three of them.
I think they saw Fade there for a moment.
Yep.
Charge is there. Stun is out. Meteor Hammer to follow up, and they've even got the arrow just to make sure. Though Fade is still running. That mech almost saving his life, but it just proves not to be quite enough against three heroes.
Yeah. Like, he was really tanky. I was thinking, okay, if they didn't have the meteor hammer there, they probably do not kill him. Like, jokes aside now. I know we were memeing about meteor hammer, but it gave them just enough.
True. It's working.
Yeah,
Can't take that away from Russell. I mean, to be fair, I have heard about this. Like, I have heard people running this in pubs quite a bit.
Yeah, everyone is, like, on every hero. It's not a meme. I mean, it is a meme, but everyone is doing it anyway.
Albino. Charge up. Arrow going to connect perfectly from our Rubik, but where's the follow-up? Nether Strike comes in. Sleight of Fist is there. They'll secure the gyro, and now, well, Solji, he's also going to drop. Kit's trying to salvage the situation. Bloody Nine survives through it, though, and the zombie, it's going to chase down Kits, give the vision. Charge does connect. Meteor Hammer doesn't make it in time. Yes, it does. They even found the storm. Oh, it's such a terrible team fight for Felt.
Yeah, so the problem that Felt is having right now is they're not really deciding where to take their fights properly. Like, this tier 1 tower, sure. Actually, I take that back. I feel like Broodmother should be around mid already. Like, you should have some webs around that mid tier 1 so you can actually be pressuring with your teammates.
I'm with you. It seems like he wants to try and secure the Guiding Greaves build up first, but...
I mean, that's fine too, but you could be doing that around the tier 1 mid. Because your team was doing quite alright up to this point. Like, they had a significant advantage for this point of the game.
I mean, now it's really only Hidden Immune that's having a decent time on the CK, but that's about it. Everyone else kind of slowly falling a little bit behind, and Sunlight's been just bought so much space in this Drow Ranger now. Second in net worth, but really quite quickly catching up to the CK's top lane. They are going to find Solji once again on that Mirana.
He's got 3 leaps.
Gonna leap once, gonna leap twice, but they've got the Sleight of Fist. It's got nowhere to go because the homing missile was there from Flea anyway. And that's another thing. You talked about the charge on the Brood, but now you've got homing missile to try and keep tabs on where the Brood's going.
Or anyone else.
Right?
Yeah. Pretty solid steal.
Very, very useful.
I like how neither one of these two teams is pressuring mid-tier 1 towers. It's like minute 18. Tier 1s on the safe lanes have fallen a long time ago, but all of these ganks, they're like empty ganks that are happening across the map. You know, they're not really converting into anything. It's like, I see a hero, let's go kill him. That's it.
Absolutely.
From
Not really
both
many
sides.
objectives being taken.
Yeah, from both sides. And I'm not sure who benefits from that the most. Like you're talking about Drow, she's farming. At the same time, the Greaves are gonna be massive. CK is moving towards his BKB as well.
Yeah,
Like now, Brood TP'd mid. Is this a smoke with the Brood? Like what's happening?
It's very, very strange action here from Felt, that's for sure. Guiding Greaves is up now, but Orchids, he's going to try and make the jump in on Bloody 9. Still, he'll just turn around with the Tombstone. This could be a pretty big team fight. They've lost the Storm already. Oh, they fight into the Tombstone. I mean, it feels like one of those team fights where you just just get the hell out of there. You can just zip out as the Storm, but they choose to go for the fight instead.
He just got caught instantly. And like your Brood, you TP'd with the Brood mid, with the Greaves, and you smoked Brood and Mirana, you know? Like,
Yeah. Albino gonna get caught as well. Arrow not gonna land either from Soldier to try and save. Bash is coming out. Albino. Oh no, they found another.
they might even find Brood if this goes on.
You might be right. Lift was there on Fade, but it seems like they're gonna leave him
Yeah.
be.
You know what the worst thing here is? Like, your Brood is now kind of stranded. Like, he is on this mid lane. He doesn't really want to be here.
Yeah.
He needs to connect back down bottom, but he already used a lot of webs. It's just a awkward position to be in. They're drawing across the map. All I think they needed to do is send a lot of spiders towards mid to give them vision. And once you have that vision, then you initiate with the storm. But stuff happens.
Stuff does happen.
Very stuffy stuff.
Absolutely. Lift up. Albino does pick up the double damage rune for himself, so at least denies it from RCY. Problem is, though, he is probably going to give his life away for this, though Kits is going to try to jump in, but the gust is there again. Oh, and the arrow gets tanked by a zombie. Oh, it's so hard to watch. That's rough.
Yep. Storm is no longer having a good time. Like he was. The game was pretty damn good for him, solid. And then he got gusted multiple times in a row.
I mean, he's making some very aggressive jumps in as a Storm. It seems like he's expecting his team to be able to back him up every time, but
Yep.
they're just unable to do so. Like,
It all comes down, honestly, it all comes down again to the fact that they have a Brood in their team, but they're not playing a Brood game. It's
Right.
like, you have this Storm, you need to realize you don't have some Slardar, some Mars, some Centaur from the offlane that jumps in first, baits out that gust, and then you go in.
here we go again. Oh, Russell actually cancels off the TP.
was
Excuse me,
alone.
rather the charge. He saw Hidden Immune, I believe, on the CK.
He was alone there, so for the best probably.
He's got the Shadow Blade up now as well. Like, this is where Spirit Breaker feels so nice to play.
Yeah.
It just feels impossible to try and go up against him now. And well, once you have the Ags, that's just the dream.
That's the game-changing item for sure. But I wanted them to do this like maybe 6-7 minutes ago. But at least they are doing it right now. Dire is moving towards Brood, playing around her.
I mean, they're trying.
Yeah, they want to contest this tier 2, but I think this is even defendable. Like, you have Aegis on Ember.
It's just hard. Like, Russell's just casually meteor hammering the creep wave with the Spiderlings, and I mean, Fade's trying to have a look around for him, but not too confident to go into that tier 2, and Russell just gets away with it.
Yeah, they're bailing anyway. Like, Storm is far, CK is far. They don't really want to take that fight. Tier 2 has fallen. Like, one Spirit Breaker is defending. Okay, like, we can see the reasoning when it comes to the hero now. Much better than before.
Yeah, I agree. And they actually can't push. Like, he's just casually defending on his own. He sees the Spirelings, he can just charge them every time.
Like, there is even a dust on the Brood, but what's gonna happen? You're gonna dust him? You aren't killing him. Smoke?
Albino, oh, he's barely out of range to break it. Now he will. It won't matter though. He's been caught out. At least he does tank the gank for his team. However, they do catch the CK with the chains.
He's charged.
Hidden immune, they know exactly where he's going. They're gonna make the jump in. Charges there. Nether Strike to follow up. He is gone. RCY with a perfect slide of his chains out on the CK.
It's like you BKB, it doesn't really matter, right? Like you're playing versus a Spirit Breaker. So you bought this BKB, it's not a bad item, but it doesn't help you.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Very one-sided affair now. 4K net worth lead, 18-8. And, well, this SB, like, Russell's just doing whatever. Again, this is the dream SB game. Like, he's doing whatever he wants.
Yep.
And you can't do nada about it. He's just going to do whatever the hell he wants.
And you saw the Storm, like he was even on bot, he was thinking about going for him, like setting up a gank. Look at this now, maybe Brood even falls.
Meteor Hammer does connect. He's got the backup of Flea. Oh, whoopsie daisies.
Intended.
Oh, we've all done it.
He wanted to do that.
Mid lane, RCY cops a stun. He's going to be all right, though, to just back his way out, though. Kids makes a very aggressive jump in onto the Drow Ranger. Maybe they can secure her, though. Yes, they do. Sunlight is gone. It's a decent start to the team fight here for Felt. Hidden Immune still trying onto Bloody Nine, but he's such a tanky boy. In comes Fade now to try and help out a little bit more. They do at least get the Undying. Maybe they can find another arrow. It's going to land on RCY.
Aegis.
They've got the Aegis down. The fight continues though. Russell is around and so is their Rubik Flea. RCY looking to back off though, not wanting the team fight, but does get rifted back. Charge in from Russell. They're quite low on mana though. Dogchamp need to get the hell out of there. Stun's gonna land. Arrow to follow up. They've got the Ember. Oh, that's a big one.
The Ember has fallen. Yeah.
Oi.
Hey.
No need to comment on my accent, all right?
Come on, man. Like, listen to my accent. It is okay. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm not sure. So basically, the way that the Dogchamp is playing is good up to this point, in which they unnecessarily send Rubik bottom with Spirit Breaker, right? Like, Mirana.
Oopsie daisies. Fleet.
Yep. He's
Setting up perfectly and... Oh,
He's dead.
Solji.
Yeah. So, if Rubik wasn't bottom trying to kill the Brood, I feel like they take that fight mid easily.
Albino?
But he couldn't connect. Meteor will connect.
It certainly will. And they will find another. Russell, able to pick up that one. That'll be a tier 2 mid tower gone. And even though they lost that team fight, like 4 heroes going down mid, they still just return and take the tier 2 tower. They just don't care.
Yeah. They're still in a good spot and they know it. The only reason why they lost that fight is because it started 3v5. And then by the time everyone connected, it was a bit too late. The moment this Drow Ranger actually gets a BKB, I feel the game becomes kinda impossible for Felt.
Yeah. It's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Speaking of rough, they're going to be against the double damage Ember very soon. RCY, he'll take that for himself. That's a lot of damage. Bot lane, they're looking for Fade. They've got the homing missile to connect. They'll get the vision. Fade cannot escape. And there's your charge out. Just to make sure. It's a very tough Brood game now. Like, it's just, you can't do anything.
You can't show yourself, basically. That's the... Like, when you're playing Brood into Spirit Breaker like this, you cannot show yourself on the map.
Albino, speaking of showing himself, homing missile going to be turned right back onto him.
Yeah. He's gonna get caught. Gonna be caught most likely here.
Kids
lane,
though.
Yeah.
Bot lane, Sunlight does get caught out. Arrow is going to land. Here comes Russell to try and save Sunlight. Still alive somehow, and now the Soul Rip.
The Soul Rip.
Oh, no.
Wait, what's killing him? Oh, the Urn?
It's not enough.
It's not enough, yeah.
Can I just say, by the way, Bloody Nine, he's one of my favorite supports in NA. This guy, I know he's playing Undying right now, which isn't the most high skill kind of hero, but this guy is real good. Like, he's very versatile.
Does his nickname have anything to do with the 9 player? No?
No, he was Bloody Nine before 9 was even famous, I think.
So what you're telling me is Bloody 9 came first.
Correct.
Then 9, okay.
Very correct.
I see.
I think. We'll just go with that story. We are casting NA after all. Who cares about...
I trust you.
Who cares about WEU?
WE what? EU?
Ehu?
EU?
Bot T1 tower, it's going to go down. Fades around, but again, as this Broodmother, it's like, well, what do we do, guys? Well, what am I meant to do now? He'll put some webs down.
CK goes in.
Yeah, but it's on the Undying again. Charges there, they'll at least get Bloody Nine down. Sunlight in the meantime, trying to fight kids, does get caught out, but we'll be able to get away with the Manta. Hidden Immune, trying to really abuse this BKB timing. Sunlight, he does get caught. RCY, also being chased down, needs a Remnant out, does get one. Russell, still trying to fight on the Spirit Breaker, but he also needs to get out himself. And he'll just go for the BKB TP play. He'll be all right.
I'm not sure, like, the Drow Ranger is actually going for Shadowblade next. I'm feeling there would be no ways for them to take these fights if he had a BKB. But I might be wrong. Maybe he just doesn't want it. Maybe it would slow down his farm or something like that. Everyone else on his team bought it when it comes to cores, at least.
That's fair. I mean, the BKB does seem like it has a lot of value. And you know what? You are right. He does change his build again.
Did he?
Yes.
Very nice. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows. He knows I'm right.
Coach listen. There you go. Albino Zebra. He's going to be okay. Not enough damage to finish off the kill here from RCY.
The only question is it maybe too late? Like, they already lost him once or twice due to that fact. Like once on the tier 2 mid, now again. Like basically what Felt is doing is they are tunnel visioning the Drow and just killing him off.
But they are. Russell? Oh, he is going to go for the charge eventually in the homing
See ya
missile.
later.
Bye-bye. They can't catch him. How great is that? That's without the Ags, by the way.
Yeah, that looked ridiculous as well. And he found the right angle to not get missiled as well. So, easy clap.
And once you have the level 20 talent plus the Ags, my god, here we go again. Albino Zebra, jump in. Tombstone dropped. Arrow does connect onto the Spirit Breaker. Is it going to matter? Bloody Nine, he's going to be the first target. They will take him down. Meanwhile, kids, he has found Sunlight, but needs to back off because there's Spirit Breaker. Going to go for the charge back in onto the Storm. Nether Strike connects as well. RCY there to back them up. Still Hidden Immune trying to find the Drow Ranger, but, oh, in fact, he does. He will get him. So it felt they are salvaging this team fight. It was a terrible start.
They're winning it. They're not just, yeah, it's not a small salvage. There's a blink on CK, so probably not gonna get the Ember. Just let him leave, but the CK is becoming too big. Like right now, as Drow, you don't have that BKB. And at this point, I feel like, okay, you'll get it, but you're lacking damage as a team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like the CK has a Reaver. He's gonna have, yeah.
He's a big boy.
Big boy. Heart is flying in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See what they try and do to deal with this. I mean, felt they went the whole Division 2 unable to beat DogChamp.
Yep.
I mean, mind you, they only had one series against them, to be fair. I say the whole Div 2 as if
Did
they
they
were
win a
playing every
game
week.
at least?
No. 2-0.
Because I'm looking at this one, and I'm really thinking Felt has a better chance of winning it. Like you have an AC Brood with Greaves, you have a hard CK with a Blink. Like,
I hate to be that guy, though, but Gaben disagrees with you, Lizard. 71% the way of DogChamp, apparently. according to Dota Plus.
71.
I don't know where they're getting these stats from, I'll be honest. I was kind of agreeing with you first, but well, I pressed the F6 button and suddenly I disagree.
I mean, okay, I take it all back. Gaben is always right. Everyone knows that.
Zip in, kids. Gonna find Flea immediately. That's the Rubik gone. Now they'll even find Russell and that Spirit Breaker. Oh, that's a very awkward pause. That is a very, very awkward pause. Timing. Sunlight is gonna disconnect. Looks like he may have been lagging. Still, oh, he's disconnected. Fair enough. Pepet W is the call here from Solji. I agree.
Time for some coffee from me.
Absolutely. So Russell's going to die here, it seems like. Though he does have the bulldoze going, so high status resist right now. But I guess he could try to charge away.
Yeah. You never know with Spirit Breaker, right? Like, it all comes down to the angle. He doesn't have any creeps bot, the TCs. So he needs to turn all the way and charge top. Or charge the Mirana or something like that. We'll see. If he wants to live, charging top is, I guess, the only possible option.
Let's see.
Let's
Go in
see.
ready is there.
What do you think? Is he gonna live? Give me your odds.
I think he might just make it. He's not stunned right now. He's got the BKB off, so he should just be able to charge top, like you said.
He's Jimmy Russell. He's goddess, man. Come on.
That's fair.
For sure.
And the thing is as well, you can TP back to the fountain and then just charge back in straight after. You might still be able to make it to the team fight. See what Jimmy does. Jimmy, he'll charge bot instead. He'll mix it up.
Damn. He had creeps mid, yeah. You're right.
Meanwhile, Fade gets bashed by Roshan on the chase for Bloody Nine. They are at least going to find themselves an Undying on top. And now Roshan is open for Felt. So happy days for them.
Also, this Spirit Breaker doesn't even need to go base. He's got like 20 base region. Not base, he's got 20 region, so...
Nice.
Just come back into the fight, but they're lacking damage, man. Even with this double damage, they're still lacking it.
Charge in. Woo. Cheeky, cheeky. Close, but not close enough.
It's a nice play, nice play. He tried.
Can he get himself out? He should be okay. They don't seem to be chasing him at all.
He's got TP as well, if he wants to, or he can just charge from behind. Okay, so how do you take down the CK? What's the item? Like, this drow needs to become bigger. He just finished the BKB. I don't think it's enough anymore. I don't think you're killing him in that one charge plus Meteor Hammer plus whatever. Like, you require more damage from the drow.
Yeah.
So, you need an extra item.
I mean, props to Hidden Immune, though. Like, this guy, 6-4 and 6 on the CK, hasn't had the greatest game in the world, but like you said, he's got the heart up. He's looking amazing right now. 4k plus HP once the armlet is activated. Bloody Nine, unfortunately going to have to experience this as he does get caught out.
Yeah, just a good old shard, Chaos Knight.
Very nice.
Gets that illusion, easy kills. He's just hunting right now.
I mean, why not? He knows he's practically unkillable. Jump in again. RCY going to be chased down. Phantasm is there, but no follow-up.
Did you maybe ever watch Sleepy Hollow?
No.
Burton's movie? No, with Johnny Depp? No?
No.
He's the headless horseman. Well, he has a head, but he's hunting them down. I love that movie, by the way.
Okay. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Middle tower has fallen.
But I appreciate your...
I'll come to your room after work and we'll watch it together.
Absolutely. As long as you hug me.
Of course.
Thank you. Phil, 29 to 23k advantage the die away. Dota Plus is now it's going the other way. 55% still the favor of Dogchamp apparently, but it is slowly turning the way of Felt. I imagine them taking Roshan does kind of make that happen. To be fair, Felt. I mean, they're doing a great job.
So are you siding with me now?
Yes, I am. I'm switching.
You're switching. You're switching. Not boats, but yachts. Yeah.
Ain't no loyalty in Dota.
I wish I could switch a yacht as well, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
It is what it is. Tier 2 bottom tower gonna drop.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Looks like Sunlight is going to build up a butterfly to try and get that damage out onto the CK. I mean, he's still probably going to be lacking quite a bit, but it is a decent start to the problem solving.
Yeah, once you get it, if he ever gets it, that's the thing. I think he should have enough time. Like these two. Oh,
Bloody Nine. Gonna get caught. Blast Rig does delay things a little bit, but Kit's eventually still gonna find the kill.
yeah. I feel like both of these teams are kinda, just happy with getting a lot of these
They found Flea as well. Top lane. Hands up.
Yep.
And Flea. Well, he's going to try and jump his way out of there, but it's not going to be enough.
Mid
He
lane.
is down. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, they've... Oh!
Yep. That's the thing. Like, I wanted to say both of these teams are very eager to get meaningless kills, like Undying and Rubicon top lane. And then you kind of forget yourself. Like, I think what CK was doing was right. Like, CK and Brood are in the right here. They're in the right position, taking down objectives.
Kids, he's going to go for the fight, but they're playing without their CK. I'm not sure about this one. Kids, he's dropping very, very low. Still going to survive for now. Keep in mind, he
Aegis.
does have the Aegis up, but he's going to probably just give it away. Russell does die. RCY, he'll keep going for the fight. Let's see if they can find the Storm a second time. BKB activated. Gust is there, kids. Still chasing down Sunlight. There is going to be a bit more of a chase fade trying to make it, but no, the Drow is fine. RCY, in the meantime, he's the one to get caught out.
Overall, like, still a good fight. You started 4v5, but you have that Aegis. So you feel good if you're Dire, if you're Felt. CK and Brood, they should have been mid. They were mid. They got punished for it. The rest of their team probably could have been helping them instead of being top, hunting Rubik. And then they wouldn't have lost the CK. Like, these things hurt you. Like, you think, okay, we still got the fight, whatever, but they killed the CK and now Drow has a crit. Like, suddenly there is that one extra item. Like, who could have been right now closing out the game?
It's definitely a very interesting scenario Felt have found themselves in, that's for sure. There's still AK advantage their way, so they are still well and truly in the lead here on the side of the Dire. Just gonna make sure not to make those little mistakes, because it only takes one.
Under attack.
Well, it takes more than one, but
Right. Saying one does get it started, you know?
yeah. The last one and the throne falls.
Right. They're setting up for the top tier 1 tower now here, Phil.
Yep, they have a Hex now on Brood. The tier 1, look at it. Wow. Objective taking. Amazing.
Easy peasy here for Felt.
Yep. They can wait for Rosh or they can go for tier 2. Securing the Strangle would be pretty nice for them. They smoke up. Maybe, yeah, they have one ward on the Gyro. So they can perhaps plant it a bit on the high ground. Secure the area.
Even got the Vortex out on kids now. The Aghanim Scepter. Massive, massive itemization here from Felt.
Yeah, a ton of control now on them.
Is under attack.
Aghanims can be bought by the Spirit Breaker if he wanted to. He's saving for... you know, for what? For that
Radiant's top tower
Buy.
buyback, yeah, but I wish he didn't. Like,
Yeah.
you know, just buy the Ags, man, come on. Just do it.
Just do it.
There we go.
Nice. See if he regrets it in a moment, though.
Probably you would. And like most of the time you do, right? Like in competitive at least, because having that one extra life is more important. But Spirit Breaker is kind of special. When you get that tags, the team fights become completely different. So
Yeah.
you can charge in and out constantly.
And that 7-second cooldown, it's pretty ridiculous, that's for sure. We'll see. I mean, they are grouped up here for the side of DogChamp, but there is going to be a 5-man smoke out.
And CK seems to be the prime target once again. He even shows...
Oh,
This is
no, not him. Not him. Kids is going to Vortex him with a 4-man Vortex, but it's not going to make a difference, I don't think. Hit immune is gone. Oh, it's a nice attempt, but now he's out of mana. Chase is on. DogChamp, they found an opening. Charge is there. Oh, no. This is one of those times where you just stay as a team.
Yeah, it truly is. 40 minutes in, Rosh is about to respawn. Like, or might respawn very soon. This is definitely one of those moments where you want to be close to each other, or at least close enough to connect in case something like that happened. CK around the tier 2 tower, I was being his man. I was like, yeah, it's not your fault, bro, don't worry. Everyone feeds a bit. This time around, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Charge up. Oh, Solji. Gonna get caught here. There's no real escape here from the Spirit Breaker. Well, there is once you get Vortex, to be fair. He will be able to back off. Does commit all his leap charges for that. Still 3 down for the side of Felt. Roshan, luckily for Felt, is not going to respawn for another minute and a half.
Yeah.
So they've got time.
A bit of a longer respawn timer, right? So they should be happy with it.
But they just can't afford to keep losing this CK alone. That's it. Like one more time and you're in big trouble.
I mean, already, like the Drow now suddenly almost has the butterfly, right? Like, it's you get to a point in which you're in a completely dominant position, and then you just make a couple of mistakes, like 2 or 3, and that's it.
Jump in, Kits. Trying to get aggressive on his own. Bloody 9, gonna get the 2% off and the Soul Rip into the Nether Strike now on Kits, forcing the BKB up from the Storm. He's gonna back his way out of there.
He won't have BKB for Rosh fight though.
No, he won't. And
If-
now Butterfly is up.
Yeah, and they smoke up, because why not? You have the butterfly. You can charge in whenever he has a BKB on the Spirit Breaker.
Smoke on smoke. Soldier, he's gonna break the smoke here on both sides. Jump in, Hex is there on the Undying of all things. They do at least find Flea on the Rubik. They are bursting down somebody. It's gonna be Bloody 9. He'll buy back immediately. Needs to get into the team fight. Meanwhile, RCY, he's still fighting basically on his own as Russell's gonna jump in, hit immune. He's been caught out again, but a nice Vortex gonna save the day from Kids. They still lose the CK. Russell's going ham. Oh, the Space Cow. Still running, still trying to survive. In come the supports who brought back into this team fight. Can they keep the fight going? It does seem like they can. Fate is gone.
Storm buyback.
He will buy back Kits. Can he make it in time though? He's going to TP to the outpost with Fate and try to get a big Vortex off. Not finding anyone yet. Does eventually find Flea. Gets the dieback onto the Rubik, and now Bloody 9 will die back immediately as well.
They really didn't want to let this rush go, so they bought back what on two heroes. It's a dieback on the Undying, dieback on the Rubik, so it should be quite simple for them to secure this one. Maybe Spirit Breaker tries something. No BKB on him, so probably not. Overall, yeah, Felt in general have won this fight, as you're getting the Refresher, you're getting the Cheese and the Aegis. Refresher not that amazing on them. I guess you can give it to CK. He can have the double BKB, right? Double ult as well later on, which isn't that bad.
Well, it seems like they're going to keep it on Kits because they have the double Vortex as well.
Double Vortex is also pretty solid. Like, that big black hole basically from him. He won them that fight.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he did die, but he won them. I'm worried for CK a little bit. Like, if he's getting caught out of position throughout the game, now as well in team fights, he's maybe a little bit too eager to jump in. But I do like that he has faith in Storm, right? That's it. You wouldn't be doing that if you didn't have faith in Kits.
Yeah.
Kits is the one that follows up and turns the tide.
Drums out. Rather, Boots of Bearing out. They're just going to back off. They won't go for the tier 3 tower. They did not have their CK around. Hidden Immune going through the bot lane instead.
Now I know it. It's like, instead of this BKB on CK, I feel like Lincoln's would have been better earlier.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That may have been it.
And not one Lincoln's, they need more. They have one on Mirana. CK is buying one as well. That's pretty much it. That was the solution to the Spirit Breaker problem, right? The age-old Spirit Breaker problem solved by one shiny orb.
Easy.
One sphere. It's very blue.
It is very blue. Mid lane, Felt.
Radiant are scanning.
And they're just going to show up for a moment, clear out the creep wave, but not looking for too much. Mind you, there is an Arcane Rune bottled up for Kits as well. So, I mean, you've got everything you could ask for right now.
And the Refresher Orb is in him. So
Yes, got the shard ready.
the shard, yeah. They see them. They have a sentry on the ward and they're baiting on it. If anyone approaches, he's dead. Maybe they can send the illusions. Yeah, okay. This is how it has to be done.
Radiant's
We'll get rid of the ward. Zip in is there.
Oh, the
what a
charge.
charge out! Russell, still the Vortex. It's on 4 targets. Kits will lock them down. Bloody 9, somehow still alive. In fact, they lost the Storm. The Aegis is gone. Charge out again. It's perfectly timed. Kits, though, he'll get the BKB off down. Another double Vortex is there. Seems like they'll get the SB. The Spirit Breaker down. RCY also gone. Doesn't have buyback available.
CK.
Flee in the meantime. Has the zip away. Sunlight. CK, he's gone. Kits is still trying to salvage this team fight himself. It's still going well,
Nice
but now
gust.
the Gust comes out. They can turn it. Flee's in. Who's he got? Albino's gone. Kits needs to run out of there, but the Flea is on the chase. Charges out as well.
Charge.
Russell.
Like, he's
Russell.
caught,
Oh, he's
he's
going to
caught.
connect. He is going to connect in time. I cannot believe DogChamp won that fight.
Wait, Storm had enough mana to zip out in the end as well. but
He did?
He decided not to, yeah. The Gust was way too strong. The
How?
Spirit Breaker charge plus Gust just caught all of them there. An additional small little fact that Storm did, like, he used the shard just before he died, which was kind of unnecessary. Like, he could have used it after the Aegis,
Right. That's fair.
but at least he had the BKB afterwards anyway, so that was okay. But the first charge from the Spirit Breaker as Storm is zipping in,
Oh.
very unfortunate for him.
I mean, Kits is going to be so upset right now. Like, how many Vortexes does this man need to land before his team can follow up?
He's definitely, he's definitely carrying his team super hard this game. Well, he's not. They're losing at the moment, but he has been carrying them.
Well, now Tier 3 Tower going to be under siege here. DogChamp not looking to slow down anytime soon. They will go for the mid racks. And I can't believe it's DogChamp of all teams getting the first racks of the game, but it is. They'll get away with it.
Incredible. That's what happens when you lose a fight to a draw.
Yeah. And now the net worth lead is just gone. Less than 1k the way it felt. Nothing to write home about. Dota Plus going back the way of DogChamp again. 63% their way now. And well, I think this time, Lizard, you'd probably agree.
This time around, yeah, I kind of do agree. They do have... What's the buyback status? Let me check, wait. Okay, one on draw and one on gyro, and that's it. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Maybe they can do something if CK gets that buyback and then they try to take a fight with it. But the draw just looks very strong at the moment.
Fireman Smoke is there by DogChamp.
I think I like the smoke. I just wish they would take the high ground. I mean, just the triangle at least. When you're playing this draw, it's just so much easier to have good positioning around the cliff. Also for the tombstone. If you're on the low ground, oh, we'll see.
Here we go. Smoke on smoke scenario, Kits. He's going to zip right in. Does see Bloody Nine on the Undying. Wants to burst him down immediately. Bloody Nine, though, still surviving. Gets the tombstone down just in the nick of time. But eventually will go down. They'll burst down the tombstone. RCY still looking to go in for the team fight. He's going to go in, but he's basically on his own. Needs to remnant back out. They don't want to fight without their Undying. Sunlight, in the meantime, trying to back off. Will make it up for now. Russell, I believe, took the stun out with the shards. He's going to survive. In fact, now the mana. Kits is out of mana. Kits might be in trouble. Kits is gone. He has no buyback.
Without Kits, there's no way they take this fight. Brood.
Oh, boy, they've done it again. Can I just say, by the way, Lizard, Planetary Devastate, or Planet Pocket.
Planner Pocket.
Planet Pocket, that's what it's called. I thought it was Devastation. I think I was referring to Naruto. You probably wouldn't like that very much. Into the Mirana they go. They are
No,
gonna
I wouldn't like that much at all. Stop talking about the game. Did you just
I believe that's where the
sneak
name
in
comes from.
anime? You dirty weeb.
That was an accident, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But shout out to the people who probably recognized way before I did that I was making a Naruto reference. Onto the gyrocopter.
You made me.
It was an accident, I swear to God.
You made me talk about anime. I'm done. I'm done
Albino
with you.
Zebra.
Call John back.
I got it.
Production, call John back. I'm done.
Arrow not gonna land. Tier 4 towers under siege. DogChamp. Charge in. RCY Looking to buy the space for Sunlight to finish off the game. The tier 4 tower's gone. The Ancient's under siege. Can they defend?
They have buyback on Storm.
They're going to zip in. Kitz is going to try. He does chase down Sunlight. He's got the Drow under control. He's still the 4-staff away. He's going to be fine for now. The chase is still going, though. Stun. It's not going to land.
Damn, he fast.
He is fast, and he'll TP away. He's going to make it. So, Ancient is exposed. They got no other racks. I felt they're still in this game. They're not done yet.
They're still in the game. They truly are. As long as they don't make any overly aggressive movements with the Storm in which he remains with 0 mana, like, you never know. There's still a chance. Rush will respawn in a minute, and Spirit Breaker will still be dead for an additional 20 seconds, so without him, there's no control on the Corgi team, so you can get that Aegis.
What kind of name is Planner Pocket anyway? What kind of silly name is that?
Planner Pocket, yeah.
What does that even mean? What's a planner?
Planner? It's like a... I don't know how to explain it in English. It's like... It's a math term.
Okay. Well, my point was earlier, he did take the stun for the Drow. That was my point. Which allowed Sunlight to survive and win that bot team fight. Nevertheless, it's too late now. The smoke is there. Phil, we'll see if they can move their way high ground and try to find a pickoff.
Does he redirect something like Chaos Bolt? How does it work exactly?
I believe that's what it did. I believe he took the Chaos Bolt for the Drow. Again, I'd need a replay to make sure, but it's too late. We'll see
I don't
next
trust
time.
you anymore. I just feel that you're talking about some anime now. Like, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was honestly a mistake. I didn't mean to say Planetary Devastation. That is actually a Naruto reference, I'm pretty sure. I'm very glad you got to say it, though. That's fun.
Anyways, Roshan is being hit. 20 seconds. They're smoking up.
Can they make it, though? Roshan's already almost down.
It's too late.
It's gone.
It's an Aegis.
Refresh a shot again. Axe
Everything.
blessing.
Just give everything to Kits. Kits is your boy.
Well, they're going to give the Axe blessing at least to the CK. Of course, Kits already has the Axe up.
That's pretty good. Like,
That's a big one.
yeah, it's... If you remember, CK started being played because of that Axe a
yes.
year ago or something like that.
The FPS patch.
Exactly. It was a good save. Like, no matter what happens in a fight, you just save everyone with it. But it got nerfed, obviously.
Yeah.
Swift blink on the Drow, like he is just so big. Sunlight, all he has to worry about is positioning. If he positions himself well, he can take down any single one of these heroes, even with their puny armor.
Mid. They're going to see Fade. Arrow. It's going to see Bloody Nine there for a moment. Kits, he'll zip in. Flesh Golem is there with the Tombstone drop, but they'll deal with the Tombstone immediately. Still RCY going to make the jump in. Bloody Nine is gone. Kits out of mana now. Probably needs to just get rid of that Aegis and go for the reset. He will die on the high ground. They find him a second time. It seems like they will back off after the BKBs wear off.
Yeah, I think that's safer. You kill the Storm once, your Undying committed his buyback, you move back.
We're 5 minutes away from 16 minutes, by the way, Lizard.
Do you
T5
think-
items.
Do you think we're gonna see them?
No, now that I've said it, we're definitely not going to see it.
Yeah, because they're smoking up already.
Nobody wants the tier 5s. Nobody ever wants to play with them.
They're just circling all the way around. They know exactly where the R team is, but they're just trying to figure out the right angle to engage. Going from behind would be solid because Storm is probably looking to zip in.
Well, Lincoln's broken, hit immune. He's still being charged, though. It's going to connect here from Russell. Now the strike. No, the Vortex going to make sure that Russell can't keep going, but there's the strike anyway.
CK.
Oh, the CK.
CK.
It's a lot of damage. Sunlight is gone. Or rather, Hit Immune is gone. Sunlight's the one doing all the damage, but a massive Vortex again from Kits, trying to save the day. Sunlight trying to fight back. They've got the chains out. Onto the Storm. Kits is gone to boot.
That's game.
That might just be game. They'll buy back onto the Drow. It's almost definitely game.
Yeah, that's game.
What a game one we've seen between these two teams. Whew.
Back and forth.
I mean, they haven't called it yet, but there's no buybacks left. It's only Fade versus the world.
Do you think he can do it?
Oh, you know, you never know, I guess.
One brood suddenly. If they changed webs to instantly inflict 5,000 damage the moment you hit them, and then he plants like a bazillion of them around the base, perhaps.
Yeah, but then we'd basically be playing Australia rather than Dota.
Oh yeah, that's your life.
Yeah. You don't want to walk into those webs, let me tell you, Lizard, it's not a fun time.
Oh, you did that?
Many, many times, sir. As Ancient will go down, they'll finally call the GG. They've had enough, obviously.
I've seen those videos of the streets covered like in spiderweb. Like, doesn't look enjoyable.
No, it certainly doesn't. It isn't a zero, especially when you have to do with the flying ones, the ones that just fall out of the sky.
Flying spiders.
It is a legitimate thing. Don't even get me started. Still, that is going to be game one between Dogchap and Felt. What a game it was. We almost approached the 60-minute mark, but of course, like I said, I jinxed it completely. We're not going to see it.
It was a good game.
It was a great game. We're going to head over to the panel and see what they thought about this game number one.
What a game number one indeed. Very exciting from those two teams. You know, both teams struggling to go high ground, almost as much as MLP was struggling to pronounce planar pocket. But I got two panelists with me who had a lot of fun watching this game, a bit of back and forth. They debated you guys as well. You both came in here early, be like, this game's over. T-Panda first, then Fear, and then like 5 minutes later, it actually ended.
I mean, how did they not throw in there? Like, I was walking back, like, there's 2 heroes dead, no buyback, so I won't be able to fill you in what happened there because I was en route here, but they held on, and this game was kind of crazy. Like, it was back and forth from the beginning, but RCY, he did not disappoint. Like, he didn't crush. Right. Yeah, I mean, he didn't crush the game like he did in Division 2, but he played really well, and I'm still impressed by his performance here, as well as Sunlight. He also had quite a few good gusts that just caught the Storm right when he zipped in. I was very impressed by how he was able to make this Drow work in this game.
Yeah, and considering like the Ember versus Storm matchup, he did crush that matchup, definitely. Yeah. That was very impressive from RCY, and it was a big piece to the team to kind of keep it together. Sunlight, he would get these good silences off from time to time, but man, did he become public enemy number one. Always Kits jumping on top of him. Fade always following around. If they don't have the Tombstone to focus down, it's both the Storm and the Brood constantly on top of the Drow, taking away a big portion of damage. But as this game progresses forward on and on and on, stuns become huge tools in this game, especially with a hero like CK Chaos Bolt in the game. You got 2 to 4 seconds. Most of the time we see these around 4-second stuns coming out. And even with the Vortex, the Rubik can still set the Chaos Bolt, make it even stronger. And then we talked about the Pocket. You get that extra stun if it is the Chaos Bolt being redirected. That's another one. And the Rocket, that can also get sent back. How do you play on Felt when the BKBs run out? If it's just Kits trying to make these desperate plays, because Berna, Hot Immune, just gets completely blown up by the stuns. He doesn't get to play the game as it goes plus 50 minutes.
Indeed, the Pluna Pukit is
planetary devastation.
yes, Mike would say. Certainly coming in clutch in this game, feeling the power of it. Overall, Spirit Breaker, you know, it looked pretty cool. Maybe not the Brood destroying tool we were hoping it would be, but what did it achieve there?
I mean, it managed to push the lanes out really well. It did get him kills on Brood, where they did charge across the map multiple times and kill the Brood with it. One for an interesting build with the Meteor Hammer build, I think it was pretty good. It was very successful in the early game. I think what we were talking about earlier was that like this item is so good in the early stages, but like later on he kept trying to channel it in situations where it wasn't necessarily needed. So I think a lot of people are still understanding how this item's working. Kind of feels like just in the late game, like you just don't need to use the channel time anymore. You got what you want out. It's a cheap item, gives you regen, gets you the tier 1s. Just sell at that point. But back to the Spirit Breaker, I think it was a pretty good pickup. I think I'm debating it really hard. It's like, would have Underlord been better? Because like he lost this lane pretty hard, and the CK was very, very farmed, which may have been a reason why this wasn't so easy for them. Because like in Division 2, Dog like just swept everyone. Like it wasn't close, and this was a very close game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's supposedly what you would expect from a team that shuffles, you know. Gotta find your pace once again. Some new players coming in. I did think that Flea was pretty cool on the Rubik. Only for that final base defense kind of moment where he was jumping into the fountain and out again with the ball lightning. That was pretty cool. But I think when it comes to MVP, we got to give it to RCY, you know, the kid, the 16-year-old prodigy from the NA region on the Ember Spirit, just absolutely turning up. I mean, in the mid lane, he did fantastically as well, right?
Yeah, I had 3 players for MVP on my mind, but it has to be RCY #1. I would have put Flea, who was the only American POS4 player in Tour 1, as the 3rd. Russell, who played a really good Spirit Breaker 2, but RCY, he outshines. Like, the way that he gets to play this game from the laning stage, the impact that he has, the kind of positioning and reading capabilities guy has, with added fast reactions. He's a youngster. He's really quick to think on his decision making. What does he need to do? What does he want to do? And how does he flare on top of that to confuse his opponents? I think that was what RCY on Ember Spirit could do the absolute best. They were so focused on Sunlight. RCY gets a brilliant game for himself. Sometimes you just got to sack a core so another one gets to shine.
Yeah, sometimes it's got to be that way. And, you know, it did feel like a hard drow game in the end. Like, you know, I kind of didn't pick up on it too much in the draft, but when you get into the game, you've got 2 heroes which can just stay on top of you this entire time. But in the end, you know, it just didn't end up working out. I mean, I want to ask you, what was the breaking point in this game? But then again, it was so back and forth. There was This game was all breaking points.
I mean, one of the big breaking points was the one where Rubik stole like the ball lightning. I think at that point their chances were quite low of winning that game, but like Flea stole that, got multiple kills on top of that. So yeah, that was for me was the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that as well. I thought after the 4th Roshan, they wouldn't let this game slide anymore, but they were already running on buybacks. There's no second chances, no coming back. That bottom high ground push attempt came just down to a couple mistakes played here and there. The BKBs ran out, and then those stuns really came into play. So a bit of misfortune you could put on their side. But Dogchamp played it really well together.
Yeah, and I feel like the Storm Spirit play with the Aegis as well, going onto that cliff. I thought that was really strange. Like, just because you can use your Aegis doesn't mean you should use your Aegis necessarily, but...
on an Undying.
Yeah. It was interesting. It was interesting. But overall, it is going to be Team Dogchamp taking game #1 eventually, which means we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to come back for game #2 of the series. We'll see you in a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back to the NA DPC as we are halfway through, potentially halfway through, that's kind of a BM thing to say, or potentially 1/3 of the way through a series between DogChamp and Felt. Yeah, maybe some bad omens here, but I mean, it wasn't a convincing game one, that's for sure. It was messy, it was brutal, it was back and forth, but in the end, DogChamp were able to take it as we were kind of expecting, but certainly nothing close to what we saw from them in Div 2, at least so far. But let's find out what happens in game number 2 as we jump into the draft for this one. Anything you really want to see Felt maybe getting rid of or addressing in their draft this time?
Ember Spirit has to be contested.
I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Would you just first pick it then, or what?
Potentially.
Because like they have first pick, right? And they had the counter pick. I feel like they should just counter it harder because their counter pick for Ember. Ember's a hero that's really easy to abuse. It's not that strong in the lane. Storm, it's supposed to win for Ember mid. It didn't because RCY is just really good and talented at laning. But you can pick something that requires no skill like a Huskar and make sure it cries and you have no game in RCY. And I think that could be a much better approach. So I want to see a harder counter to this Ember if it does come out for DogChamp because yet again we have the same like pick order and side. So it's kind of like a mirror match here.
Yeah, and it could just be a mirror draft as well.
Yeah, if we get the Mirana again, we'll see.
Let's see if they want to take it. Like, I think the Mirana was a good idea, but does Solji have anything up his in his pockets that he's also comfortable with in the pause 4 role? Because we've known him to play Mirana. Okay. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. I mean, the guy's moved to a new role. He's been spamming this hero in pubs in order to kind of learn at least a pos 4 hero. So they're going to take it first phase to secure him that comfort for him and his team. And, you know, they did play around it reasonably well. You know, they drafted around it with the Gyrocopter and the Storm Spirit. They clearly had ideas on how to make it work. It's not just one player being like, this is my puddle. Let me jump in it.
And it was 2 unguaranteed stuns on the side of Felt. Then they added up the CK to get themselves even more, like a guaranteed control. And yep, it's going to be a mirror draft up till now.
But
the
Storm
thing
is banned. So
Storm is banned, so that's going to be changing either now with this first phase pick mid, or they leave it for second phase, meaning DogChamp's going to be targeting more of Kits' hero pool. That's kind of bringing up into mind stuff like the Pango, which we've kind of already discussed through, which is an option. You discussed the Huskar idea. Probably not a first phase material mid hero, but could do it if you're feeling very frisky.
yeah, you'd have to be feeling definitely really frisky to do that. But you have to keep, I like this a lot more. Like Huskar is definitely a later pick in the draft because it has a lot more counters. But SF, it's a great hero. It goes mid lane. It does extremely well. I don't expect RCY to have as good of a mid lane performance here because his lane should be hard. But if he manages to win this matchup, I don't know what to say. Like that is just that'll be like beyond hard, especially because like Kits does play a really good SF. I've seen him punish Ember's last tour with this pick, and he knows how to play this matchup. So I'm expecting good things for him this game. And this is kind of the weakness of like having this Ember too early. The Storm I thought was like, it wasn't enough. This is definitely enough. I think they're on the right track with their draft.
Yeah, and like kind of talking about this SF as well, I think that's 100% going to be mid and no safe lane because I can't see any safe lane SF games here, and he is 5-1 on it currently.
Yep, definitely a stable pick for Felt to try and secure themselves that mid lane. Not a huge amount of synergy with the Mirana, you know, not that kind of setup there, but that's okay. They've still got plenty of more drafting to be done to get that one sorted out, so not too worried in that regard. Ban's going to come out for both teams. We're expecting to see the kind of classic Ember counters being taken out by DogChamp. Felt probably looking to secure the Shadow Fiend in terms of any big kind of jump in and burst damage. Things like that is what you need to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, I mean, the Drow Ranger shreds through the armor as an agility hero. That's a really good ban there. And I think what we're going to have to see is if Burno's going to play something less greedy, because you do have an SF mid, and inherently that hero is a carry, no matter what role you put it in. So I'd like to see him give him like as late of a pick as possible. Hopefully he can see his matchup, but knowing DogChamp, they probably won't allow that to happen. So he's going to be in a little bit of a weird spot, having to pick a hero that is a little bit active. I'd like to see... NP is banned. I mean, I would even go back if you really want to. Go back to the Lina. The hero is not that bad. It guarantees wins its lane. It has a stun. Like, it could be good. I think some people are really, like, not remembering this hero still in the game. Of course, you have Rebellion who remember too well how good this hero is and first picks it, but later on in the draft, I think this hero is still very viable.
At least in terms of like draft ideology or ideals that you're looking for. In the case of Felt, last time they had the carry pick and DogChamp got the offlaner to get themselves a good laning matchup, which it didn't actually go that way, like at least massively. The CK could stand his ground really well. I'd like to see Felt swap that around a little bit and have their offlane in the last phase, and instead with that double pick in the second phase, pick the carry to force Dogchamp to go for the offlane pick, because then you also kind of see what kind of combination can they build around with the SF and the +1 on the +1. So I feel like you get a bit of a more like better view of what Felt wants to do as a team if they save that offlane for the last phase. But I could be completely wrong here.
Interesting. So one more thing I'm looking for from Felt here as well is something to help catch out the Ember Spirit in the mid game as well. Because at the moment, you've got the lane sorted, but you really want to get this kind of catch which can sort out your Ember. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the Mirana as well, right? A brawling hero to jump in, get that initial lockdown, and try and catch out the Ember Spirit. Because even if you do shut him down in lane, there's every possibility you can find a few fights and still have a game here. I think it wouldn't be overkill to suggest they need one more tool just to deal with him.
Yeah, that could work. And also taking into account Dogchamp when they go for this 15th pick, Albana Zebra, he's got 4 heroes that he's really been playing. We know him from the Treant, we know him from the Jakiro, but he's also added in the Undying and the Warlock. So it's most likely going to be one of those 4 heroes, and I don't think Treant is going to be that hot of a pick with the Ember Spirit. So Jakiro could work, Undying could work, Warlock, and so hence they see what's already up against in the off lane. They could just go for the safe lane carry and just leave things a bit open, because are you too afraid of a Jakiro when you're playing a Shadow Fiend? Only when you're casting Requiem and Ice Path on cooldown. He goes for the Treants, okay? So that was one of them that they were thinking about. However, that leaves like, what are the combos you want to go with this Treant Protector now?
With Treant, I mean, they get to see their lane a little bit, so I think I was looking more on like what Felt needs for their lineup here, because like they could pick their carry here, but I still think they should just pick their stun here, because you already have an SF mid. It's pretty greedy. You want a carry as well, and I never want to see a carry be this person that has to run around and make space on the map. I mean, they're going to go with a different route here. This is like trying not to lose the lane, because Tree, he punches and he punches hard, right? And some people don't want to get hit by that, which is understandable. But at the same time here, like, Enigma did get nerfed quite a bit. Like, you can no longer deny like the range creep ever. It's just too high level. So like you have to deny the melee creeps now, which doesn't help you in your case of getting the lane back in momentum. You're not denying as much EXP. So that whole part of the Enigma is really going to struggle. But what I really worry about here now is this: Tiny needs to have a good game. Because like Enigma is greedy. Like, you buy Greaves, SF is gonna be greedy too. He's gonna farm. They really need to just like do well in these laning stage. Otherwise, like if they lose the lane somehow, and then Tiny there's gonna be no space for him to farm a dagger. And if he doesn't get a dagger, who's stunning any heroes on the map? If they run at you, who's gonna deal with this Ember? Because they have not fixed this problem. Like RCY, he has to do really poorly in the lane. If he managed to get out even decently well, they have no stuns for him.
So is there any way they can cover that as well with their carry, or is that just asking too much from your position 1?
I mean, it's asking a lot. I mean, you're basically just asking him at that point not to play carry. You're just like, you're the off-laner now, right? And it can work.
It could work with SF, yeah.
Like, he just plays like some carry DK and just buys a Blink Dagger, and he just becomes like that stun for the team, knowing SF and Enigma will take care of the mid-late game, which is, it can work.
I think I'd like to see that.
Yeah, and also like the kind of idea that we've had is you win most of your games through the mid lane, especially when you talk about the laning stage. Like, you have to win your lanes, but it's been the mid lane that has had the most impact so far in terms of what happens in the 12 to 16 minutes time period when you want to take that first proper skirmish with 3v3, 4v4, if the tower's still up and you want to fight that. And you've got heroes that can't really siege against the Treant Protector, right? Because you can hold these towers up a lot. You need to put a higher commitment to it. With Shadow Fiend, Mirana, Tiny, yes, that works. With Enigma, no. Enigma doesn't really get to do that. He's going to be forcing out a side lane. He's going to be pushing out, getting some extra pressure around the map. But they need to succeed with a carry hero that either has to be super early. I'm looking at like the Bloodseeker type of heroes that can just brawl right away. Do they go again for the CK idea, which I'm not completely opposed to, since Dogchamp, they brought up the Visage, a Sunlight specialist, but now most likely not going to be a carry Visage, unless we're going to see like a reminiscent to Huck here in the North American region. So
I'm wondering.
It is an East European special, though.
Yeah, Felt are banning out carry, so they're not wondering. They think this is the off lane.
Yeah,
that would make the most sense.
The Luna is a good band. The good old cheese there. The aura does work on the birds, so that is a combination that has been used a lot. And,
sorry to interrupt. That could actually be carry Visage, because I don't see a single game on Russell.
But do we see any games on Russell?
There's a decent amount. He's not played Visage once. One game only. That's all I can find.
Okay, all right.
So we can leave it open.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not want to play Visage versus Enigma personally. That does not sound like a good lane for Visage.
you really like your XP on that hero. I mean, I guess that's not as relevant now that the range creep can't be denied.
You just can't kill the Eidolons.
Yeah,
You can't touch
yeah.
them. Like, you're going to get massively out-CS'd, and I think that's a situation you don't want to be in. So hopefully Russell does play this Visage, because I really would not advise it this game to put in the carry, or the carry role.
Yeah, I guess it does balance out a little bit with this Stream Protector in the lane, because you get that extra sustain. Visage only has 0 or 1 armor. I'm not exactly
I mean, they just
sure,
have to go
but
for kills. I
yeah.
mean, if I'm Enigma
Yeah, you
here,
have to.
I'm not like looking to harass the Visage. I'm just going to get every CS because Visage's CSing is terrible.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the eyes of like an Enigma player, that those Eidolons, if you keep the hero further away, those Eidolons at level 3, when you get the second point in it, they actually hurt a lot on targets that have 0 to 3 armor. They punch about 70 to 80 damage in unison. When you get the multiplied, Visage does not stand a chance against the Eidolons. So there's the Bloodseeker that at least gives them some pressure on the other lane, but
It is fast. I mean, more ways than one. But like at the same time, you are playing against an Ember. A hero that doesn't mind getting ruptured. Visage doesn't mind getting ruptured either. You can just get the shard and become immune. So it's like it fits. Like he knows he needs to play fast, but this isn't necessarily a good Bloodseeker game by any means. And Monkey King does not really care getting ruptured either, because he's just going to cast his ultimate. So it's going to be a little more difficult, I think, to play this game.
The only thing I like about this Bloodseeker pick is it does give them the ability to get a Gleipnir at a decent timing, which I think is going to be kind of insane this game. Like, that item just looks crazy against pretty much everyone on Dog Champ. It looks like a really strong pickup. So that's something which makes me lean a little bit Felt's way. But I don't know. I'm not even sure I want to ask for predictions, considering how crazy Game 1 was. But, I mean, what do you think needs to go right for both of these teams? T-Panda, what needs to go right for Dog Champ?
the thing to go right for Dog Champ, well, we already talked about RCY's laning matchup. It's going to be a lot harder. Can he survive that? Does he get stomped in his lane, or does he tie it up, which would be a fantastic win for them? And leading on to there, Visage needs to have a game. Monkey King, we see this hero. He can farm up. He can get himself a very good position. But I think it really falls down to, like, how does the Ember and the Visage fare this game?
T-Panda, fair?
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, for Felt, right?
For Fel,
Yeah, I mean, I think they really need to win every lane. It's simple as that, because I think their lineup is going to be very difficult to pull off if they don't. I think they're going to get outscaled. You picked Enigma for the late game, but you're playing versus a tree. He has the overgrowth, so you don't have that tool either. So I think this game's going to be very difficult if it goes late and they're not up like 10, 20k gold.
Alrighty, well, those are the conditions. Let's find out what's going to happen in game number 2 of Dog Champ versus Felt here at the NA DPC with MLP and Lizard.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game number 2 here between Dog Champ and Felt. Lizard, you heard the panel trying to explain why Bloodseeker might be good. I'm just going to say it's terrible. I mean, it's Bloodseeker. It's a terrible pick. Trash hero.
What's up with all the hate from you guys?
It's a trash hero.
Calm down, boys. It's Felt. They've got this.
I'm not saying it's
They've-
Felt. I'm saying this Bloodseeker hero in the POS 1 role is trash.
Well, yeah. Kinda, yeah. At the same time, though, like there are these teams that just love some awkward position ones or a little bit different position ones. If they have a spammer that plays the hero a lot, he can make it work. So I have some faith in it, not a lot. Not necessarily, it's not like I don't have faith in the Bloodseeker because of the Bloodseeker. It's just that you have an SF on the mid lane. Like you have SF and Bloodseeker. I'm not sure. Maybe SF with the Blink Dagger, like we saw in the last NA DPC day.
Right.
That could work. Who was it? Was it Bryle?
That was Abed.
Abed, yeah.
Yeah.
He-
That kind of makes it hard.
They lost as well. But he did very well.
That he did. But that's Abed for you. He tends to do pretty well no matter what happens. Still, bounty runes, 2 for 2 trade, I believe. Yeah, deny out from Fade. Doesn't want to get caught out, but still does anyway. Lift is going to be there, but they won't have the damage or the control to finish off the Enigma. So it's going to be a 2 for 1 trade in the favor of Dog Champ, as again, they did deny off one of the bounties here on the side of Felt. Let's start off with this mid lane, shall we? You've got the Ember from RCY once again, this time around against Kits on the SF. Now, You pointed it out many times last game, and you did say Kits was basically carrying the game for them in that storm. But on this SF, like, you already sound you don't sound very confident in the pickup or the draft. Do you think he can kind of have a repeat performance?
So basically, what I would like to see in this game is Kits actually carrying, like doing the normal carry build on the SF, and Bloodseeker being the more active one. I feel that that might fit the playstyle of the two players a bit more. Because I'm not questioning Kits. It's just that I'd like to see Hit Immune just do more early on, right? Create space for the SF, and then SF comes online, perhaps carries you.
Speaking of Hidden Immune, he's going to be there with Albino Zebra on the Mirana. Bloody Nine going to be on the POS 4 train, and Russell going to be there on the Visage. This lane doesn't seem too bad at all for the side of Phil, right? Like the Bloodseeker Mirana doesn't feel like they're going to have the biggest issues against Visage train.
It depends, I would say, like how you play it, because the Soul Assumption can really hurt both the Mirana and the Bloodseeker.
And as we're talking about that, bottom lane First Blood has been drawn. Solji to go down on that POS 4 Tiny. Seems like Sunlight already able to secure First Blood as top lane. Bloody Nine dropping low, will survive just barely. Albino Zebra also barely surviving. Plenty of action across the map already, but the main point being First Blood does go to the way of the POS 1 Monkey King.
Yeah, they got the level 2s earlier on bottom lane. One of those things that Enigma really suffers from right now. Can't convert the range creep any longer. You knock on his door, you're like, hey, can I interest you in my Eidolon story? He says, no, go away. Leave me alone. Never come to this house again. They got level 2 earlier, so telekinesis obviously helped out. Tiny falls.
Very, very sad indeed for Phil to get started. I mean, if there's one hero you don't want to give First Blood gold away to, it's the POS 1 Monkey King this game. Here we go again. Fade. No, he's going to be all right this time. It's just a casual balance to secure some creeps.
Yeah, just killing the Eidolons as well, right? Like Fade Vault plus Boundless.
It's tough to actually keep these Eidolons alive, that isn't. But the thing is, for Solji on that POS 4 Tiny, like, there's not much he can really do to save them.
Well, he can't really. Like, he can maybe toss Rubik or Monkey onto the Enigma as he's under the tower, but that's about it. Besides that, maybe creep skip? I'm not sure. Like, the lane at the moment is terrible. Enigma will die.
Here we go again. Fade is dead. Sunlight picks up a second kill on this Monkey King.
He didn't have Eidolons, right? Like, the demonic conversion is on a really long cooldown. He lost them earlier, so he tried to sneak in some experience, gets punished immediately.
It's pretty tough already. Like, you've given 2 kills away, both to the MK. Like, you heard the panel and you heard yourself, Lizard. Like, nobody seems to have faith in this draft.
I try not to listen to myself.
Well, I mean, the thing is, nobody seems to have faith in this draft from Felt. And when you're giving this much farm back the way of the Monkey King already, it's a kind of a concerning sign.
Yeah, I'd be more worried if, let's say, Ember was the one getting all that farm. Like, it's concerning, but it's still a carry. Like, for me, carry getting a really good lane, obviously it's important. But you can always deal with that. You send your mid laner there, you kind of gank him a couple of times. But then I look at their draft and they have Bloodseeker and an SF. I'm not sure who's going to be ganking here.
That's kind of the issue.
It's like, if you want to recover after the laning stage, how do you do it? Like, who does the majority of the work in the mid game?
That's a question we're going to find out later on, I think. I don't know the answer to that either. We'll see. 2-0 so far, 4.5 minutes in though. Happy days right now for DogChamp. Felt not too far behind. Like, Kits is having a decent old time, and Hidden Immune is also having a pretty good time in his safe lane at the moment as well. So it's really only the off lane that's struggling right now for Felt. I suppose, you know, it is those Enigma changes just making it more difficult for him to actually try and win out this laning stage.
Yeah, this hero just got dumpstered patch after patch, and he's still viable. That's what's the craziest thing about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
Enigma, just remember a year ago what that hero was. Like, demonic conversion on a long cooldown, on a low cooldown, sorry. You can use it constantly on a range creep every single wave.
It was amazing.
Those were the days, the golden Enigma days.
Fade Gonna get lifted up again. Avalanche will be there. That'll be enough to allow him to get out, but now they'll just turn onto Solji instead. Solji gonna try to run, but they have the Primal Spring in. Still running, still trying to get out, but it seems like eventually they'll have the damage. And believe it or not, Sunlight's gonna pick up his third kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Russell, he's okay. Hidden Immune forced to back away. They will throw out a Soul Assumption, but not really gonna do enough damage. Nevertheless, like, going back, I mean, this is the third kill for the Monkey King, and we're only 6 minutes in.
Yeah, he's maybe getting a little bit too much. Like, this is one of those games in which he can even get an earlier style of an item build and just dominate. Doesn't have to, like, he can go a full greed, but when you get such a good start, you can capitalize on it.
Fade. Gonna get dive past his T2, T1 tower in a moment. It seems that maybe they've gone a bit too far. Solji would love a toss back, does actually find it. Sunlight taking a bit too much damage, but does get the de-aggro on the T1 tower. Even glyphing up the wave to make sure he takes no tower damage.
That glyph was sick. Like, that glyph was really good. Tower continues hitting the range creep. He doesn't eat any of the hits.
Yeah. Sunlight, though, I mean, I think he's learned he can't really just dive T1 towers like that, you know?
I don't think he ever learned.
No.
But, yeah. Every game he gets reminded.
Right.
That's all.
Courier has been killed.
That's fair.
Kills the courier of Enigma.
That's something.
I think there was nothing on it, though. He was just waiting for the energy booster.
Now, they really are not allowing these Eidolons to survive even for a second.
Yeah, instant boundless into Fate Bolt. Such an annoying thing to play against if you're Enigma.
Yeah.
At this point, just don't skill them, you know. Don't convert them. How are you enjoying the mid lane?
Mid lane, I mean, it's
Nice.
pretty even a fair, I suppose.
Pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah, it's going pretty well. Like, they're both pretty much even in net worth, right?
Yep, like SF and Ember. Still though, SF getting some stacks, like farming the jungle.
Bot lane, Solji again, being chased down.
Top lane as well, 3 and dies.
Bloody Nine's gone. Solji still trying to run, but they have the balance to lock him down. Avalanche, though, may have just bought him enough time. And it seems like it should have. He will be able to walk away. At least Bloody Nine does go down. So Felt they do find something for their trouble here across
Top
the map.
roam. Okay.
I'll see why he's going to be okay as well.
Yeah, an interesting turn of events. On the bottom lane, they don't get the tiny. On top lane. Top lane is a really weird one, but Visage just hit 6, so it becomes 10 times easier for him. Like this lane, Visage into Bloodseeker, it's like, I can't say that it's one or the other favored. It's all about how you play it, because Bloodseeker can heal up from the creeps, but if you manage to keep him low, like you can solo assumption him constantly. He has a lot of armor, not a lot of HP early on. It kind of depends on the position 4s, I suppose. And 3, and like, he's strong, but he's not necessarily the best with Visage in the lane. Like, if you have an additional nuker, someone like Tiny, then it becomes scary, because Soul Assumption plus another nuke and you're just blowing shit up.
Yeah. This hasn't been the case, though, at all. But nevertheless, like you said, he's hit level 6 now, so he should have a much better time. Meanwhile, mid lane, Solji was getting dived by ICY past the tier 1 tower, but does think better of it. Didn't know where the SF was, so does back himself out. Just a bit of a warning shot here by the Ember. And so 3-2 now. Very slight net worth lead the way it felt. Again, Sunlight's my main concern here for the side of Felt, but you know, Hidden Immune, he's having a pretty decent time. 4.2k right now on the Bloodseeker. Gonna have a pretty nice Maelstrom timing as well.
Yeah, and even though he did get 3 kills already on Monkey, a lot of creeps were denied from him, I suppose, in the lane, so it kinda mitigates it a little bit at least. It's not a lot, but a little bit.
Yeah. These Eidolons, every time I look back to this bot lane,
They're just gone.
they're just gone every time. Like,
Yeah.
the Primal Spring Boundless, you don't even need the Rubik anymore.
He's got a black hole though now. Like, you see the smoke? Instantly.
It's coming.
Yep.
Oh, Primal Spring into the small camp as well. This could be terrible timing for him. Sunlight, Avalanche is going to connect. Toss is available. They will commit it. All the raises connecting as well, and that's a massive pick off there for Kits.
Yep.
Exactly what you wanted to see if you are Felt.
His team is pushing top and taking down the tier 1 tower, so maybe it was time for him to abandon the bottom tier 1 tower and move deeper into the jungle. Then again, he was dominating so hard that I don't blame him for trying to, you know, just stick around.
Yeah. But now they can start on this bottom tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
Bloody Knight is there to try and defend, but this tree just doesn't seem as effective at all.
Wait, Monkey is deeping in.
Could be dangerous Fade. He still has that black hole available. He's going to see Sunlight in the tree line. Oh, and he gets him as well. A two-man black hole. In comes the Requiem, and in comes the Tiny. They're going to kill Sunlight straight off the bat.
Amber is here, but
And what can RCY do?
it's kind of alone, yeah.
He does at least find the Tiny, but it's just not
He's got
worth it.
Arcane Rune. He's still sticking around.
Chipping away. Does have to run back eventually. Meanwhile, top lane, Rupture was there on Russell. Russell, I believe, went for a TP out, but the arrow does connect from Albino Zebra.
The Rupture was still on him anyway, so he couldn't really get out. Overall, the bottom move in which Monkey is TPing where Treant is, I'm not sure. They must have seen Enigma as well behind the tower, so... a bit of a throw. He had a significant net worth lead on that position 1. 3 kills, and now suddenly he's below the SF, below the Bloodseeker. Just wanted a little bit too much out of that bottom lane.
That he did. So now 4-6. 2k advantage again for Phil. Things going pretty well considering the doubts we had about their draft. I mean, they're doing a pretty damn good job in securing all the farm they need.
Yeah,
Solji. Gonna be chased down here by RCY, but Albino Zebra is gonna be there with a very nice arrow onto RCY. Now it's gonna be I say it's gonna be enough to force him back. He does go for another cheeky sleight of fist.
He really wants to make stuff happen. He has an arrow on Rubik, so maybe that's what they're planning. Some chains into arrow. It's really easy to set up with the Rubik because he instantly fires it.
Well, they are gonna back off again. Smoke is there. See what they
Okay.
can find with this.
Radiant are scared.
Well, they're going somewhere towards top. I feel like this will be a miss. Everyone from Felt is playing around bottom. I wish they played around bottom last game this much when they had the Brood.
Yeah, tell me about it. Here we go. They're going to wrap around. Kits is going to be spotted out here on the SF, but do you have enough? Arrow will land just in the nick of time, so the Requiem does get cancelled off. They have the Familiars to follow up now. A nice avalanche stolen by Flea. Lift up. Kits is still trying to get this Requiem off. They just perma-stun him for such a long time. Russell with a TP
Arrow.
away, but the arrow just in the nick of time, coming off cooldown. Albino might drop for this, or maybe not even. RCY can't keep the chase up. Hit immune, proving to be a real nuisance here on this Bloodseeker. Chasing them down. We'll find Flea, but in comes Sunlight. Primal Spring with the Wukong's command, going to ensure they kill off the Bloodseeker.
And that's a Battle Fury completed on him now as well. From that
Huge
kill.
team fight.
Huge team fight, exactly. Like, they kill both of the biggest cores on the side of Felt. And the Battle Fury is being sent now to him. He makes another, well, a stack of Hard Camp at least. He has the Ancients stacked already. He can farm them up. It feels good to be this Monkey King at the moment.
That it does.
Is under attack.
1k advantage to the way of Felt, but a great team fight to go the way of Dogchamp.
Smoke.
They are going to smoke up. And they're going to find Fade.
He's got a mech.
He does. Is it going to be enough, though? Chains actually did end up landing in the end. Fade. Still trying to run, and yeah, like you said, the mech. It's going to prove to be enough. They just don't have enough lockdown at the moment with those level 1 chains to really secure any damage.
They've got Smoke, they've got Black Hole. Like, this could be a play now. Just because you know exactly where they are, or where they were at least, but nope. Instead, they decide to chill out, wait for the Greaves.
They did this last game as well with Fade's Broodmother. You were kind of saying the same thing last time around. Like, you know, I believe you said rotate mid for Fade and just try to abuse the mech timing, but you know, he's going to be a little bit greedier and go for the Guardian Greaves. We'll see if it pays off for him. Like last game around, they did kind of suffer due to that.
Yeah, this time around, maybe it's a bit justified. It's not a Brood, it's an Enigma. Like, you want to be chilling on the bottom lane, pushing in. If you have the black hole, I guess you can rotate, but both of these teams really aren't interested in the tier 1s on the mid lane. Like, they are just doing their own thing, farming up. Eventually a team fight, if it happens there, the towers might fall as a collateral.
To top lane. Solji messing around with this Monkey King. Meanwhile, RCY could be in a bit of danger, though Chains is out. They've got the sentry to notice this SF trying to go for a Requiem play. So RCY, he can just keep trying, but Fade does show up. Make sure they can't keep chasing the SF. In the meantime, Russell does get caught on the Visage. So plenty of action happening across the map as Russell does end up dying. Albino able to pick that one up. It does seem like Felt getting ready to try and be a little bit more aggressive, perhaps.
Yeah, the Greaves are flying out, so time to use them in a couple of fights. Perhaps pressure the tier 1. But right now it's kind of hard even to use the black hole, right? Like, you're playing into the Rubik. Always have to be careful not to get stolen from you.
Arrow is taken for now from Flea. That black hole certainly the big spell he really wants.
I was wrong, by the way. The Greaves aren't flying out. He just switched up from the Greaves into the Shard.
Oh. I mean, all right. We'll see how it works for him.
The Shard isn't bad. I don't mind it. But usually it's what, Aetherlands plus Shard build? Because you get the range, then you can set up with the Malefice into Black Hole. It's quite of an alright build, but okay. He does it this way. It's also about the Rubik, I guess. Just get as much utility as you can out of this offlane without actually having to go all in on the Black Hole. Because for the Black Hole you need what? You need Lincolns, you need BKB, and you need Blink. I don't think he's getting all of those items anytime soon.
No, certainly not.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dog Champ, they might need to address that mid-tier 1 tower being kind of pushed in here by the creeps. Feld in the meantime, hanging around the bottom side of the map. Smoke is going to be popped. They've got a 3-man smoke going. Love to find RCY in the on the Ember if they can.
Yeah, they have a blink on that Tiny, so that's the biggest change now. Like, with that blink, if he jumps the right target, it could be massive.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is under attack.
no one is really showing on this side. Like, they know, right? They're kind of expecting it.
Well, Flea does reveal himself for a moment, but that's not really the target.
Radiant structures are fortified.
T1 tower going to be cliffed up here, so it does remain protected for a little bit. Very, very annoying into the train, of course. Bloody Nine making sure it does remain healed up as best he can.
Bloody 9 on his bloody 3 end,
Top tower is under attack.
spamming that living armor.
Meanwhile, Sunlight does have a full Deso up now. So it could be decent timing for him to get involved in a team fight if he really wants to.
You know what he was lacking that last game? For the first 40 minutes, BKB.
Ah, yes.
So maybe he can wait for that as well. But
Jump in. Solji is there. Does catch the Rubik out, so that's Fleagle. Now you won't be worried about that spell still coming in for the black hole.
yeah, if you're Monkey, you need to be extremely careful approaching this fight from the trees. They just have this midnight pulse, can catch you off guard very easily. And they're pretty big on the side of Felt. Like, you have this Fiend with the Hurricane Pike, with the Yasha, the Blink on Tiny, and they smoke up.
That they do. Quick disconnection here from Kits. Question is, where do they head with this smoke? Like, they've already taken the mid-tier 1 tower. It does seem like they're going to rotate back through the dire jungle. Only Russell's really around that area, and it seems like he's probably going to be ready to back off anyway.
Yeah, they don't really have vision on anyone, but the problem is if you're going back, your Bloodseeker kind of needs to TP if he wants to connect, even that is. So, I'm not sure. I'd like to see them find a way to connect to the triangle all together with the Bloodseeker rotating from bottom, or to go towards that tier 2 on bottom lane.
Сейчас поиграем.
It might be a bit of waste of time with the smoke. We'll see. Still waiting for the Kits reconnection. Kids, by the way, is kind of going down the carry build route. Obviously, has the Hurricane Pike going into the Yasha.
He's going for Manta, I believe.
He's gotten away with it. Like, yeah, they have not been really punished for this kind of greedy build up here with this draft.
Yeah, if he gets the Manta, that's that giveaway. I want to be the right clicker.
Yeah.
He's playing anyways with and against the Treant, so Manta comes in handy that way as well. Like you can deal with the overgrowth, dispel a couple of things. Does he? Nah, I'm not sure. We'll see what he gets afterwards. Perhaps a BKB or something similar. Perhaps just full-on right-click as well.
Speaking of BKBs, of course, Sunlight is approaching his own one soon. Does have the Ogre Club on the way.
Yeah, Bloodseeker on the other hand, though.
Already has one.
Enigma with the "You're beneath me and you shall not pass from the visage."
I thought we'd see the Gleipnir coming out as well for Hidden Mune, but that's not the case. He's actually queued up in Mjolnir as whoopsie daisies. One of the cameras for the side of Felt is off right now. Not good news for them.
Kind of hard to have it when you're DC'd. Happens.
It does.
Yeah. He has enough time.
He
To
does have
reconnect.
time.
If he reconnects.
Let's hope he does, because Kits is a pretty...
He's kind of important, yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty big deal.
Sorry, level 2. And Neko has no mercy
You'll
right
see.
there.
This is the kind of admin I love. You know, they
Yeah.
just straight to the point.
And Flea as well. How much pause time do they have? Let's get this over. Nice NA right there.
Yeah. I have to pick up my GF. Flea's not messing around. He really wants to go. All right. This is not something you get to see very often. Flea is just does not
I mean,
care.
man, if you need to pick up your girlfriend, like, what comes first? I think you need to go, no matter what.
You don't want to upset the missus.
Exactly.
That's what I've learned after a long
Exactly.
time
So
being
I
married.
don't know what he's waiting for. What pause time? Just leave.
Yeah.
Leave right now so you're there on time.
7 minutes left, though.
7 minutes. He's like, thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Mrs. is gonna be angry a little bit. 7 minutes, that's already, 5 is completely understandable.
Yeah. Once you
10,
go over
i-
that
10
five.
is a little bit of an attitude.
Yeah.
15 though is
That's a death sentence right there.
yeah.
You'll be right, Flea. Don't you worry, sir. We're all going to make it.
We're all gonna make it one day. You're
Yeah.
gonna get a level 3 penalty, but
What about the Flea is legit wanting a DQ. Holy. Obviously, Soldier is not happy about it. And this is kind of the beauty. Like, yesterday we saw great sportsmanship, or rather the day before, and today we're just saying, can we get a DQ already? Like, come on, boys.
completely the opposite. Yeah, yeah. I've been in teams that had players that are one way and the other. It's
Yeah.
like it's there's always some sort of reasoning why. You know. He flamed me. He mentioned my mother in the pub. Something like that. There's always some reason why. I won't obviously speculate in this particular situation.
Right. No speculation necessary, sir. I feel like PPD's out there smiling somewhere, seeing these things being said by Flea.
5 minutes. Just 5 minutes of pause time left.
Well, hopefully Kits does reconnect. I mean, all jokes aside, like, it is the first series for Feld in Div 1.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty big deal. You don't really want to lose a series because,
Something as stupid as a disconnection. I agree completely. And it's like, they're in a decent spot. Truth be told, they were in a really good spot the last game too.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, they could have ended and won that game much, much sooner. Well, they didn't win it at all, but they could have won it at around the 14-minute mark. This time around, they have a slight advantage. I'd like to see the game continue.
I would like to as well. No real notice yet as to whether Kit's got his internet reconnected though, and again, it doesn't seem like DogChamp are going to be willing to hand over their pause time. So they've quite literally only got like 4 minutes left before it's just a forfeit, I think. Well, not as is it a forfeit or is it a you got to play 4v5?
You just play 4v5, yeah. I just got disconnected as well, so...
You did?
Yeah,
I saw that.
I hope I don't get DQ'd.
So you can play 4v5, and I think kids can just reconnect whenever.
He is coming back.
Very nice. There you go. Happy days.
I'm happy. Please don't pause. Well, they weren't gonna because you have four more minutes. Level 3 penalty for your next game. Please.
Please love it.
Yeah. Well, the Corgi team isn't getting a DQ at least, so SF with the reconnect.
Well, what happens to Flea if we go to a game 3? What happens then?
I guess he's gonna be single, like me.
Oh, they're not happy.
You know this go when ready?
Yeah.
GWR, like, it's a new one for me.
Yeah. It caught me off guard the first time I saw it too.
When did you see it for the first time?
I feel like it was, maybe 6 months ago? I was like, whoa, what is this?
Yeah, it's some new meta.
Just don't DQ us, please. Well, there we go.
Radiant's middle
They're left with 3 minutes of pause time. Kids is back. Happy days.
Yeah, well, you don't get DQ'd anyway for having a player disconnect. You just play 4v5. Can they catch the monkey?
They know Sunlight's around here somewhere, just hoping he shows himself, and he does. Primal Spring, but Tree Jump is there. They'll have to settle for the Visage instead. Russell, though, still trying to survive, but...
Yeah, he's gonna fall.
Yeah.
But they do miss the big kill, right? Like, they miss this monkey who is getting closer to the BKB. He's still sticking around, though.
I mean, Kids is there. Wukong's command out. Boundless does connect. Primal Spring in. Kids
Really?
does force stuff out of the Wukong's command. Still alive for now. Does go for a Requiem play, and it seems like Bloody Nine now dropping.
That was such a high-risk, zero-reward play. Like, the man has a pike, like...
He's going to be all right.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be all right. It was basically a bird and a monkey king.
are scanning.
If he had some sort of a diffusal or something that can keep him in spot, sure, but not like that.
Not like that. 5k advantage now for the side of Phil.
Do you think it's enough?
No. But it's getting there. I mean, the thing is, Sunlight is top of the net worth board, but it's not really by much. Like, he's only 300 gold ahead of Kids. Kids about to have that Manta that you spoke about earlier, and all these recent team fights, they have felt like they've just gone the way of Felt every single time. Mind you, there is going to be a 5-man smoke now, so
They want to change that.
they want to change it. We might see something different, as they are going to find Solji. And they'll accept Solji's life. Tier 1 tower is going to be open now. Sunlight does move in. And with the Desolator up, it's going to be quite a quick process. Though I say that,
They are
Rift is
tipping in,
forced.
yeah.
They are going to try and defend this. And it seems like they're actually going to get away with it, at least for now. They won't go too far, DogChamp. It seems like they will back off, at least for a little bit.
They have Dazo on monkey, so even Roche is maybe an option.
Ramos is going to land with that Marana, so Albino Zebra gone as well. Meanwhile, Hidden Mute and Fade still sticking around, still trying to find an opening. Oh, but they found Kits on the SF. Thing is, they just don't feel confident moving into him. Bloody Nine going to be left behind on the Treant. Will try to go for a run out. He will drop.
Bloodseeker was trying to do something in the river, but didn't really accomplish much.
No.
I feel like maybe you just need a BKB on the monkey, and then you're happy to take any of these fights. Right now, it's a bit too difficult.
That it is. Sunlight, meanwhile, still being chased down at top lane, but he's going to be fine to just TP away. They can't catch him here on the Monkey King. And he is almost at the stage where he does have that full BKB up. And that might just be the the turning point for him. Because right now, he really can't deal with the Requiem plays coming up from Kits. The Avalanche toss obviously very annoying for him as well in the MK.
And they want to abuse that. They're going into the pit, perhaps to try and kill Roche before that BKB connects.
It's not the fastest Roshan of the world, but they are getting it done. And it doesn't seem like DogChamp are very well aware that this is happening.
Yeah, they aren't moving towards it at all.
The Moonlight Shadow popped anyway, and Roshan's gone. Kids will pick it up on the SF. Rushing right towards the side of DogChamp, looking for a team fight already.
They should have a BKB. It's flying out, right? Yeah, it's flying out to the monkey. And I do like this play from them. Like, keeping this high ground. They're a bit too far, though. They're not really keeping it exactly.
No.
There's this play in which, yeah, when they take Roche, you just...
Sunlight? He's made the jump in, but they do chop his tree down with the Mantis style, and now the Avalanche toss is there. Sunlight still in huge trouble, still stunned up. Then now the Black Hole will lock him down. Even fighting Flea. Hands up from Solji. Says bye-bye to the rest of the team. There's 3 go down for the side of DogChamp.
At least it was a forced Black Hole. Like, he could have died even without the Black Hole, I felt like. He had 20 Magic Wand charges, so they didn't want to risk it. Like, Wand's BKB, suddenly he's full HP, whatever. But, yeah, Black Hole has been utilized, and because of that, maybe Corgi champs can fight afterwards. Like, after they respawn.
Well, they might need to. I mean, very unfortunate there for Sunlight. Kits with a great Hurricane Pike play right through the tree. It was very awkward timing too, because he popped the Boundless as the Hurricane Pike was approaching.
Yeah, it was very awkward. At the same time, I feel like if they just stood next to the stairs, the fight would have been theirs. It's easier to protect that high ground. Like, you protected with the Wukongs, Enigma doesn't have a blink. Like, no one really on Feld besides Tiny can initiate properly. But they moved way too back. Like, they moved around the shrine. The outpost, that is. Remember shrines? Good times.
Ah, yes. Great times.
Great times. Everyone full HP. Everyone flaming you for using his shrine. Why did you use my shrine?
I mean, at least you could use those damn things.
There was no communism in Dota back then. It was all just from the... I guess it's the same right now.
Yeah, now we have outposts.
Yeah.
Real fun. Love myself a good outpost.
At least you don't get flamed when you use it.
I mean, what do you do with it, though?
Well,
Just TP to it?
you know, it's a nice monument.
Jump in. Soldier's there. Avalanche right into the toss back of the Requiem.
That was actually so sick.
It was a beautiful play from Solji. Tips are out. And Felt, I mean, they're feeling very confident now. 11k advantage their way. They'll move into the tier 2 mid tower.
They just mustn't make any great mistakes like they did in that last game. And this one should be in the back as well. They have a Blink Dagger, by the way, on Blood.
That they do?
Yeah, he really wants to be in their face. Look at that.
Almost finding Sunlight.
Jumps in, Quelling Blade.
Not quite enough.
They just have a lot of ways of dealing with the trees. Like Blink Bloodseeker with a Quelling Blade, obviously the most massive one. Second
Huge.
one, Midnight Pulse.
I mean, still 12k advantage. Like, it's Felt's game to lose here. Both the SF and Bloodseeker, top net worths on the board. Mid lane, they might run into DogChamp once again. No Requiem up this time, but it doesn't seem like they really need it. They're going to see Flea on the Rubik. They want this man so bad, considering he was asking for a DQ. They'll take him down again. Solji trying to go for a run on the Tiny, does get 4-staffed out. Kids will just sit in the front lines and make sure they cannot chase any further.
Yeah, Aegis will be reclaimed in a minute. If you want to fight, you probably should wait your Rubik. When he's back, it will be so much easier, but look at Tiny.
Jump in again. Rupture's there. Toss him up. Russell does survive for now. Does go into that stone form himself.
Nice Wukongs.
RCY, yeah, the Wukong's hit immune. He's just gonna drop
Very nice Wukongs.
right on the edge.
Yeah, it killed both the Bloodseeker and the Mirana.
Kits.
Oh,
Oh, they got
Lift
the
up.
vision. They barely got the vision. Still, they do stun the Monkey King into the Requiem, but he has the BKB. Aegis, at the very least, was there.
why are they not committing to this? Okay, they are.
They were being very patient. 4-staff away, Requiem stolen by Flea.
They have that action, they do. Yeah, that wasn't only the vision, that was Aether Lance plus Eye of the Vizier on Rubik. He
Huge.
lifted him from the parking lot, literally. Like it was quite the distance. And yeah, like felt once again,
Bottom tower is under attack.
you feel that they're in such a commanding position, and then they throw it a bit. They just overcommit or get picked off. This time around, they dove a little bit too far.
It's a pretty big team fight to hand the way of Dog Champ, and this is kind of what happened in game one, you know? Like, they had a great start, they're leading in the mid game, and then a couple of bad team fights, and it starts to head back the other way, and, well, that's the start of it. That's the first bad team fight. Hopefully, Phil don't have too many more of those, but you never know. We've seen this before.
I guess the biggest issue for Corgi Champ right now is they don't really have many ways of initiating properly. It's like some Ember poking and then Treant with the Blink Overgrowth. But he should probably save that for the Black Hole if you don't want to, put everything on the Rubik. Because of that, their fights are kind of awkward. They're just waiting, actually. They're never truly... They can't control the game. They just wait. And once Felt initiates, they can counterplay it.
Here we go. 5-man smoke. Moonlight Shadow popped as well. It seems like Dog Champ are well aware this might be happening because they do back off at the right moment. And this smoke, it doesn't seem like it's going to amount to anything. Just a few wards to be placed down in that Radiant Triangle.
Yeah, maybe the outpost and the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. After you set up these wards, it's kind of hard to defend. Monkey King full Skadi almost. That's gonna be a big one as well, right? Like into the SF, into the Bloodseeker too.
No running away.
With the recent buffs, definitely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Well, Dog Champ, they'll make their way through top. Of course, Felt will move their way through bottom. That bottom tier 2 tower is not going to last very long.
Oh, already gone.
But the top tier 2 also going down very, very quickly.
Dire structures are fortified.
They'll glyph it up. Maybe a bit of tier 3 tower to be done here by tier 3 tower damage to be done here by Felt. Not too much though, I assume, as the rotation should be there rather soon. RCY, pretty big pickup here on the Ember Spirit. Does have the Aghanim Scepter. It's happy days for him.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the item progression overall. It's like Manta's being purchased by Blood so he can deal with the Treant as well. SF hits real hard now with a full Silver Edge completed. Helps versus some of these heroes as well, obviously, like versus the Monkey, versus the Visage.
It's a very scary point in the game now for either side. The Kits is an absolute monster in this game. Still behind the Monkey King though. Like, Sunlight has not given up that top net worth board spot. Does have that Skadi you talked about. Going into the Basher now as well. And neither side running into each other once again.
We're chilling.
We're just chilling.
Having a good time. Just boys being boys. Bloodseeker. Okay, this should be a good fight.
Could be. Kid's gonna move in with the Silver Edge. Does see Flea, but does go immediately onto the train instead. The Fear actually kind of helping him out, but eventually he does drop. Flea also caught, will go down. It's Bloody Nine brought back immediately. But it's gonna amount to nothing.
Yeah, Roche will respawn in 20 seconds, so you kind of want to be there. That's why he bought back, just in case the Roshan respawns and you need to fight.
Always here. See who does get the first dibs on Roshan. The Flea looks like he's just going to allow himself to respawn the old-fashioned way. By the way, Flea getting even luckier now. Has a Psychic Headband available on the Rubik.
And the stone.
And the stone. Just
And the Philly stone just getting all that gold while dead.
everything he could ask for. The dream Rubik game.
Rosh will respawn and they see it on the side of the Dire.
Are scared.
Roshan
Felt
gets
already
stunned
in. Yeah. There's a blink on Enigma now.
There is Fade. Could be the big difference maker. The meantime,
Rosh
looks
is
like
gone.
Solji, Roshan, Aegis. Oh, it's on the deck, but they do get it on the Bloodseeker. Hit immune. Able to pick it up. Still, they will go after Solji anyway. Seems like they want the team fight. They found the Enigma as well. Can they take him down though? Fade trying to run. Gonna get lifted up. Is completely controlled up and will drop.
Yeah, he didn't want a black hole there, even though Ember was alone on him. There's Rubik obviously behind, like he just steals the black hole, cancels it with the lift or the avalanche. Okay, so you do get the Aegis, but you kinda lose the fight. So far, I didn't really see either of these teams capitalize a lot on like 1 or 2 kills. They need a full team fight.
Yeah.
So I don't think Felt will be too punished for these two. That's
No, they seem perfectly fine. Like you still walk away with the Aegis and Shard, so not too much of a loss being dealt here by Felt. Just get back to the farming game for now. Wait it out. Wait for another day. Dog Champ, they'll kind of do the exact same thing. Just chill out for now. 9k advantage still sitting there for Felt.
I love these two teams. They like their sides, you know.
Yeah.
One on his side, the other on the other, looking at each other across the pond.
Rupture is out. Oh, they found Sunlight. Arrow does connect as well. Sunlight just goes down.
That's a big one. 80 seconds.
Huge.
And bottom lane is pushed in. This might be a forced buyback here.
Tier 3 tower going to be under siege. Dog Champ. We'll see if they can try to defend just with RCY alone. Still a massive jump in. Solji. He found 3 with the Avalanche. Requiem there to follow up as well. Sunlight, he comes back into the team fight though. A 3-man boundless strike. RCY looking to clean up. May have just done so. He
That's a
will go
dieback.
down. But it's a huge turnaround here for the side of Dog Champ. It's hit immune. Oh, the balance is not there in time.
Okay, so they bought back like what, 3 heroes, I believe? And Rubik died again.
Yeah.
But they do manage to hold the high ground. They do manage to wipe them, which is obviously the best they could have asked for. Overall, they just have to be careful not to lose the monkey. Like these kind of that's literally lose your games, right? Like you're dying as the lane is pushing in onto your high ground. Black hole once again unused.
It's one of those games.
Yeah, he just won. Did he even have one? He didn't, right? Did he have a single black hole?
I think there was
He
one.
did. Yeah,
there was
yeah.
one at the
He
bot
did.
lane.
Yeah, he did. He did have one. He did have one at least.
That was about it though. It's been one of those rather depressing Enigma games. At least for Fade, that is.
I don't know, like Rubik alone is dealable, I guess, but then you have Treant as well with Overgrowth. It's like, when do I black hole, guys?
Just never is the answer.
Yeah, it's just be utility. He has the raid pack. He has the Guardian Greaves. It's fine. Like, he has a lot of impact already.
Yeah. They still hold a 12k advantage here, Felt. Like, this game is still in their hands. It's just these team fights that don't go their way. Just it makes you start doubting them altogether.
I know exactly what you mean. Because you feel that they should be completely dominating and then they still lose the team fight. Oh.
Wukongs is out. Sunlight, not messing around. We'll go right after the Enigma and Fade. Again, cannot black hole.
What about the Bloodseeker?
Overgrowth
Refreshed?
was there. He'll refresh. Does have another BKB and does pop it, but the chase is on.
SF.
Remnant forward. Still Requiem is going to be out. Rupture out as well. They've got RCY.
RCY is really getting baited. Like throughout the game, he's getting baited into this stun toss into.
Oh, they even found
Requiem.
another. Stoneform is there, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. Russell knows he can't survive this. He
Yep.
will drop.
Yeah, Sunlight was thinking about helping him, but how? You don't have the ulti. You can pop your BKB and fight, but that's about it.
Oh,
Tiny
nice
caught him.
force staff. Solji breaks the tree line, finds Sunlight. There's no Wukongs to be able to fight back this time around. He'll try to just do it the old-fashioned way. TP out there with the BKB. He's going to make it.
Nice play. Like he chose between ending Tiny and TPing out. He chose well, obviously. But kudos to Tiny. So far, like he has been making a lot of plays, catching the Monkey King, catching Ember as well. Not really heroes that are that simple to follow across the map.
Certainly not. These force staffs have certainly been paying off, that's for sure. Sunlight, though, this time around does pick up a Satanic, so
Yeah, Satanic on him, Satanic on SF as well.
plenty of turnaround potential now with these two.
Tower is under attack.
Tier 2 mid tower, going to be under siege. RCY does show up, but Kits could not care less. He'll just take down the Tier 2 by himself.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2 top now,
Why the hell not?
one after another.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It will go down.
Is under attack.
Felt. They want to try for high ground. Okay, it seems a little bit risky without the Aegis up.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a mistake unless they get a pick off first. We'll see. Because so far they've been punished heavily during their high ground pushes.
Top tower is under attack.
They're still sticking around, but doesn't seem like they're going to commit for this.
Look at the smoke again. Just completely in the opposite direction once more though. Let's see, maybe a good wraparound.
Dog Champ trying to make their
Arcane
way
Rune
over.
might bait out Enigma.
It may. Kits is the one moving in though. He'll see RCY, but the balance
Black
does land in time. Black
hole!
Hole though comes out. He's got 4 targets. Oh, this is not a good team fight anymore. Or is it? Dog Champ, they are still fighting back. Still trying. RCY, he'll pick up one, but Sunlight's gone.
What were they thinking? Like, you're playing into Enigma, you're stacking 4 heroes up, tunnel visioning onto an SF. Yeah.
Massive.
That just happened.
Yeah. You don't have buybacks either. RCY gonna get ruptured up, cops the arrow to the backside, is gonna be the full team wipe. And there you go, that's the moment every Enigma player waits for. And with that, I mean, you just go high ground. There's no buybacks available to try and force a defense.
You just need one good black hole in the game, right?
Middle tower is under
One is all it takes.
Just one.
are fortified.
And he got it. It looks like they want to go for throne. I'm not sure they can make it in, what, 30 seconds? Maybe 2 sides would be...
Radiant's middle tower.
They're going for throne. Okay, let's see. They don't have black hole.
Radiant's
Oh, they're trying to do a Flea a favor. You know, finish the game earlier.
Send him to his GF.
Absolutely. Tier 4 tower.
Okay. Maybe they can. No buybacks whatsoever.
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, they're going to try. That'll be the second Tier 4 tower going down. The Ancient going to be exposed. Do they just call it here? Dog Champ still holding out. Maybe one more team fight to go. But
GG.
no, they do call it. They've had enough. And Felt, I mean, they managed to push it back in game number 2. Forcing to a game 3 now. And again, this is not what happened in Division 2 of 201. They did 2-0 them last time around here, Dog Champ and Felt. They've come back and they look a lot stronger as a team.
Yeah, a lot stronger this time around. A couple of mistakes here and there from the Monkey King getting caught, right? Like just before that high ground push. Then they have to buy back everyone to defend and stuff. Overall, though, this last black hole was on point. What more is there to say? 4-man black hole wins you team fights.
What you love to see. We're going to throw it back to our panel now, see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, Mike and Lizard. Yes, indeed, a very beautiful ending to a very messy, messy game. Again, this series is really some kind of backstreet dirty Dota, but what do we expect from the NA region?
Yeah,
here?
Backstreet's back. All right. Yeah, okay. I mean, beautiful game in general, in a sense. Game one, if we thought it was back and forth through the mistakes on both sides and a bit of wonkiness, I think this game two looked a lot better on one half. We did highlight RCY. We were talking about like his Ember Spirit was really good in terms of the laning matchup. Like, how does this guy pull it off?
Hang on. That by the way, was the first black hole out of 2 black holes,
Yes.
by the way.
Yeah, it
one at
was.
the very start, and then not a single one until the end. So.
Yeah, all the Enigma enjoyers had to wait for that that game-ending black hole basically at the end. But Fear, I mean, couldn't have gone better to end the game.
I mean, I think like RCY, his big strength is his mechanical laning skill. Like he's, you know, winning matchups or going even in matchups he shouldn't be, but he had a hard time finding a way into this game, which is partially his fault, and his rotations weren't the best, but I also think the way his teammates itemized this game really hurt his chances of playing the game. I think there is like this big craze right now of like how the Boots of Bearing no longer has like a cooldown on the drums. People are going for a bit too early. That's a beautiful black hole, but you shouldn't be stacked up as 4 heroes this late in the game, to be fair. But Fade, you know, all credit to him. He saw the opportunity, he pounced, and it was beautiful. But back to the point, like this Visage build, like I wanted to see him just go Greaves. You know, have an early Greaves. That way the Ember can play around him. You can also have the Monkey King. He went for Battle Fury into Deso. You're so squishy. It's so much damage, but it's not going to help you team fight. And they just didn't hit their timings. Like without getting the early Greaves, without getting a BKB early on Monkey King, it felt like RCY had nobody to play with, and the whole entire team just couldn't do anything because they didn't hit a single timing.
Yeah, and that's the thing about that build you're talking about, right? Like, it's really nice if you can get in, get the damage off, and kill off like 1, maybe 2 targets, but inevitably, you know, you're going to have to stand your ground and fight. And in this draft, you look at these heroes, you've got no one really to stand at the front of you other than Visage, which, again, isn't really one of these heroes which can kind of throw out stuns and control the team fight. That, for me, was the really big factor of Team Dogchamp. You basically were relying on Bloody Nine to come in and control the team fight pretty much, like, single-handedly to allow Sunlight to get all that damage off. I feel like those are the only kind of games where you can get rid of going for the kind of tank ability and go for these kind of glass cannon builds is if you have the control or you have like an overwhelming advantage, and that just wasn't the case this game.
I mean, their offlane duo, both 0 and 8, like that, they did not have good games.
It sucked. I mean, first, 2 things. One was the Visage going for Boots of Bearing. Secondly, Treant Protectors of 4, not a fan. This duo just does not work together.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
It did not. That was it. It did not work.
Didn't work. Back to the drawing board for game number 3 between Dogchamp and Felt, because this one just didn't really hit the mark. MVP. Obviously, you look at that scoreboard. We know who it's going to be. Mr. Kids hitting the massive 15-3 on the kill deaths there, and just generally being that big, bad boss Shadow Fiend like his team needed him to be. And then that's kind of what it comes down to.
I mean, I think his rotations this game are really good as well. Like, he won mid as expected. It was pretty even, but still, like, he farmed up the jungle, then he went more aggressively and ended up killing the Monkey King a couple times in the laning stage. It was absolutely huge. And at some point, he just got super farmed. His itemization was really good as well. Didn't realize he didn't really need a BKB in this game, so didn't opt for it. Instead, bought things like the Pike and the Manta to help deal with, like, the Treant Protector. And, yeah, overall, he just played an amazing game.
Yeah, and also like played to the strengths of the combination they had with the Tiny Toss, the Ruptures, the Requiem Tosses, which we saw multiple times. RCY getting hard baited to kill one of the cores on the side of Felt, and just getting to see it working from time again and again and again just tells you how strong of a draft they actually had on the side of Felt. Very easy to execute and very good results. Low risk, high reward.
Yeah, I think it was comfortable. I think that's the main thing, right? Like, it was a really comfortable draft for them. They didn't seem to have any doubts as to how they were going to play it. You know, you had this Enigma as well, which you were talking about. You saw a lot of in Div 2. Every single role, they were kind of just like very malleable. And when the game kind of devolves to the state where it does get very messy, there are a couple of throws here and there, and, you know, mistakes are being made. You want to be on a hero which you're feeling confident on and you know how to play in pretty much any situation. And I think that's what it came down to, honestly. I think that was the biggest difference in this game, at least from what I could tell between these two teams. So we'll see if Dogchamp are able to get back into their comfort zone for game number 3, or whether it's going to be Felt coming through and getting revenge for Division 2 and finding their first win here in Division 1. We'll throw it over to a break and we'll see you on the other side. It's time for game number 3 of DogChamp versus Felt and find out who's going to get this much-needed win here between these two teams. Because, put simply, I think that both of these teams could be considered not the best teams in the region. I think that's fair. I think that's a very diplomatic way to say that
It's not a hot
perhaps
take.
the loser of this series might have to be considered for relegation in the long term. Now, I'm not trying to say that to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just saying that in the future, this series could have way more consequences than we currently see at the moment. So we might be coming to the last game in an opening series, but both the teams really need to step it up and play some really clean, convincing Dota if they want to win over our minds for this season. So let's jump into the draft for game number 1 and find out exactly how this one is gonna go down. Fear, what are your expectations?
I mean, I was going to say, are we going to see Ron again? But DogChamp are going to ban it out now. They've seen enough. So we get to see if Solji has another... I mean, he played Tiny, actually. Just kidding. They switched it up, right? So maybe should ban the Tiny, too. Because he was really good on that Tiny, actually. He made a lot of good plays. The Requiem's we saw into the toss combo. So I wouldn't mind him seeing do that again, because other than that, we don't have a lot of data on him. So
Yeah.
we'll see what they end up picking here. And it looks like there's a difference now. We do have DogChamp on first pick now. And
Yeah, we do.
Felt is going to be on second pick, and DogChamp does get a dire game. So I'm happy at least that we're probably going to see something different as an opener, because both teams have their ideas, and normally when you are second pick, you kind of have like a predetermined idea of like how you want to pick, because normally it's fairly blind. So we're going to see what Felt has in mind, and it's probably not going to be the Rubik Ember. I say that, but
They don't have too much to think about it either, because they have to pull a bit of a blitz draft on the side of Felt. Has to be like coming of, one or two guys basically thinking about what's the approach we want to get and what heroes do we want. If you look at the reserve time, do you see the Clockwork coming out first from DogChamp? Is this something that they've actually first picked a lot in Division 2? Because I've always seen Clockwork great when we see the Linas and the Treants, especially against the Lina. It's been like a great option, a great answer
with
to it.
Lina.
And with a range core, which I think you had an idea on, that potentially a range core could set in nicely. Clockwork's a great duo with it.
Yeah. I mean, I was just mentioning that when it comes to positioning and when it comes to ease of execution, a range core always feels like the nicer and safer option. So that could be something which DogChamp are considering to trivialize their draft a little bit more. But Felt are going to open things up with the Leshrac and the Rubik. So again, this Leshrac kind of interesting. This has been a first pick here.
Ooh, let's go.
Wow. All right.
First phase.
I mean, I was talking about it. RCY, this is one of his most played heroes. Not the most played hero, but like he had like, just based on my side, like 72% win rate in competitive with this hero. And he's just trying to punish the Leshrac. His Invoker is what got banned in the first phase, is his most played hero competitively. And I think they kind of knew that, and they're like, all right, we're going to early pick Lesh. Let's not give him Invoker. But they didn't see the Tinker coming. And a lot of people didn't see the Tinker coming. And he is a Tinker specialist. And, he's the young prodigy. Let's see what he can do with this. Like, he's playing in a match this time where he has the edge and he's not counterpicked. So floor is his. You got Clockwork too, gives a lot of vision. It's a good old school combo here. Just got all the machines on one team, long range warfare.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, every time we see Tinker being played, it always feels good to pair it up with a little bit of vision. That's what he needs. He needs vision for the rockets, for his safety as well. And
Rockets and
Clockwork
rockets.
gives a bit of that. If you do go for the Axe build, it gives a lot of that. So that could be something interesting to really keep an eye on for this Clockwork and see if he goes down that route. Alternatively, they could draft something else which gives them that, or just some really hard initiation heroes. The options are really, really open at the moment.
Thank God we're living in a fantasy world instead of one where if Felt picks up another hero with missiles, we're in trouble. But Tinker and Clockwork both together, okay. You named it. You said it. It fits in the draft. I mean, you got to get your own weapons of mass destruction. But Felt, they've already got the Lesh and the Rubik, which kind of speaks as in volumes about the amount of pressure that they want to put quite early on into the game. Rubik is still good against so many matchups in general. You've got that range hero with a lockdown, with a quick burst of Fate Bolt's really good against a lot of these late game carries, looking at the TBs and stuff like that, which could come into play if a Tinker has a good start. And RCY, we've already seen him dominate 2 laning stages. Well, not dominate, but play really well in the laning stage, which could be a huge, crucial part. the last time we saw Tinker, he did not have a team to play with, another core to fall back on. So Dogchamp, if RCY Tinker pulls off, I mean, they could definitely pick themselves a laning carry here.
I mean, the last Tinker we saw was Bryle playing it versus Orbit SF, and unfortunately, he just kind of got handled in the laning stage really badly. So
This is very different,
yeah, it's definitely, I mean, you can still lose your lane as Tinker to Leshrac if there's like some rotations, but it probably just won't be like a straight one-on-one, like he's going to get crushed. So he'll probably have a better laning stage. It's more of like, what can he do with that laning stage? And his team is going to also have to realize that, like, you know, at this point, Tinker, he's kind of a carry, but at the same time, he's not. It's a very weird hero, and there's a lot of reasons why people don't pick this hero, because like, you don't necessarily need to be like, oh, I have to play Monkey King this game and run around, make space for Tinker, because if Tinker has a good laning stage, he's everywhere. He's going to help out. So it's really just going to be about the supports, I think, really making sure that he gets that early Blink Dagger timing, because if he gets there without getting ganked too much, the hero is very strong.
So how do you translate that? You know, like supports which are going to be strong and enable his game, you know, are those sort of supports which are really good in the lane, are you suggesting?
I mean, just the ones that rotate to like the runes and stuff, and maybe for ganks. Like, he already has one, the Clockwork, that's great. If you can pair it up with another hero, like, I mean, Rubik's obviously the go-to, but I'm thinking like some Mirana could be fine in a game like this. Band, okay. Hoodwink would be okay. Yeah, something like that could be really good here.
And also gives, like, if you go for something like Hoodwink, it works, again, great with the Clockwork together. Like, you have the chasing tools, you have a way to keep heroes in place. They're very long-range support heroes that can get there fast if required. They don't need to be present. They can be in the trees hiding, and Leshrac is a hero that just runs at you. You get a glimpse of where this Lesh is going. You can lock him down right away, get to the saving the Tinker, for example, or playing the initiative yourself. And they're both great with smoking. Like, they give you so much when you're got your lanes pushed out already. They're looking for Tinker most likely in one lane. They forget one core is already farming. Maybe the horse one, for example, on the side of Felt is somewhere. They can just rotate there with a quick smoke and obliterate them before before Felt has a chance to respond to that. So they want a bit of that to kind of scale it out, which I understand this Disruptor pick coming out from the Felt side to at least even it out a little bit in terms of distance play.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Disruptor could be really good here. If you get the nice glimpse on the Tinker, lock him down with Static Storm. I mean, when he TPs in as well, you can send him back, but then again, he can always just rearm and come back. So it's not necessarily like a hard counter to the Tinker. Tinker really doesn't like playing versus things that have like long-range vision, like the Spectre, the Zeus, these type of heroes, but that's kind of the nice thing. Like, when you do see like this Leshrac right away, you're not going to play versus that Zeus mid anymore, because you know there's going to be a Leshrac unless they are going to switch it up and do something like Lesh, you know, off lane or something like that, which is very unlikely. So they took a calculated risk here, and they picked up the Hoodwink, and just a hero that kind of fit the bill of what they needed.
Yep, definitely ticking the box as you mentioned earlier. And another thing about the Disruptor as well is that he gives you the silence, which can cancel out his TP, which is very nice. And yeah, that's going to be
the other side
Hawks.
took more vision too. All right, so
all right, it's a vision game.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both needed this. Like, Night Stalker, I don't know if you guys played the patch when like it came out, where like the whole Night Stalker thing, and Tinker came out with like the new Ags, the shrinking laser one, but everyone was spamming Night Stalker Tinker on the same team. And like, to like counter it, you'd pick the Night Stalker versus the Tinker. So like, maybe a missed opportunity for Dogchamp not banning it or taking it themselves here, but it's going to be a very strong Night Stalker game. This hero's Shard counters the Beastmaster, and then also you can locate the Tinker anywhere in these team fights. So I think Felt really had a great pick here by picking this Night Stalker.
So instead of just countering one, you're countering two cores now, which makes it a really valuable pick. With one hero, very valuable 18th pick on the side of Felt. But the thing that they're kind of missing now, they have the last pick, right? How do you get a core to sit into this picture? What's the timing they're looking for is probably on their minds. Do we want to push straight into the mid game? I think that's where they excel the best with this Night Stalker. It shuts down this Beastmaster as well, like Fear said, with the Shard. And it also hinders the capabilities of the Tinker, now added with that Disruptor. So
I think they might run this carry. It's that good of a Night Stalker game. I can actually see them doing it. I think there's potential there. And just get yourself like one more guy on the front lines just to kind of put more pressure on. And I don't know, I kind of like that approach. Of course, there's always the option of going for your more traditional carry, you know, something which can sit back and kind of just fire away. Maybe something like a sniper could be considered, but I kind of really like the idea of just going for the Night Stalker carry and running at them. I can definitely see that working for Felt.
Yeah, that could work. Like you mentioned the sniper. I feel like he would not have a great game here with the hoodwink and the clockwork, the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
the Tinker. They just jump on. They just get obliterated right away. You don't get a chance to play Dota. So I like the idea of Night Stalker going as a carry. That can definitely work, but they can still think it through as soon as they see DogChamp's final pick come out. Do they want to rotate Night Stalker? Does he have a good lane as a 3? Or do we feel like we can just put him as a core and try to counter what we see from DogChamp on this final pick?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I think if they find something that they could put on 3 that'll punish DogChamp's carry, they might try the carry Night Stalker. But it has to be a really good pick. Otherwise, they'll probably just throw the Night Stalker. His job is just get vision. And if they can fit something in their draft, even I would still not opposed to a Spectre. It's not like the greatest in the lane against like the Beast, but a lot of the heroes that do crush the Beast and like the laning stage aren't gonna deal with the Tinker. And Night Stalker can get on top of the Tinker, but you need follow-up. Like he's not gonna be able to do the job solo. So whatever they pick as a carry here, I really do want to see it be able to help or offlane. It doesn't really matter because Leshrac, he's not very good at like getting in the back lines, right?
Yeah.
He starts on the front line, you have to deal with him, then you got to pick.
I want to see Abaddon for DogChamp. Abba carry.
Could work.
Yeah, okay, it's definitely an option. Does feel like it might get kited a little bit, but you know, you have the clockwork, you have the hoodwink, and the Beastmaster to try and stop that happening.
Yeah, and it's a save for the Tinker too. Like if they're somewhere nearby, the Abaddon wants to be in front of them. That's another hero who also wants to be present in the fight. So I think Razor's maybe a bit of a better option. But now that makes the Night Stalker's lane a little bit more difficult. They could still opt to just keep the Night Stalker as the 3 and look for a carry that doesn't mind too much about the Razor.
I'd probably pick more for Spectre here.
Yeah, both of those seem like strong options. Go for the traditional carry here and just tie up with Draft Master. I think that'll give them a... I don't know, I feel like that gives them an advantage, but maybe I'm doubting the RCY Tinker. But right now I'm looking at Felt's draft and I'm going like, this is a great anti-Tinker draft.
Yeah, I'd like to see Slark maybe on the side of Felt. But they do call for the sniper. I don't like the sniper pick. I'm just what I said before. I still don't feel comfortable with it.
Hey man, I was
think
right.
I think they missed the pick on this one.
Which is worrying.
I mean, it's good versus the Razor, so they get that matchup. It's really good versus Beast. It's a very simple hero that gets what they need to get done. Like, they're not being like, hey, you know, we're going to pick this hero that's just going to win us the game if it goes in the ultra late game. They're just like checking the boxes. They're like, you know, I outscale your carry. I have good laning stage. Yeah, it's good enough. It's not a bad pick at all.
And the extra little box drawn on the bottom that it gives you a little bit more vision in a game which we said was going to be a very vision-focused game. So that kind of gives them another advantage there as well. But as you said, you know, the sniper needs to keep his distance. He did that well on the Drow. Can he complete the same thing on the sniper in game number 3? That's kind of my question. Guys, give me your predictions for game number 3.
RCY Tinker pops off. I mean, he's already played a great game 1. He played a really good game 2. Just wasn't enough. I think he got out-debated many times in game number 2. I think he's learned from his mistakes. He's going to carry this game.
All right, fair.
I think that DogChamp has looked a little rough around the edges. I think the Tinker is flashy. It could be good. I don't think it's that good because we don't see it a lot. But I'm going to have to go with Felt. I think their draft is very stable, and it's enough to just take home the W.
All right, well, I think I am going to go with Felt for this game. I don't know, like, picked a nice, simple hero. I'm a nice, simple guy, so that's where I'm going to be going for this game number 3. Let's find out what our casters think, though, of this third match. We've got MLP and Lizard on the mic.
Well, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game number 3 here between Felt and DogChamp. Lizard, you've seen the drafts coming up between these two teams. Do you believe in the sniper?
I think it's easy, right? An easy game for him.
Really?
Yeah. Like, there's nothing to jump on him. Like there's clock. You're always going to have the shard or the pike eventually in the game. It seems like straightforward. The only question is, will he be positioning himself well enough to take home the W?
That's fair. I mean, I don't know. I'm personally not a sniper believer myself, but I do agree. I mean, there isn't much jump in the way of catching the sniper this game, so we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Well, game number 3, these two teams have been going very back and forth throughout this whole series. Certainly not as one-sided as one would have expected going into this matchup, I think. And I'm very excited to see who pulls off this victory.
Yeah. What did you think? You probably thought that Felt were the underdogs, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Based off the standings, that is.
Yeah, and that's how they looked in game 1. But in game 2, nice little comeback from them. maybe the whole DQ thing, you know, like it you know what, like all jokes aside, when you have something that you're fighting for,
Yeah.
obviously, like you play a bit better. Like that Tiny was on fire the last game.
At the same time as well, like for Flea, like he might feel a bit panicked right now because he has someone to pick up, and now he's in a game 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Watching the clock.
His girlfriend is at the airport, like waiting for him. You know,
I've had this experience. Let me tell you, it ruins your game real quick.
Everyone that's played Dota.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone. Most of us don't have girlfriends, but yeah,
Oh, come on, Lizard.
those of us that do,
Yeah.
yeah.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Don't you worry, Flea. We'll see how it goes. 2 for 2 bounty rune trade. It's going to be a very even start here between these two teams. Very curious to see how, again, this game 3 pans out because it really has been very back and forth. Like, it feels like every game felt is owning the first half of the game.
And then they kind of throw.
Then they kind of throw, and then, well, at least for game 2, they were still able to pull it back, but it did feel like it could have gone anyone's way. And we'll see if Felt like can just avoid that throwing thing that they're doing after winning the laning stage.
Yeah, just avoid that little throwy thing that you do.
Yeah.
I mean, like, do they truly throw or do they just make a... Yeah, making mistakes is, I guess, the same as throwing or... Kinda, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Because they just make a couple of honest mistakes and that's it. They get caught off guard.
That they do. This mid lane, Kit's on the Leshrac against RCY and the Tinker. Thing with this Tinker hero, it does feel like it takes a bit of time for him to get to the point where he's a real nuisance. So arguably, you'd imagine Kit should be able to take off much sooner than RCY this game 3.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, we'll see how many stacks are made as well for the Tinker because that also plays a big part. If he can just go farm some stacks, spam some lasers on those creeps, then he gets his items and his levels a bit faster. And what do you truly need? You need like Blink and what, Shivas, and your own line. Like, it's not an easy Tinker game. It's okay-ish, but you're playing into a Night Stalker, into a Sniper.
Jeez, nice pushback onto Albino Zebra, almost going down, but not quite enough. I do agree with you. That's the thing with the Tinker. Like, against the Night Stalker, it's really, really tough to not get caught out.
Such a good Night Stalker game as well. Like, when you look at Fade, yeah, the lane itself is difficult, and he's gonna maybe struggle a bit. But as long as he has a decent laning stage, you're playing into a Beastmaster, like you can get that shard, and you're playing into a Tinker, so you can hunt him down constantly. So feels good, man. Night Stalker game.
It certainly is a feels good man. See how it pans out. Like, he's going to get through this laning stage first, and it's kind of the thing for Fade. Like you said, it's a bit of a difficult laning stage for him, but see what he can get done, as there is going to be a bit of a cheeky cogs out from Bloody Knight. Static Link is going to come out.
Yeah.
Solji may just drop here as the Static Link is still going, and it's going to be enough with the final right click from Sunlight.
That literally looked like Zeus ulti.
It did really, didn't it? Meanwhile, bottom lane, Russell is going to go down. They are able to secure the Bloodseeker. Flea lost his courier and may now lose his life. He'll go for a bit of a run, but...
And Glimpse always catches me off guard ever since they changed the damage on Glimpse.
Yeah.
It's just like you don't expect it to deal that much.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Even level 1, like 150.
It's like, overall, it's more useful than Thunderstrike now. Like, when you compare the mana cost efficiency.
Yeah, quite literally. Thunderstrike just feels like it tickles the enemy. It's
And it used to be the strongest level 1 spell, by the way.
It did used to be.
Thunderstrike, yeah.
The Flea needs to be careful. He's getting very up close and personal here against Hidden Immune, but Albino Zebra is there to back him up. So a lot of damage being done to the sniper, but here we go again. Flea's
Once again,
gone.
Yeah. Got him again.
Trying so hard to get Hidden Immune, but it cost them.
Does Hidden Immune remind you of Hitmonlee? Every time I see his nickname, I'm like, okay.
Oh, hold on a minute. You're complaining about anime, now you're bringing it up.
There are some animes like Pokemon, Digimon, you know, like you can't escape them.
Fade, he's gonna die. He could not escape Bloody Nine that time around.
Dragon Ball as well, obviously.
The classics.
The classics.
Solji, he's gonna stick around himself. Very Fire is gonna be enough to survive through this. But like you said, I mean, this top lane, like the Night Stalker's not having a very good time, and well, at least for Sunlight, he's having an extremely good time at the moment on this Razor. Glimpse back, bottom lane, Flea. Must be very, very annoying going against Albino Zebra's Disruptor. Just, yeah, no points at Thunderstrike, just max out Glimpse and
And it's so good versus the Hoodwink as well. Like you can always glimpse her as she's trying to run through the trees. But Thunderstrike is also good against her, right? Not because of the damage, but the vision.
just hasn't felt the need for it yet.
Radiant's
Top lane, there was a bit of a chase there onto Fade, but he's okay to back himself out.
Yep. This is like the part of the game in which you could be pressuring the Razor as well, but you'd need another hero. Like you'd need that Lash to rotate in.
Bloody Nine. Still chasing them down very confidently on this Clockwork, knowing that they can't really do too much about him. Just trying to pull this creep wave over and soak some more XP. They just can't lane against this Razor at the moment at all. Fade, he will eventually be able to get away with this creep wave. Just needs those levels so he can really start being a nuisance. But here you go, Sunlight just shows up and takes him out. That's another kill onto the Night Stalker.
Not really what I expected. Like during nighttime, I felt like he could have ran the other direction, just survived versus the Razor. But okay, Sunlight definitely having a really, really damn good time. And is it the true carry of this game? Nah, he's more of a semi-core. Like this Tinker is the one that you really want to take care of, which is extremely good for them because Razor will be able to fight early on. He's having a good time.
Plasma Field gonna land once again, slowing down Solji just enough they can secure another kill here for Sunlight. The Bloody Nine, the what to take it, but this Razor's being an absolute menace. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Hidden Mune going after Flea, might have the damage and does. Russell, he does at least trade his life. So Russell now is gonna keep the fight up with Albino Zebra. Glimpse is back up and available, but he'll go for the Thunderstrike instead. And that'll do the trick. 2 to go down. Albino will pick up the Beastmaster.
Minute 7, 5.25 of
is under attack.
experience points on the Disruptor. This man is living life. Like he is really enjoying his lane quite a bit. Now gets a cheeky little pull as well. Gets all the experience.
Yeah, it really is a great game, and that's the thing. You're not going to expect him to have Static Storm that quickly. But he is going to have it rather early as mid lane. Jump in onto RCY. Split Earth is going to land. Do they keep going, though? They don't really have the damage output. He's going to survive. Flee with the rotation does secure the life of Solji.
Yeah, when you see all of these TPs, you know who's the boss in the game. Okay, everyone is taking care of their Tinker. Making sure he doesn't fall early on in the game.
Kids. Split Earth going to land, but Bushwhack was there in time. Megan was just fine to run. Meanwhile, top lane, Fade.
Once again, he just runs into, gets all of his damage sucked out, but survives this time around.
That he does. Bottom lane, Albino Zebra showing up. Glimpse back on Flea, but the Bushwhack is going to land just in the nick of time, and they have the roar up if they really need it. Russell going to choose not to use it, but Flea is there to cut him off. Albino is still going to go down to the rockets of RCY.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, the good Hawk positioning as well. Gave him enough vision for the Disruptor. Hoodwink too, being close.
It's one of those very annoying games against Beastmaster Tinker, like just those, the constant vision is going to be so hard to go against. And it's not even just the Hawks, you've got the Rocket Flare as well from the Clockwork. Like, just so much vision game for this Tinker to just spam rockets all game. And this is why I hate this hero, you know?
What, you hate the Tinker? I would have never guessed. I thought you loved him.
Oh, worst hero in the game.
Isn't Tinker like your favorite?
I mean, It's like between him and Arc Warden, you know? I just don't know who I hate more.
Okay, I play 1 out of the 2.
Really?
I'm safe, yeah.
Shame on you, Lizard.
I mean, a
Shame on you.
little bit of Tinker as well.
Shame on you, sir.
As long as the hero is torturing people, I like it.
Fair enough. Bloody 9. Gonna get caught out mid lane. He'll be tortured here by kids. No
Got him.
escape.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What are we waiting for so far? Like, which rotation will happen first? I guess Lash towards the top lane, right?
RCY?
He's got a blink.
Middle tower is under attack.
He does have a blink up. Chase is on though. Glimpse is gonna be there. Split Earth does land. Bushwhack though, maybe saving RCY. Still trying to run, but no, he does go down.
Can they get more?
They're gonna try an albino zebra.
I mean, if it's 1-for-1, you're kind of happy with that if you're felt. Like you just, oh, missed the hook shot. Yeah, if you're felt, you're happy with that. Albino Zebra survives, he has the static storm, he can use it like top lane or something. Like you can actually rotate in with the Lash, start pressuring the tower. You forced, 2 TPs as well to save the Tinker and he still died?
It's a real damn shame.
Meanwhile, your sniper is just free farming. He should be, yeah. You see this? Like this is what I like to see. He should be abandoning and he abandons the lane. Like it's a bit too long. If this was Sunlight, he'd definitely stay there, you know, like in the last couple of games.
Well, top tier 1. It is gonna drop eventually. Felt they'll get it done.
Structures are fortified.
Arc Ascension was popped just to make sure.
The good old smoke into farming the ancients, eh?
It's a classic.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That'll be felt. They'll get the top tier 1 tower. Russell doing the exact same thing. Bottom tier 1. RCY. We have to watch this man do disgusting things. Hate to see it. Hook shot. Albino does get caught out on the disruptor. Static Storm is dropped on top of himself. Maybe they can trade the clockwork. Sunlight still thinking about going forward, but can't really chase down Kits at the moment. Kits will be just fine.
Yeah, he was thinking about going for that Lash, but through the static storm, not a lot of HP on him as well. Like he was on, like, what, 50%? It didn't look like Locke really wanted the Lash. It looked more like he just wanted to get out of static and cog the disruptor back to Razor. But, yeah, he catches him. He just dies.
Mid lane. They could try to make a little bit of a play onto Flea if they really want to, but
Maybe
Flea
with
does
a
back
glimpse.
Radiant's top
off. Oh, there you go. Glimpse is out. Flea getting caught once again.
Good old combo of glimpse into the lift. Worked.
Rotations though. Smoke is there from Bloody Nine and Russell.
They're definitely playing the map faster, both of these teams.
Oh, this is a terrible situation. Cogs out, Kits. He's also been caught in it. Bloody Nine with the perfect setup.
Yeah, I'm actually very shocked. The way they're playing isn't what I'm used to. Like this whole take tier 1, smoke up, go towards mid tier 1. If you remember, I've been criticizing the movements on the map quite a bit this series.
You have?
Yeah, like,
radiant structures are fortified.
well, in a nice way. I was obviously always criticizing it. In a nice, very open-minded way. You never know which thing is right in Dota, anything can work.
That's true.
But usually you do want to take the tier 1s on the mid lane before 25-minute mark.
Glimpse back on Sunlight. Oh, Sunlight's gone. That's a huge pickoff. Like,
Anyone
that's
else?
Pos 1 Razor, and now well, Fade, he'll rush for more. He'll secure the Observer Ward. We'll find Russell in the end, I believe.
Is under attack.
Decides better off going for him.
Bottom tower.
Just leaves him be. Instead goes for the dominated creep instead.
Any glimpsers?
Not quite.
No glimpsers. Okay. So they got the tier 1 mid afterwards. Pretty solid defense, I felt.
Lee. Hook shot. Bloody Nine. Glimpse is there. The Leshrak not going to take enough damage. Maybe they can keep going. Russell doesn't have the roar up. Does get kind of trapped in the kinetic field anyway. And that's a pretty messy engagement here from either side. Double damage rune now going to be spotted out. Hit immune. Oh, he kind of missed it the first time around.
He's dead?
Yeah, it cost him his life. I think he went for a bit. He kind of misclicked. Ouch.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he moved in. Like as sniper, I feel like the one thing that you gotta do is position yourself properly, right? Like never put yourself in harm's way, because you will fall very fast.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, tier 2 bottom tower, or rather tier 1 mid tower, excuse me, is going to go down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No
Radiant's
problems
middle
here for the
tower
side of Dogchamp. 2k advantage once again here for the dire end of things. Sunlight top of the net worth board here on the Razor, RCY and the Tinker proving to be huge on the Tinker as well. And that timing you talked about, like the blink into the Shivers, he's working onto the Shivers guard now. And I mean, at this rate, it's not really going to take him too long to have it fully up.
Yeah, they're definitely taking care of their Tinker baby. Like he's getting stacks again, you see. Well, not the hard camp, but at least the Ancients. So they're making sure he gets a ton of farm. Once he gets that Shivas, I feel like their team fights should be simple.
Do you feel like Thought are doing enough here in this game 3? Like, I'm not sure. Like, you've got this Night Stalker, Dark Ascension being up with a blink, but it seems like they are kind of taking it easy again.
Yeah, they're just not finding the right openings. That's the way the game has been, at least in the full series, both of these teams.
Oh.
Once they hit their timings, they don't necessarily always find ways to utilize them.
Jeez, they can't even kill Flea here on the Hoodwink. Static Storm to be dropped just to try and secure this with the Sharpshooter
Rubik
from
from
a mile
downtown.
away.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a very, very cheeky little Sharpshooter there from the left side as Albino Zebra will go down anyway. Bloody 9 trying for a TP out. It is going to be costing him his own life. And I guess happy days at least that you are giving these kills over to your sniper.
Yeah, for sure. Razor with the Maelstrom. I mean, it's only fitting, right?
Of course.
Like, more lightning.
Dire's middle
He is the Lightning Revenant after all.
Do you like that?
I do.
The Maelstrom, you do?
No, of course not. I mean, it is what it is, you know? It's... I guess it kind of works.
I guess a bit of a meme, but perhaps some catch later on with the Gleipnir, or just keeping the Maelstrom.
You know, the problem is like, playing Dota for such a long time, you're just not used to seeing this kind of stuff. Like, it literally, you spend the last 10, 15 years talking about how, like, Maelstrom on Raze is a meme. And now it's like these kind of games where it's like a legit thing. It's just very hard to get used to it.
Things are definitely changing.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke up. Thought. Mid lane, they could go for Flea, but that's not really the target they truly want. Maybe towards the top lane, Sunlight was hanging around, but they're going to have to let him go. He's already TP'd out. Dark Ascension popped. Looks like Fade is going to find Bloody 9. Bloody 9 with a TP play out, but the glimpse is there from Albino Zebra.
Yeah, it's not that easy to TP against this team.
No.
Like, once you get the BKB, maybe, but before that, all of these supports, cores, yeah, you can't escape and you can't TP as well. Gotta fight.
Roshan. Roshan's been started.
I feel like Felt has way more discipline when it comes to going for a rush and taking that big objective.
Radiant's
Like in
bottom tower is under
all the
attack.
series so far, as I say that, they leave whatever, but like in this series so far, it's been them that have been taking rush.
That it has. They do leave it for now, though. Just lacking a lot of damage there with the sniper. Let's right.
Maybe if they committed completely, but
Under attack. Radiant are scanning.
They could have gotten away with it ultimately in the end. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Russell. Gonna be chased down here on the Beastmaster. Flea sticking around for a bit of farm on the small camp. He's gonna get glimpsed back here by Albino Zebra, but they'll still manage to get away with the scurry.
okay, now that we have Shivas, are things gonna change?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think this hero does come across as very, very busted.
Yeah, once he gets the Shivas, I always feel like, okay, this is it, boys. GG. But we did see one more Tinker in the NA DPC, right? And it didn't really work out.
Right. Bottom lane. Fight to break out. Looks like they have found Hidden Mune. I mean, that's another massive pick off being given back the way of Dog Champ. Like, that's your POS 1 sniper you're relying on.
And it's a build that you don't necessarily see on Beast that often any longer. The Blink Dagger. Like, usually it's what? Helm of Overlord, something like that. But this game you're playing into a Night Stalker, so you don't really want that. Plus you're playing into Sniper, so you definitely want the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Makes his life much harder.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here for Russell. The bottom tier 2 tower now going to be under siege. Glyph will be forced out, but not too much of a problem here for Dog Champ. They'll just stick around. And eventually we'll get the job done. It does seem like Felt kind of sitting on the back foot now. Like 5k disadvantage here for themselves, and they've, unlike the last 2 games where this is the period where they were quite dominant.
Yeah.
They are kind of just very stagnant at the moment.
Yeah, the biggest difference maybe are the heroes that they're playing, right? Like they don't truly have, like they have a hard carry. They have this cannon of a sniper that eventually will take over the game, but they don't have anything as active as previously, like in previous games. So they just have to sit and wait. You're playing into a Razor Tinker, like these boys are very active right now.
Oh, scurry forward. Looks like Sunlight gonna fight. Oh, they found the sniper again.
Yeah, they're definitely not setting up the area around his farm.
Oh, and here comes the Tinker. Oh, they're right around Roshan as well. They may as well stick around and just take this out. The Dog Champ gonna get a free Roshan for themselves, it seems. As I mean, Felt they could stick around and try to fight. Like, you've got a bit more time on the Dark Ascension. So he is sticking around here, trying to give the vision over for that Roshan pit. It's just very hard to see how they're going to try and snag this one away. They do have the Static Storm to play with.
Yeah, but it's only 3 of them. Like, this is dangerous.
Glimpse, Albino is trying to fight this one out. Roshan, it's going to drop, but Sunlight easily takes it, and now they're just feeding their own lives away.
I'm not sure, like, what exactly is the plan? Like, run in as a disruptor and steal it?
Yeah.
And then run in as a Lash and also try to do the same thing? Yeah, that wasn't gonna happen, boys.
Certainly was not. Pretty rough affair now as...
I guess a little bit of a comedic effect. You know?
Yeah. I mean, 13 to 18, 8k advantage now for Dog Champ. And... oh, mid. Found Solji there for a moment. Won't make the jump in.
Maybe if the Night Stalker in that fight flies over, snatches, maybe.
I think the saddest part was his Dark Ascension literally ended as Roshan died.
Yeah, so.
Really, really sad. And now a smoke out, but they don't have Dark Ascension up.
30 seconds.
Yeah, without it, like, do you actually want to fight?
Maybe you can set up an area. You don't have to fight immediately. You set up the area and then you fight after. With the ulti of Night Stalker.
Well, they could find Russell, but the thing is, Dog Champ are moving their way up. They have a counter smoke going on right now.
Oh, and it's a good one.
It's a great one. Solji gonna find Flea. Hookshot, who's it on? Oh, they found the sniper again. Hidden Mine. Well, Hidden Mune, at least will survive for now. We'll be able to back his way out. Kits, on the other hand, will not. Sunlight still going. Will try for the sniper, but will lose his Aegis in the meantime. He is completely on his own right now. But here comes the cavalry. RCY blinking in with the shivers, forcing them backwards. And that was a 3-for-1 trade, I believe. Just only Bloody 9 going down on the clockwork.
And the Aegis.
And the Aegis.
Is that 3.1.5 or?
I mean, I guess so. If you really want to. If you really want to consider it, Lizard, we'll let you consider it.
I guess it's easier the next time you fight. Maybe you can go on that target, right? Like, that's how you need to think about it. But Tinker has a BKB. Our dear observer Scruff is showing it to us.
Oh, just...
Yep.
You see, Lizard? You're telling me you've played this hero?
I see. What? You like Sniper more? Like, it's the same thing.
I hate both. Kids.
Okay.
Kids is gonna drop.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, guys.
It is a lot of damage.
Well-
It really is just this Shivers guard. That's it. You're online. Blink Shivers.
Yeah.
Go.
It just gives you vision. I feel like that's probably the main aspect of it.
Not that he
Like-
was lacking vision anyway.
I mean, yeah, but now you can do it on your own, right? Like, it's
Right.
over the trees. You can't escape him. There's no way. Usually, at least you'd be able to juke him, but not with Shivas. And now with the BKB, yeah. Good luck.
Well, bottom, or rather top lane, excuse me, Albino. Gonna be spotted. Immediate rush in here from Fleet. That's gonna be another to go down. Albino Zebra now dropping.
Top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 top tower, not gonna last very long at this rate.
Oh, look at this.
Bottom. Sunlight just going in on his own. Does have RCY to TP and help out. It is a 2v3 situation, but
And he was so low on mana as well on Tinker. I feel like if Sunlight wants to play this way, he should have probably bought Yules instead of Maelstrom, you know?
yeah.
Just something to stop the TPs, because he wants to be playing alone.
He's got a Rod of Atos on the way now, at least.
Okay. Definitely helps.
Yeah, almost the full Gleipnir. Now you're just, it just feels like you're just stuck. in
You
your
are.
base.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. You're just stuck in your base. Look at them. There's just one big circle. What you do in a situation such as this one is you smoke out and you try to take control of the triangle at least. Like you smoke up as 4 or 5. You run out of the base, ward up the triangle, fight around it. But they're just so damn afraid of leaving. And of course they are. Clockwork Rockets, Hawks. There's just way too much vision.
Way too much. Hit immune. We'll come out of the base for a moment, but immediately force-staffing back towards the Radiant base. Things only getting worse now. A 15k advantage. Aetherland's up on Russell, so he can just roar from a mile away. So, I mean, the longer you wait, the worse this Tinker gets as well. Like, RCY, I'm not sure what he wants next, but whatever it is, it's coming.
Scanning.
E-Blade.
I mean, yeah, it is. He queues it up.
Yeah, why not? A little bit of E-Blade on that sniper, so I believe he dies literally from one.
Jump in. Roar is there. They've got kits again. The Leshrac is just melting, and now the Gleipnir holding them all down. The supports are getting destroyed by Sunlight. Everyone's just dropping. I mean,
3
I don't-
bounties though. Easy for Fate.
easy.
Radiant's middle tower.
But yeah, I'm gonna ask you, Liz. I mean, I know it's very early to say this, but are you getting close to the point where you call it?
Come on. No,
I-
no, of course not.
Really?
I mean, after the second game, you probably don't call it
Right.
because of, you know, just you don't wanna.
Radiant's
Don't wanna.
structures are fortified.
But you're in a rough spot. You definitely could take the late game with the sniper, but I feel like you're completely right and it's too late because Tinker can just jump in all 5 of you at this point. He's got that Shiva's BKB.
Do this.
How do you stop this from happening, you know?
Tower is under
And the rocket. Bloody Nine.
Oh, it's just not fair,
Just
man.
securing it, you know? Like,
Oh, it's just not fair.
yeah, usually you need to control the Tinker a little bit earlier or... What's the weirdest thing is that he was picked so early on. Like this is, I believe, a first phase Tinker. Maybe they could have answered him a little bit harder.
Well, they certainly didn't do that. Like, RCY is having the freest game of his life right now, that's for sure.
Fleet.
Bottom lane, Fleet. Will go down, so Felt. They do find something for their time. Finally outside of their own base, so able to get maybe a little bit of farm while they're here, but here goes Sunlight. It's gonna find the Rubik straight off the bat. Soldier's gone. RCY just making sure the area is just clear, you know?
Yeah, just hunting down if someone was around trying to help him. Yeah, I like the fact that Sniper isn't even buying BKB, by the way.
Yeah.
It's honestly, you need a BKB, right? Like you're playing into a Tinker, you usually need a BKB. But at the same time, like if you get it, chances of you winning this game, I believe, become even lower. If you get it this early on, they just need the damage. So he goes for more. I respect that.
It's one of those impossible games. That's sort of what it feels like here.
Did you ever see like, let's call that thought, Beast?
Roar is out. And just look at this Night Stalker. Just melts.
Yeah.
That was his Dark Ascension pop. Albino Zebra. This is why I'm asking you, should they call it? Because it's just like, no matter what you do.
They're just trying, as long as the Sniper isn't dying, I guess they don't call it, they continue playing. You know that dumbbell curve? Like 0 to 80 IQ, 80 to 100, 100 to 160.
Hit him
The meme, the bell curve meme,
Yes, yes.
yeah, that's the BKB here on the Sniper.
Look, Harvey, this
Like
is...
2K MMR, don't buy BKB. Smart 4Kers buy it, and then you get these 9Kers as well that don't.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I just don't think anything can save them. Like, this Tinker, oh, it's just... It's sickening! RCY, he needs to go have a shower after this, man. He's going to be feeling very dirty after this game 3.
Yeah, he's got an overwhelming blink almost completed, Arcane Rune.
Rampage, oh, yeah, why not, RCY? I'm not going to hype it up. I'm not doing it. It's
He
a Tinker.
gave it on purpose, I feel like, you know,
Yeah.
it was like, here, take the
Smiley face.
take the Rampage.
XD as well from RCY. I mean, he knows. I'm playing Tinker. There's nothing to be proud of.
You are. Are you playing as well, or is it just RCY? Tell the truth now, because
I don't
the way
play
you
Tinker.
said it, I know you were talking about him, but the way you said it, I could feel.
I would
could-
never.
I think there's a little bit of a Tinker in you.
Over-
At least the clock.
Over my dead body.
Is there a clock in?
Yeah, Clock's my most played hero.
Okay, they're dropping some mantles here. Whose mantles are those?
Oh, look at the Gleipnir. Perfect setup. I mean, just drop the mantles, drop everything at this point. Nothing's working out. At least they found a Beastmaster. But look at RCY. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's just casually in their fountain now. Oh, this is my worst nightmare. I mean, this is... RCY is just a menace. Look at this. He's just not leaving him. Like, call it. He's just telling them to call it. Sunlight will just give his own life
Easy
away.
for
Jump in.
Fade.
Fade. Hook shot off the mark. RCY finally goes down.
Double kill for Fade. Let's go.
Fade's doing it. Nice.
They're back. Now you call it.
He won't, though.
Okay. 2.7k gold off of 2 heroes. Well, 2.7k off of 2 heroes. 2.7 was from the Tinker and 50 gold from the clock.
Mid lane. Going for a bit more Fade. He's feeling it now. Chase down on Fleet. You know what it is? They're upset with Flea because Flea wanted the DQ. So now they're just going to drag out the game as long as possible.
So
to
he
get
doesn't
back
go
in.
to his girlfriend.
Exactly right. That's what they're doing.
They just want to ruin this man's relationship, that's all.
They're losing the battle, but they've won the war in their minds, I think.
Uh-huh, that's it, yeah.
Fade will drop.
Make him weaker for the tiebreaker or something, you know.
That's right. Roar is out. Bushwhack will land. The Rubik does get caught. Kits is trying. Kits can't really do too much here. He'll farm up the creep wave while he's around, but Russell won't mind too much, I don't think. Hidden Mune gonna show up. Oh, maybe now he'll mind. That's plenty of damage to come out, but a nice Bushwhack from Flea. Hold the back for a little bit, and now Bloody Knight comes in. Kits has been caught once again. Still a nice static storm and glimpse back. He's gonna kill off the Beastmaster. Bloody Knight barely surviving himself from the clockwork. But Hidden Mune has been left completely alone. He's gone.
I'm not sure what's happening anymore.
Nah,
I guess they're just, chilling,
it's having fun.
having fun, yeah.
Everyone but Flea.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 4 tells.
Flea really, really wants this to be over with, but not gonna happen.
I mean, even his own team was messing around. Like,
Yeah.
RCY is just diving fountain.
Radiant's middle tower.
Not my problem, bruv. High fives going around. Of course, the old Shadow Amulet being bought out. So many mantles on the ground as well. I mean, why not? At least they've got a sense of humor.
Mantle, I'm surprised no one thought of this before the last year,
Yeah,
Like dropping mantles.
genius, honestly.
It truly is. So simple, yet so effective.
It really was. Jump in again. Kids will try to get something, but a nice pushback into a sharpshooter. Flea is not messing around. Fade is still trying. Ancient is exposed. They're just not letting it go down yet. Fade, he's going to try and go back for the fight. Who's he actually got there?
This is a never-ending fight. And
Yeah.
there we go, GG.
GG is finally called. Dogchamp will be able to secure the 2-1 victory in rather disgusting fashion.
Like, you can call it disgusting. It's just a Tinker game. It's the way it is. You don't control the Tinker. He gets the Shivas. He demolishes you. It's just the way nature works.
Don't defend him. Don't defend this damn hero.
I would never.
No, you won't.
I would never.
Still props to Dogchamp. 2-1 victory over Felt. I mean, obviously, again, Felt putting a pretty good fight up here, but game 3 was a very one-sided affair. Lizard, let's just throw it to the panel. Let's see what the panel had to say about that game 3.
Take it.
NA Dota never fails to deliver in a very classically NA Dota series here between Felt and Dogchamp. These guys meme it up. There's twists, there's turns, but in the end, Dogchamp pull it back together and RCY delivers a phenomenal Tinker performance to end things off, despite somewhat reluctance to end the game. I mean, why? Why did they want to endure that even longer?
Looked fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like
I
being
mean,
lasered
you're-
in the face?
I think he likes lasering people in the face, so he decided to dive the fountain so he could do it longer.
Okay, all right. Okay, I guess that's some sort of reasoning. But T-Fan, I mean, where did it all go so wrong?
Well, I mean, to start things off with, I believe I was the only one rooting for Dogchamp here on this game. It went as I thought it would on the case of RCY, at least. He had a pretty good laning stage for himself. Sunlight, I was a bit worried for a moment. The way that he likes to play his carry is a bit like he's played his off lane. He's overly aggressive too early before he has those items. We talk about like repositioning items. He's used to playing semi-aggressively, positioning himself, looking for a kill or two, or at least participating in it with his Furions and stuff. He would give away a couple kills, but at least he found the pace back. He didn't give up too much of that tempo, and they found Sniper once or twice. I think hit immune a few times, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dogchamp, they've got 4 heroes capable of jumping the Sniper, and they just shut him down. The Sniper did not get to have a game, and we didn't get to see much of this kit's Leshrac either having too much impact. This Tinker got out of hands. What can the Leshrac really do against this hero if you don't have the others to back you up? It's down to the Night Stalker, right? He's the guy who needs to find at least 1 or 2 of these heroes on the side of Dogchamp to have a bit of an advantage. They did not have that.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, overall, though, I think, looking at Fel, what are the biggest improvements they need to make for the next series?
I mean, I think they had some issues in their decision making, mainly as a team. I think they made a lot of mistakes. I think in this last particular game, the Night Stalker was a good idea, but they played it against the Razor. They thought it'd be okay. It was not okay. That lane went terribly for them. I also feel like the Sniper should have done much better versus the Beastmaster lane. They kind of just broke even in that lane, and that's not really what you're looking for. So kind of just need to work on the laning stage and just not making so many mistakes and being on the map by yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's... how much can you put it down to team play versus individual performances, though?
In terms of mistakes or the whole team?
In terms of, what was missing from Felt?
I mean, I guess that indecisiveness a little bit here and there. How can they work around the Slishrack and Fade's item timings? Like, can they just pull off this Night Stalker into a position where, okay, we can play around Fade, or do we play around kits? They had that when they were going for the top tier 1 push, and it looked like they could still unite with this powerful front against, what, a Tinker with a Blink Dagger. They had some good openings in the mid lane. I think I felt the most in the first 15 minutes. And after that, it just kind of like, is Dogchamp with just 1 item per hero too strong for Felt to deal with, and they don't have an answer to it, and they kind of go passive? I think avoiding that passiveness is something you really, really need to look at. Is there something we can do around the map? Do we need to go for more smoke ganks, for example? Do we play only around every time Night Stalker's ulti is off cooldown? I think those are the things that Felt was missing and maybe a bit scared to act.
So team play and shot calling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could say shot calling is one of the big impactors, especially when you're playing from behind.
Well, MVP for this game, number 3, it is going to go to RCY once again on the Tinker. Even though Sunlight did manage to squeeze out an extra kill above him, it's very hard to argue against who was a dominating force in this game. And I mean, Fear, is he living up to your expectations?
For now, yeah. I think he's playing really well, but I would not give him the MVP this game, personally. I think there's going to be many games where he's going to get the MVP, and I don't know if Sunlight will have many opportunities where I think he played really well on this Razor. So I'm just going to talk about Sunlight here instead of RCY, because I think his Razor was actually so good. Like, he won his lane. Like, he had a lot of impact. He was ganking throughout the entirety. Like, he put up really good numbers, and we were a little skeptical of him moving to that carry role, but I think he did a phenomenal job. But RCY, this is a typical performance you're going to see through him throughout the entirety of his career. He's really good. Like, when I watched him in Division 2, I knew he was going to come in Division 1. He was going to be a superstar, and he's already busting out the Tinker, winning Division 1 games with it. So, you know, he's just hype. What else can I say?
He's hype. You feel like a proud father
Yeah,
talking about your young boy.
I mean, some new NA Dota blood, especially like a core player, is like always nice to see. It
That's
feels
a
like
good reason to be hyped for.
Yeah, I feel like most of the NA players at this point were coaches, retired, or past 5 players, you know? Having some actually raw talent and from the region is really nice.
Absolutely. Well, we do get to speak to a member of Team Dogchamp, and we are going to be speaking to the captain of the team. Bloody Nine is going to be jumping in on the microphone to chat to us about his team. So firstly, congratulations on the win. And I want to know, did this feel like the same Felt that you played against in Division 2?
Not really. I mean, they pretty much have 3 new players, like, because Solji switched roles, and then they literally got 2 other players. I think they're a little bit better right now, probably. And then we're also a new team, so it's just a whole different dynamic.
Yeah, so how is that dynamic working out for you at the moment? Because you did choose to switch up like a lot of players despite a really dominating run through Division 2. I mean, what caused that decision? And so far, you know, do you think it's the right one?
Well, it just kind of turned out this way. Like, certain players didn't want to play with each other, and then afterward, the player that didn't want to play with the other people, didn't want to play anymore. He found a new team. So I kind of just ended up with only playing with RCY. Like, the other guys didn't want to come back. It was just a big mess. Like, I had to choose these people over these people, and then they went behind me afterward. So this is what it turned out with. We just tried scrims with, we didn't have that much time because it was right after, it all happened right around when the drop date was. And so we scrimmed with 1 carry, but he wanted to join another team, play in Europe. And at that point, I was like, well, let's just try some double offlane stuff. And it turns out Sunlight can play carry well too. And we'll see. Maybe we'll mix it up and try some double offlane, and RCY will just carry us as well later on.
Okay, Faye had some questions.
I mean, congratulations on the win. What are your goals for this tour, both personal and as a team?
Because it's just such a not exactly what anyone planned. We're just going into it with a completely new roster. Although we've been playing a lot and trying hard, I really just want to at least stay in Division 1 and kind of go from there, assess where we're at after that. So just avoiding relegation realistically, but I'm open to being surprised by my team. We are scrimming pretty good teams and doing fine, but we just need to find what exactly works for us, because we are literally playing with 2 offlane players, and that is hard to make work.
Sure. And what do you like the most about the new patch?
I mean, I like that there's not just quite as much autopilot on the first phase. I even saw that when it was first coming out. It's not just Lena Brood every game, and if you ban those, then it's like, okay, now you're going against whatever's next. It was very like flow chart, and now I think more stuff is viable, and that's fun. I like, I mean, I guess that's pretty much it.
All right, congrats on your win, Bloody Nine. I wanted to talk to you a bit about RCY, as you already touched upon the player. How do you feel about your new mid player in Division 1? It's his first Division 1 run, and secondly, does his playstyle bring something unique to the team?
Yeah, I mean, he's like the most talented mid player. I mean, I would say the most talented mid player like out there right now, in my opinion. I think he can go win TI. He's like, the sky's the limit. He's 16 years old, and this is his first team. And he's like, he doesn't get nervous. He's learning heroes like in a week. If we want him to play a new hero, he's very, very good. And I love playing with him.
All right, all right.
To have found him.
And secondly, I wanted to ask, since you now beat the other team, was promoted to Division 1, what team are you looking forward to next to play against?
Well, we play tomorrow against Shopify and the next day against Five Rats, I think. So pretty much just those teams. Shopify, I think they're a great team, and we're like not exactly on the same level, but you never know. So we're just going to go into that with no expectations, but not give them like too much respect, not play scared, just hope for the best. And then Five Rats, I think, is almost a 50-50. They also have like 2-4 players, so they're in a similar boat as us, like somebody adjusting to 5, which is not as easy as it sounds. Look at Jerex. No offense.
Wow. Well, I mean, T-Panda mentioned about your mid player who's been impressing the hell out of us, honestly. What is he like as a person, though? Because obviously, you know, he's very young. Is he kind of cocky, you know? Is he have a lot of fun, or, you know, is he a bit more reserved?
He's very quiet, and he's not cocky in terms of like how he talks and stuff. He like never flames anybody at all. But I think his like play style is a bit cocky. Like he always plays like he's unkillable and like he's better than everybody. And most of the time he is, so makes sense.
Definitely. Okay, well, I've got one more question about your teammates, and that's a very important one. Does Flea actually have a girlfriend, is my question.
I think he has, like several. He's always talking to somebody.
Okay, and have they seen his Twitter account?
That one, I doubt it, or else I don't know how he'd keep him.
All right. Bloody Nine, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Great interview, and yeah, good luck in the rest of your run.
All right, thank you so much. Take it easy.
You too, man. Well, good stuff, good stuff. Dogchamp do squeeze out a win in the end, but yeah, sounds like a bit of turbulence in the team there, you know, things being swapped up last minute. I mean, kind of what we expected, I suppose.
I mean, they weren't expecting it, or Bloody Nine wasn't expecting it at least. So, like, something happened where, you know, he alluded to the like, players were having disagreements, didn't want to play with each other again. So he had to, like, make the roster work. Like, Sunlight is like kind of like, yeah, I'll try playing carry. You know, I'm an offlaner, but let's just see if we can make this work. And it worked, at least against Feld.
I had my thoughts about like the old Liquid of Matumba, man, where Matumba would basically be like the carry, but it's like an offlaner in the safe lane role, right? So there's some resemblance. Of course, we're not talking about a TI winning team here, but still, there's some resemblance to it. And it can be an effective weapon in a way. It could be hard to read the draft. They've got a lot of extra flex because of that too. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, important to have a shout out, of course, to esportsbet.io, who are the sponsors if you are a fan of Western EU or NA Dota and you're interested in crypto gambling, then they are the website for you, especially as they are offering a wonderful, wonderful deal. 50% first-time deposit bonus with only a 2x turnover requirement. It's a great way to boost your wins and get a little bit of extra bankroll on those victories. If you are interested in gambling on esports, then head over to esportsbet.io. The information is in the description below the stream, where you can join the Discord and get all the information you need. That is esportsbet.io, where you can go and check them out and take advantage of that very generous offer. And of course, our next match coming up is going to be Bait versus Wildcard Gaming. A very exciting matchup between these two teams as we get to see the debut of the Wildcard roster, which is an interesting one for sure. A lot of old faces returning for.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard went from like a stack that was some NA, majority European, to a full NA squad. So that's very nice to see. Like, a lot of the people from the region that play in the region are going to be representing us now. So very happy to see that.
Yep, coming back into it. And then, of course, Bait, just one change, but a pretty major one, isn't it?
It is. 5-Rat, they were talking about Stamanen being the guy, being the leader in a way, innovator, a voice in the team. They lost that, and now Bait gained that. Is that an upgrade to Moose? I think that's one of the big questions looming in the air. Is he as good as a player as he is, or is just the vocal management enough? We talked about Phonic being the guy leading the drafts. Does Stamanen get a play in that? Does he have all the say in it? Does he bring new ideas? A lot of questions.
A lot of questions indeed, and hopefully we'll be getting the answers from this series. I mean, what were your biggest kind of fears about Bait coming into, Division 1 last year? And, what kind of things do you want to see them addressing this time around?
I mean, I think they proved it to themselves that they deserve to be here, right? But like improvements as far as they need to make is basically their sidelines. Like whenever they did well, it was Moose and Dendy just going around and taking care of business. But the sideliners oftentimes had issues like finding a way into the game or closing games. So they've had a lot of time to watch the replays. They probably know their mistakes, and they're going to be. We'll see if they corrected them going into this next series.
Yeah, I mean, that is the big question, right? Like, can they correct the issues? Have they had the time to do so as well? It's only been the time of a major between them and Division 2 as well, between that season and this season, but a lot of time to work on them and hopefully improve. And then, of course, well, Wildcard coming into it with a new roster as well. A lot of questions, a lot to be answered. We will get to that in the next series, which is coming up after this break. We'll see you very shortly for the second series of the evening. Yeah, apologies for the slight delay on getting this to you. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a power outage where Bait are currently boot camping in Mexico. However, they have been able to get themselves to a cafe where they will be able to play the game, so fear not. The game is safe, but also fear yes, because he's on the panel with me. How's it going, man?
Great segue there. Hello.
Thanks. I really am the best. Yes, indeed. We've got Bait versus Wildcard coming up next as our final series of the day. And as we mentioned, this one's going to be very interesting. We've got so many big players coming back. You know, Yawar and MSS, the big notable ones for the side of Wildcard. Are you worried about the rust, though, T-Panda?
Could be the rustiness, could be maybe the figuring out part of the new patch. Not really. I mean, it hasn't really changed that much, has it? There's a lot of prestige behind a couple of players on the side of Wildcard, which I think they talk for themselves. These guys have been around and they've been somewhat consistent, somewhat successful. And in a team with a guy like Sammy Boy, I feel like they could just click instantly from the first game. And I think that's a big strength for them too.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I think this is going to be a completely new team. I think Sammy Boy will take up that leadership role, which is good. I mean, whether he talks too much or too little, we'll have to see. But I think everyone on this team does have a voice, which is going to be very important. It's more of can they get to the point where everyone gets to say what they need to say without saying too much and being on the same page?
That is the question. Well, we do have a draft now available, so let's jump straight into it as we start game number 1 in this series. And we have a Broodmother and an Io banned out by Bait Esports. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they're going to get rid of the Mirana and the Rubik, which is a little surprising, as I thought that might be something which MSS might like to fall back on. And they're going to start things up with the Death Prophet. Bait going to answer with the Primal Beast and the Pugner. So already some very different approaches coming out from Bait.
Yeah, and I kind of like that Bait is going with the strengths that they had in Tour 1, which was the Dendi Primal Beast first phase pick, which was very good for them. And that kind of talks to me in a volume, like, have they found another player for it? Is Funnick going to take it in the off lane, and we might see Pugna potentially as a second core? Or do we see played in the off lane? East European Classic, off lane Pugna. Very intuitive, very different. And I think maybe the big thing why they brought this Pugna in is because of the extra healing that we've seen from these sustained heroes. Niche picks like Pugna might just be taken on the rise.
We'll have to see. I mean, it's definitely interesting. I'm intrigued. I think
Oh, look at the background there.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, though.
Hello.
Oh my
Hello,
goodness.
random person.
Oh, they got their webcams rolling up on. I would go to that LAN cafe. That looks like it's popping for sure.
It's a vibe right there, isn't it? I feel like you got some retro tunes playing, you just whittle the night away.
Just vibing.
What a time. What a time.
I don't have LAN cafes like that where I'm from. So
Unlucky.
Very unlucky.
Unlucky.
But anyway, Clockwork is great for both these heroes. So we do see unique heroes in the Pugna. We don't get to see it a lot, but we do know the Clock is very good versus the Primal in the laning stage. But we also know that Clock is incredibly good versus the Pugna. So there's reasons why some of these heroes don't get picked a lot. We saw that about the Tinker, but it still prevailed anyway if you have a specialist for it. And the question is, do they have a specialist for this Pugna?
That is a good question, because I remember Stamanen back in his old teams that he's played, like 18, 19, 2020, he would bring out the Pugna from time to time. He's a decent player on it, but, he was still playing at, Division 2? Technically the Division 3 era of the time, still grinding the ranks. He can be a lot better with it these days, but what do you go, like Primal Beast, Pugna lane? I don't think I've actually... I'm going to be honest here. I don't think I've seen a single Primal Beast Pugna in my competitive games that I've cast or been on panel with and actually see how it works out. So I'm a bit clueless here. I will admit that.
I mean, I think I've definitely seen these two on the same team before, but I wanted to see him in lane because in theory the Decrepify plus Trample sounds like a cool combination as it is magical damage, but unfortunately, the game of that, it wasn't. We didn't get to see that in the laning stage because Primal went mid. But I think Dendi is also a player that I believe played a lot of Pugna back in the day. He could go mid on it. He can also be the Primal. So this is a very open-ended draft. They could do Pugna 5. You don't know where these heroes are going to go, and I think that's kind of why they chose to select them here. They're just going to flex it for as long as they possibly can. But you do have to deal with the DP. In a lot of ways, Pugna can be good versus DP, but at the same time, it's normally you want to be that type of hero that just stands in front of the DP, or any hero's Pugna and you use the Drain and they can't cancel it. But they have a lot of ways of canceling it now with the Clockwork, with the Silence. It looks like not a free Pugna game already, and that's worrying because this hero is has not been meta in the previous meta. We don't know what the new meta is, but it's not that much different, so I can't imagine this hero is just meta all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can flex it really heavily across multiple roles. That's what I assume that Beta trying to do here, leaving it open to interpretation and trying to run things in a slightly different way, where they can kind of abuse the fact that they have such varied playstyles on their team and they can make that work for them. Meanwhile, Wildcard, just very, very meta, very straight down the line. It's what we expected from any team coming into this tournament, and it's a great start. It's a really great start. I love these combos. The one thing Death Prophet kind of lacks is a bit of control, and that's the one thing Clockwork gives you. They don't have to lane together. They can do, and they're very strong, but Clockwork can also go in the 5 and enable the Death Prophet in the mid game instead. It just works really, really well. So I'm very much favoring Wildcard's opening, I'll be honest, and the bans as well. Also kind of making a lot of sense from Wildcard to me as well. Just a lot of meta stuff being banned out as well. No massive counters, it's looking like, just normal bans.
Yeah, and also about the Clockwork versus the Pugna idea is, what is Pugna's real strength early on in the game? His movement speed, right? So by the time Clockwork at some point is going to hit level 6 and get his ulti, he is very good against the Pugna. Low HP, as if he even has the Decrepify on, that's extra damage. The Clockwork's going to be dealing with the Battery Assault, and a good tool to kind of make Pugna's life a little bit harder. He's not the optimal hookshot target, but they can definitely take him out really fast. But things got a bit harder now. We got the Riki brought up, and he is a prime Meteor Hammer builder, which is meta, right? So that is something that people have been loving to build on this hero. A swap around a little bit as well, because you get the Meteor Hammer early. Do you prioritize the Shard more, or do you still want to get Meteor Hammer right away? Options are there, but extra control and bait, they've got a lot of ways to now catch heroes and a lot of mobility to blow somebody up before Wildcard can react.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, the hero was nerfed a little bit. I believe it was the cast range.
Yeah, the
on
cast range went from like 1,000 to 600. It was very significant.
Yeah, but it was ridiculous as well, so rightfully done so.
But is it still good? We haven't really seen it yet. And like, you do have a bunch of like these kind of squishy heroes that don't do that much damage if they're controlled. Both Primal, if you do interrupt him through his ultimate or stop his trample. Same with Pugna, don't do damage. So like, Bait's draft just looks a little funny if I look at it. It's like you've got like some Pugna, you have like this Riki. You don't really have like this strong foundation of what you're building around. While on Wildcard, you got all your damage from the DP. That hero does a lot. You have your Clockwork can initiate and make a lot of problems. They brought in a Disruptor now, even more team fight. I think Bait has to really come up with some really good answers in their next 2 picks here.
Yeah, they definitely got to make their draft have a bit more sense. This is the first Riki in all of Division 1 combined. It is a completely uncontested hero, so that will now drop to 15 instead of 16. But the Disruptor and the Bloodseeker brought up from the side of Wildcard. Disruptor, pretty much, it's a Bait classic hero, right? Like, East Europeans, they love to have this Disruptor in their team. Very common 15th pick, but they went for the Riki. We're going to grab the Disruptor instead. We have a way to fight back against that initial initiation. It prevents the Primal Beast from getting away with the Glimpse, and a good magical damage burster as well that doesn't really get killed by the Netherward either. Like, his mana costs are high, but they're not like, I cast like CM ult and I die because the mana cost is so high. And the Bloodseeker just doesn't worry about that at all, really. The downside is the Decrepify versus Bloodseeker's right clicks.
Yeah. I mean, I think what we can expect from this game, though, is like on Bait's side, they added this Drow, which is really nice because you do have the Hyperthermia against the Death Prophet. You can outrange it. But at the same time, like, Rupture is very scary in this game. Like, pretty much anyone, at this point, you don't want to play Pugna core because like you can't get ruptured on this hero. You're just a sitting duck. So you might just go to support. But as we've seen before, and I think it was Sammy Boy last tour who really liked this Pugna on support, but it didn't work out. He fed. He went like 0-15 and like 0-20 in 2 games or something like that. Then he was like, yeah, we're done with this. We're going to scrap it.
I've done my experimentation. The results are conclusive.
I mean, that's the problem with Pugna, right? If it's not a good Pugna game, it's really not a good Pugna game. And you can die. You have no stun. You have no escape. And they have lots of heroes that can kill you as a Pugna here. So I'm a little afraid for wherever this Pugna is going on how it's going to do in this game because, like, it's difficult. And you need to have impact on every single position in Dota right now. You can't have a weak link, especially if you're going against a team that is just as good as you, if not better, I'd argue.
Yeah. And I would argue that also, like, with Pugna and Riki, one of these surely is going to be a weak link. Like, I find it hard to believe that both of these heroes are going to work, and like, there's no synergy there either. I feel like this draft just doesn't feel, as you say, that well put together. I'm ready to be proved wrong. Maybe Ricky's still good, but maybe it's going to be even a core Ricky or something like that. But I can't really see that fitting into the draft at this point. You've already got your draft.
One thing is for sure, Bait is they're entertaining us here. This is an entertaining draft. Like, it's new, it's unique. I don't know what they're trying to go with it, but at the end of the day, it's something that is going to be interesting to watch nonetheless.
Yeah, wildcard, meanwhile, just a bit try hard.
A bit try hard.
A bit try
They
hard.
have so many. So the one thing that is a weakness of their strategy right now is that they have a lot of ground silence. Like, they have Bloodrite, they've got Waning Rift, you got Disruptor, you've got Death Prophet, you got 4 silences. So like in this game, like a BKB is going to be really crucial, but I guess you do buy it on Drow. You don't really want to get it too early. You do buy it on Primal. That's where the clockwork is kind of clutch here, because this hero is very much needed in this game to be able to cancel some of these abilities here.
And a lot does fall on the shoulders of the Primal Beast for Bait to kind of survive early on. We got the Funnic Beastmaster to close out the draft, so they've got the direct synergy, at least in some way, on the side of Bait, even if the Pugna and the Riki didn't look like they fit together well. The Drow and the Beastmaster, on the other hand, they do. And it is Dendi with the Primal Beast going into mid, so something that he spammed a lot during Tour 1 and just before Tour 1 started. I think he had like 70 games of Primal Beast inside a month or something like that. Absolutely nuts. So.
And it is going to be the Pulse 5 Pugna. So, Phil, what are your expectations to this game?
I mean, I like wildcards draft a lot. I think, UR, MSS have good synergy playing along with each other. In the old wildcard days, you had Alone standing in at TI with Sammy Boy, so they got the synergy, and I think Lil Nick's just been around, and he's going to be a good addition and just fit right in there, and I think their draft is good here, so I'm expecting to take this one, and I expect the Pugna to probably have 10 deaths plus.
Team Panda, agree?
I agree with Fear. I think they have a bit of an advantage on the side of Wildcard, but Bait, I think the games where we see a really good Primal Beast, it's in the early minutes. So if Dendi gets that pace to go, we got a good game.
Alrighty, well, I think I'm going to go with Wildcard as well. Their draft, it just makes way too much sense. And what else makes sense is esportsbet.io's new offer, which is 50% off your first time deposit with only a 2 times turnover requirement. It's a generous promotion for new users, which will get added to your first deposit to your account. So go and check that out. It's a great way to increase your earnings from your bets. That is esportsbet.io. Check them out if you are interested in betting on your favorite teams across WEU and NA. But right now, we're going to throw it off to our casters for game number 1 of Wildcard versus Bait. We've got MLP and Lizard.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into a game number 1 between Bait and, of course, Wildcard. This is going to be a very exciting one. Of course, it is Dendi time after all. But more importantly, Wildcard showing off their new roster with UR and MSS. And, of course, my boy Lil Nick, who I feel like I haven't seen in such a long time, but he's here as well. It's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, some really, really popular names on both sides. On one side from NA, on other from not necessarily NA, but imported NA boys.
Bot lane, single file. They're going to find Lowdine here. Try to make a run for it by the T1. The Bloodrite. Oh, it's going to land.
Come on.
Sammy gets him. He went for a tango.
Come on, that there is no way.
He ate the tango. I think that's what kind of messed him up.
That was so close.
Yeah.
Like, he almost lived with that blink. Nicely tried by him, at least. Sadly enough, it didn't really work.
Uh-oh. Sammy's complaining about his lights.
Yeah, our lights are fine.
Our lights are fine, I believe.
Yeah,
Sammy,
all good.
he likes to put on these like blood red lights, so he gets into this like murderous intent. They're just white today, sadly. Very translucent, I believe, for Sammy, from what I saw. But
Dendi has cool lights. Like,
Dendi.
what the hell is that?
He's a big time streamer.
He's in a spaceship.
Why not? Space theme always
Why
seems
the
nice.
hell not? I agree. I say the same. Yeah, like analysts on our dear panel, Mr. Fear, Mr. Panda, I guess Nomad as well. They were talking about this Pugna, and like, I know it's a hard game for Pugna, but it could work. Like, it's one of those heroes that actually in the last patch was played quite a bit on position 5.
Yeah.
Like, perhaps not in Division 1 that often, but It was picked. It was picked in Europe pubs as well.
We'll see how it goes. We'll start with the mid lane at least for now. Dendi and Alone going to be going at it here. The Puck versus Primal Beast. Because they did point out in the panel how often Dendi's been playing this Primal Beast, and he does seem to love the hero. From what I saw in 201, the man does tend to have quite a bit of impact on this mid Primal as well. What do you think, though, against the Puck matchup? Do you feel like there's any kind of advantage here between these two teams?
I guess if you're Puck, you should be able to get away from him easily, right? Once he goes on you with Trample. You also have your ulti to deal with him later on. I feel like Puck kind of messes with him a bit until the BKBs are up. And then the things change, obviously. Then you can actually jump on top of Puck, utilize your ult against him. Primal is great against all of these glass cannons that he can get on top of.
Bottom lane, a bit of action. There's Lowdine. It's kind of trying to mess around here with MSS and Lil Nick, but it's forced to blink away. We'll be just fine in doing so. Obviously, MSS can't really lock him down, even with the cogs. Blink Strike will always be available for Lowdine.
Yeah, definitely.
What about that top lane? Like, you've got Yuar and Sammy there on the Disruptor and Bloodseeker against Storminant on that Pugnan. Of course, Funnick on his famous Beastmaster. Yeah, hold that thought, because mid lane, Dendi's going to go for a bit of a charge, looking for that Water Room secure, and he does get it. Looks like Lowdine took the other one.
How famous is it?
This Beastmaster?
Yeah.
Oh, he loves it. Funnick, he played this quite a lot during 201.
I mean, historically, he's been a pretty good Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Like, but when I think of Funnick, what else comes to my mind? Clockwork, perhaps, too, you know?
Yeah. We're talking about the Na'Vi days?
Yeah. Oh, good old days.
The good old days.
The days before the 1%, if you know what that is.
1%?
Yeah, the Moon Squad.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, I think so. I don't delve into that degeneracy you're talking about, whatever the hell it is.
Well, you phrased it that way, not me.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about, so I'm just going to assume it's degenerate.
Sure. It's not as degenerate as your animes, but yeah.
Right. It's about there, though. All right. Well, Oda won, wild card in the lead right now. Very slight net worth lead their way. Again, Dendi's having a very good time in the mid lane at the moment on that Primal Beast. 16 and 5. You are farming pretty freely on the Bloodseeker at the moment, top lane. Just no contest whatsoever towards this man. So it feels like it's been a while since we've seen you are playing pro. And speaking of the devil, they are going to make the jump in on Funnick. A sort of glimpse back there from Sammy, but... Well, they went... Oh, they might have the damage to chase. Looks like you are. Thinks better of it. We'll let Funnick go. But this lane is quite dangerous. I mean, you pointed this out last series, but this Disruptor, like just having the glimpse up instead of the Thunderstrike, like, it's just so much damage, and you tend to get caught off guard with it.
Yep, because you also eat a couple of right clicks afterwards, right? Like, that's an additional problem. Look at this.
Yeah, Bloodright connects, Kinetic Field to set up, and Yuar, glimpse is there. Funnick, Yuar, he will secure. Pretty big pick off here for wildcard.
Do you think that maybe if the boar was hitting Bloodseeker, he could have lived?
Highly doubtful, but maybe.
Because it was a level 2 boar, but yeah, okay.
Sammy's going to survive.
He's
Fairy Fire is
him.
there.
Yeah.
He did debate pretty hard. Stominant, though, also kind of debating, going the other way. Yuar still trying to find out where the hell this Pugna's gone, but ultimately will not have enough to chase him down. So Stominant's going to be just fine.
Yeah, the Disruptor survives. The boar and the Pugna stronger than Pugna and the Beastmaster in this lane, it seems like.
Yeah. Glimpse back again. Stominant. He's all right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So Oda 2, very slight net worth lead again in the way of wildcard. I think the thing is, you look at the laning stage and every lane's basically gone their way. Like top 3 CS, the DP Puck, and the Bloodseeker. You know that old saying, like you win all your lanes, you tend to just win the game outright. A wildcard, they're having a very smooth laning stage, to say the least.
So far, it's smooth. Yeah, you're not winning them that hard for that to actually be applied here, but you are winning. Dandy is already rotating top. This is an interesting one. He's not even level 6.
He does this a lot. I'm not sure why they do it prior to the level 6 mark, but every time he hits level 5, like just a few creeps away from level 6, he'll rotate.
I'm thinking maybe it has something to do with bottom lane.
Stonebank's gone. Just deleted here by MSS and Lil Nick.
Yeah.
Not the easiest lane for a Drow, right? Like, you get caught by that cogs, you're just as good as dead.
Yeah, you always kind of have to make sure to keep that gust on. To perhaps use it against Clock, but when you're level 4, you don't even have it skilled, so difficult to use it if you don't have it skilled, usually.
Very, very true. MSS rotating mid lane for a moment. Dendy's going to be just fine to walk away, though. MSS actually taking the regen rune himself, so just making sure not to hand it over to the Primal Beast. Dendy has hit the level 6 mark, so you do have that Pulverize now available if you wanted to try and make a rotation, but seems like he hasn't quite found the opening. Rotations in from Lowdine on the Ricky, but there's not really much he can do. Now Dreamcaller being committed, so MSS, he can show up.
Nice smoke.
He will go for the battery assault into the cogs. Dendy going to have that onslaught basically cancelled immediately, and they're just going to dive right in. There's nothing the Ricky can do to save. In fact, Lowdine now needs to be very cautious because Alone wants to keep going. Stomanen does show up to make sure they can't keep diving this Ricky, and he will be just fine to survive. But that's your mid Primal Beast just gone.
They go for the Pugna.
Why not?
You know what? Like, I'm looking at this draft and thinking how I would feel if I had Pugna plus Ricky as my 2 supports.
It's so rough, man. Like, who's rotating? Like, the best they can do is secure roots for you, but even then, you get dive like that. Like, Wildcard, no. Every time they dive Dendy, there's not really any saving it. Dendy's going to onslaught in, trample, pulverize, and alright, never mind.
He's got him.
Alone goes down. Maybe that's the trick. Just make the jump before they can jump you.
Yeah, pretty nice one as well. I didn't expect Puck to be dying solo to Primal this early on, but yeah, he does it from the fog. He was really quick, and Puck was really, really low.
Bot lane, Stonebank, he's very low right now. Lowdine tanking most of the battery assault though, doing a great job of it. So MSS, he can't finish the job off.
Will they turn? No, they won't. I was thinking maybe they'll turn because Lil Nick moved away.
Dendy. Rupture is there onto the Primal Beast. Bit of an unfortunate circumstance considering he wants to walk around with that trample, but he just can't.
And he did a little bit.
He did.
Then he was like, yeah, I'm hurting myself.
Alone, mid lane, gonna find the Ricky. Lowdine, gonna blink strike away just in the nick of time. He's gonna be okay for now. They do have the rocket flare, but it wouldn't be enough damage anyway. And there
he
you go.
goes in.
Alone. I mean, the vision's always good.
Yeah, and the rocket gave him just enough vision to decide whether to jump or not, and jump he did.
Beautiful.
Stomanen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's all right. But now there's a 2k net worth lead already 8.5 minutes in.
Tower is under attack.
The thing is, like, again, the top 3 net worth of the board right now, they're on the side of Wildcard.
Bottom tower has
It's,
fallen.
well, Bane are going to try and rotate. Dendy and Stomanen, they're going to group up. Rotations up towards the north. See if they can find Yuwa or Sammy. Sammy obviously wants to try and just break the smoke and tank the gank if he can.
Under attack.
Do they have any idea this is happening?
Doesn't look that way at the moment, but Puck is rotating in as well, so no
Prep.
one is showing on the map, right? Like you should have an idea.
Well, Yuwa's going to bait for his team. Alone will stay behind and just wait for that right moment. There's your rupture route. It's going to connect onto Funnick. They're the ones again that are going to try and be the aggressors here as they do make the jump in onto the Beastmaster. Dendy will onslaught through but connects on absolutely zero. MSS, he'll keep going onto Funnick, but the Raw has been committed. Still going to be a 1-for-1 in the favor of Wildcard as they do give up the clockwork for the Beastmaster. Still a successful team fight, you'd have to argue, for the side of the Dire. So they do smoke up.
Yeah, they defend the tower, right? Like they defend the tower, trade 4 for
Dendy,
3.
Pulverize out. Is going to find Sammy.
Gets a free one. Puck is around, but not enough mana. Even with the Arcane Rune, like you can't really do a ton. I don't know, like right now, it definitely feels like Wildcard are in a ton of control, even though that top was a trade, 2 for 1. Still, they have this Dead Prophet that's literally just sitting down bottom. Lil Nick is pretty much uncontested. When you look at the net worth, he's what, second? First right now. Why won't he be first? Like he's alone in the lane for the last 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Took that tower. My question is like, will they be able to reach the Drow successfully in these mid-game fights? That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, smoke is there. Stominant, he was trying to be in position to break any smoke's incoming, but a nice wraparound for Wildcard. They do make it into that triangle of the Radiant.
Is under attack.
Not going to find anyone there yet, so instead they're going to head towards the south, the north, and maybe find Funnick. Oh, Funnick, he's going to show himself as well. Not what you want to see. As the Beastmaster, as he does get Dream called up, he will try to just hide in the tree line, and actually he's getting away with it.
Maybe he can... He was actually trying to roar there as well.
Glimpse back. But Wildcard, they don't feel safe doing this. They do actually back off.
Yeah, it's like one of those situations where you take too much time
Is under attack.
forcing a kill, and you're also under a tier 1 tower. I'm surprised they didn't get punished. I'm surprised there was no TP from like Dandy and Ricky and whatnot. But you look at Ricky, he's not even level 5, minute 12. Just let this man farm somewhere. Forget about him. He wants his shard, but
Hawk, it's there onto Dendy. They've got the Primal Beast once again. He cannot onslaught away from that clockwork. He does try at the very least, but he is just going to drop.
you can't do it, right? Like,
No. I don't believe you can time it at all. Maybe a split second, but you'd be a pretty short onslaught. So onto the Drow they go. That's going to be a huge one. Stonebank once again being picked off here, though does get a nice gust off, but the Rocket
Rocket.
Flare, no.
raindrop.
Raindrops do come in clutch. Still, he does stick around by the tier 2 tower.
There's a ward on him, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, if that ward wasn't there, maybe he even somehow jukes, but the ward made it just impossible to do so. And they rotate the Dead Prophet mid. Now with the mech, almost Greaves completed. I believe Lil Nick is more than ready to take down the tier 1 tower. I don't think you even need to use your ulti. Like, yeah, they just right-click it down.
Yeah, Wildcard so far having a very, very strong game 1. Because I made the comment quite a couple times where I feel like Nouns and Wildcard both
Middle tower.
could put up a fight for that top 2 spot during the DPC of NA for 2-2.
Even with the new roster
Which one?
of Wildcard.
Yeah, I feel like this new roster's much
Better?
stronger.
Okay.
You wouldn't agree?
No, I would. I'm just asking. It's different, that's all.
Radiant's
Right.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wildcard. 3-11, again looking very, very dominant as they are going to smoke up again. Guardian Greaves now up on Lil Nick, though he hasn't joined his team whatsoever, but
Dire are
kind of like you said, like he's just able to free farm. They're just free farm.
Yeah, but eventually you kind of have to use it, right? Like, and this is pretty much where he starts using his net worth. Because Bloodseeker is now on bottom lane, he's farming. You can actually start doing stuff with the Dead Prophet and the rest.
Panic, gonna get spotted again. MSS, he's gonna hook onto the board. Dream Call doesn't land either. Whoops. Oh, they really showed that board at the very least. Won't be coming back anytime soon, I'm sure.
The spirit of Soshka lives on.
Oh,
They just wanted the boar, really. That's what it is.
they got him good.
That's it.
Well, 3-11 now.
Like, overall, I just want to see this Bloodseeker into Drow matchup later on, playoff. Unless the game completely breaks with that Prophet just getting level 12, dominating, taking Rosh and then pressuring them too hard. Like, you have the Rupture against the Drow, so she can't really move around, but then again,
Oh, Dendy. They will not leave this man alone. Exorcism popped as well. Not very necessary here from Lil Nick, but
got him. Can they use it for maybe... Nah, they can't, right?
still level 1.
Yep.
Not really enough damage, I don't think, for Roshan.
Yeah. They don't want to risk it, right? Like in this game, you're in control. Doing something rash as Rosh would probably just give him a chance to come back.
Funnick. Gonna avoid the gank attempt coming in from MSS. Still having a look around. Sleeping Dart, meanwhile, out from Lodine. They're gonna find the puck now.
He's
Silence
blocked.
is there as well. He is stuck between that tree line. But no, he's not gonna be able to get away. Phase shift was there, but not quite long enough to avoid the onslaught from Dendi. MSS. Oh, he's gonna get slept as well here by Lodine. That'll be the roar out from Funnick to just ensure they can secure this kill, and they will.
Disruptor as well, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing signs of fighting back here, Bait. Denny going to be off the mark with the onslaught this time around. This little glimpse back there from Sammy as well, but he's going to open a little bit of damage here onto the tier 2 top tower.
Tower is under
Yeah, Lil Nick just wasn't really able to help or connect. That's one of the issues with Samson.
He's caught out again. Lodine. Chase him down. Blink strikes are there. Sammy eventually will die. Looks like MSS will try to punish him for this. And they will get away with it.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Hook shots off cooldown in 1 second.
They might be able to go on top, but no power cogs, no battery assault.
is under attack.
Well, that'll be that. 5k advantage being left here for wildcard. And the thing is, like, while all this is happening, Yawar is just freely farming.
Stonebank is as well. It's not only Avar, right? Like both of these carries are just farming up. Obviously, Yawar has a bit more in his pocket, and he's getting really close to that BKB. The moment he gets it, he's completely ready to fight. Meanwhile, on the draw, like the pike kinda gets you there, but not really. Like it gives you the mobility that's needed versus the clock, but still you're playing into Dream Coil, into Rupture.
Oh, hook shot. MSS, he got the dominant creep at the very least, and actually survives. Stominant, trying for the TP play out, is going to get glimpsed back here by Sammy. Lil Nick to take the kill on the Death Prophet. 4-0-1 now on the DP. Bay once again forced to back off.
Right now, with the Greaves and with the ulti level 2 of that Prophet, you could force Aegis, like force Rosh, that is.
Dendi. Rupture is there. Is there any stun? Not
Someone was TPing bottom, but Bloodseeker went in a little bit too fast, too soon.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. If he had like a Disruptor or anything to break that TP with, then it's an easy kill.
It was a lone TPing as well in the park, but he did have Dream Coil. Just couldn't get there in time for sure. And so with that, 4-star at the very least now available on Stonebank. So he is getting to the point where he can start joining his team for these fights as well as the Drow. Still very hard against the Bloodseeker though. Like, you get ruptured as a Drow, there's really no way out. But speaking of that Bloodseeker, you are caught for a moment. Is going to be okay to BKB and run.
Yeah, at the same time, they did catch Ricky in the river around the pit. So a Ricky for a BKB charge on the other side. I think that's a fair trade.
Coil. I mean, maybe you can fight a bit more though. Funnick. He will break the coil, but he is completely surrounded. Maybe not so much of a fair trade anymore.
Yeah. From this point, probably not. They are pinging Rosh. I feel like it could be a decent idea if they could set up a fight around it. But you really have to be careful. Now there's a BKB on Dandy. If you go into the pit, you're pretty much guaranteed to have drowned that high ground, just nasty and difficult to reach.
Tower is under attack.
And they weren't fighting the Roshar pit yet.
Yeah, probably a more disciplined approach, this one.
Yeah. Good timing as well, because Dendy's got the BKB up now. So, got that little bit of a power spike here for the Primal Beast. Regen Rune going to be picked up there by Alone.
Yeah, we'll have a couple of BKBs, right? Like on Dandy, on Bloodseeker, on that Prophet as well, in what, 200 gold? 100 gold.
Dire's middle
BKB is very important, Sammy. There is a smoke, Bait. They're going to try and move into that Dire jungle now. Head up towards the top lane where they could find Yawar, but he is backing off at that exact right moment. TP away, and they aren't going to see it. He's just fine.
Yep. Move straight into the triangle. Continues farming. Can they maybe have a different prize? Probably not. The tier 1 on the mid lane is making smokes just too difficult. Like if you take down this tier 1, it becomes much easier to take different paths, and
Top tower is under attack.
it's kind of harder to read as well that you've smoked.
Well, now there's going to be a counter smoke from Wildcard. BKB is up on Lil Nick.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They do get the tier 1 top tower here for the side of bait, so that's tier 2 tower gone. Nice tower to take, but Wildcard, they are still on the chase. Funnick, oh, he's going to get spotted. Glimpse is there. Static Storm to be dropped. They've got the Beastmaster
They want
held
to fight
down, but
this.
there is a team on the way. Funnick, he has already gone down. Onslaught is out though. Dendi will go after Sammy and does pick off one. Meanwhile, Lil Nick, they both popped their BKBs trying to force the fight.
Oh, the hook shot.
Oh, it's perfect.
On point.
Stonebank, he is just going to get dropped.
Straight into the pit.
Absolutely.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And now it's like, what do you do as bait?
Really nicely done by Mojo. And gets that hook shot from the high ground. He was just waiting for the draw.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still chasing for more, alone making sure that nobody's around to try and go for a Roshan still. I mean, maybe Dendi could try with the onslaught, but isn't going to bother. Meanwhile, Lodine also going to get caught here on the Ricky. Will go down.
They have more than enough damage between the three of them. Like, yeah, the Hawk will go in to scout it out, but that's about it. You can't really steal it.
I mean, Dendi's just at the bot lane now, just not even bothered with this. So 7 to 19, 7k advantage here for Wildcard. This, I mean, they're looking stronger and stronger as time goes on. Like, you talked about the Drow, and Stonebank is still finding that farm, but you just see every team fight. They seem to have the ways to just deal with this man. Without the BKB up, he just can't really stand there and fight.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much is it going to change with the BKB, because you can still get ruptured.
True.
Right? Like, you'll have some ability, you'll have some BKB, but after that, you need a ton of damage too. You need to be that... Okay, so you've made yourself not a glass cannon anymore, now you have to actually become the cannon.
That is the case.
It's like, as long as you can hit harder than they can hit you, and you can perhaps win a couple of these fights. Take down the Bloodseeker as he's just mindlessly rushing at you, which will happen.
Dire's middle
But a bit of group up here on the bottom side of the map. Dendi does actually have a blink up now on the Primal Beast. On the Courier. Could be the initiation they require to go after Yawar.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Towards the north, Lodine trying to get some sleeping darts off. Does throw one onto Alone, but he's just fine. Meanwhile, Dendi did try for Yawar, but doesn't really have the damage output.
He popped the BKB. Obviously, he has the Aegis, so he could have wasted that instead, but decides to go top, rupture the dragon.
I mean, why not? Plenty of gold there with the dragon.
If it doesn't get denied, right?
I mean, the rupture is going to wear off. He's going to try and deny it with the boar. Boar's literally doing no damage to it. It's
Yeah.
actually out healing the damage it's dealing.
Yeah, Clockwork was trying to actually get it.
They won't get it.
Yeah, he was trying to rocket flare the dragon, but... Okay, so they waste another charge of BKB down to 7 seconds on Yawar.
Is that like quite detrimental in this kind of game?
I mean, you're playing into a Pogna, right? Into a Ricky. It doesn't feel great to be wasting them for no reason. Like, you'd much rather, if you're buying this BKB early on and you have an advantage, you'd much rather win fights with it,
Radiant's top
obviously, than use it defensively 2-3 times in a row. But
Dire's bottom
it's
tower
nothing
is under
crazy in this game.
Right.
attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The top tier one's going to go down.
Tower has fallen.
No real contest. Snominen's trying to push in the bottom tier one. It's a bit of a slow process here, even with the Pugna. Just got to be very careful not to get caught. Group up in the mid lane here from the side of Wildcard. Oh, they might find Stonebank. He does reveal himself in the tree line. Rocket Flare's going to give the vision. They have dropped the Static Storm instead onto Lowdine, so they've settled for the Ricky instead. But the chase is still going.
Glimpse, yeah.
Glimpse is there. Lil Nick giving the vision over, forcing the BKB up from the Drow. Stonebank will survive, but well, there's that defensive BKB usage that you talked about just a moment ago.
Yeah. At least he survives, but they really want to use the Aegis timer. They have Aegis for another minute and a half, so they pop the Exo, go mid.
Funnick, under vision, alone, Dream Coil. Oh, he's not going to get it off in time.
This
Lost
opens
vision.
up mid, maybe.
Has fallen.
No? Okay. I was thinking, okay, you see the puck top, you also use Dream Coil, you instantly strike mid. You try to win that fight 4v5. But, yeah, they decided not to. Or they decided to fight, but a little bit too late.
Oh, Wildcard. They're going to find a nice arcane rune there for alone. 7k advantage still stands. I mean, you are still completely out of control here in terms of their worth. Like you said, though, Aegis is about to expire, so that could be a massive opening for Bait. Like, we'll see if they can try to capitalize off that Aegis timing. Lowdine.
Dire's top
Not going to be spotted on the Ricky. Instead, though, they might find Stonebank, but he's also okay. Sammy, get some wards down. He's going to find Stominant. Static Storm dropped. Glimpse is there, but it's all off the mark. Sammy needs to back the hell out of there. Chase is on, though. They have caught him. They'll take him out. In fact, now you are. BKB in time. He's going to be all right, but the Onslaught is out. You are. He'll pop the Rupture onto Deadney. That's going to be enough for him to back off. But
They have
no,
Roar.
they did sleep him up. They do have the Roar available. Yuara is still in danger. Trying on the backside, though, Dendi does get taken out. Yuara is still healthy. It's only Funnick trying to chase him down at the moment of the Beastmaster.
They're even turning this.
And they might just turn it. Realizing they've got the team fight in the bag, they will just turn it right back around.
Yeah, Mojo Man is just the MVP of this game so far.
Yeah.
Like with the clockwork, he's making some sick plays. Even here, he breaks the fight in half, stops the Drow from killing off the Bloodseeker, and also isolates the Beastmaster afterwards. On point with the clockwork. You must be really happy watching a good clock performance.
It is beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
That's the thing, like, that's the beauty of this hero, right? Like, you can hookshot and you can pop a cogs and you can literally, like, split a team fight up in half.
Yeah, you can change the game completely, or you can just be missing hooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is generally what happens with me.
There is no way I trust that.
Nah. Well, you're too nice, man. Yeah. So 8-22 now, 9k advantage. Very, like, I don't want to say slow game, but Bait, they've been quite silent, right? Like, nothing's really worked out their way. Usually it's Dendi roaming across the map, fighting all the pickoffs, but he's obviously had a pretty rough game himself in the Primal Beast. Wildcard continue to be the ones that try to get aggressive here. From the Dire end of things, just moving back towards the south.
Yeah, and the advantage is rising. It went from 7 to 9k. It's not something... It's not a hill they can't climb over, right? Like, it's still possible to come back into this game. But it's getting rougher, when it comes to net worth, at least. Do you like the Lincoln's pickup from the Bloodseeker, like Yavar has it queued up?
Well, hold that thought. Static Storm has caught out a Pugna. Meanwhile, they found the Drow. Stonebank trying to go for a bit of a run. MSS looking for that angle for the hook shot is going to land onto somebody, and it's going to be the Pugna.
Yeah, they get the gem. They have 2 gems now.
bottom tower.
And they get Ricky.
Radiant's courier.
Now he can't hide for sure.
Pretty rough. Double gem available on MSS. Just in case. That's a very tough position again for Bait, just losing more and more of their advantage.
Yeah, suddenly 12k.
Do I like the Lincoln Sphere? I mean, I guess the only thing that can really hold him down is the Roar, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you can still break the Lincolns with the Sleeping Dart, but I don't know, like, it seems decent.
Yeah, I think so too. Tanks him up a little bit. Like, he's gonna get the damage and the attack speed in fights anyway, so... Just make sure that he can actually hit. Maybe a bit too defensive, but I believe it should work.
It's like it doesn't feel like they're lacking damage or anything. That's the thing. Like, as long as he's allowed to run around and do whatever he wants in a team fight, he's gonna have a great old time.
Here comes a 4-man smoke.
But Sammy's in a great position. He'll break the
He's
smoke.
welcome. Take my life.
Yeah. In fact, he full stuffs away.
Will he live?
Oh, he actually makes it out. Well, that's just demoralizing if you're bait. It doesn't get much worse than that. You can't even pick off the pos 5 disruptor.
And he broke your smoke. It's
Yeah.
like these smokes, when you're this far behind, are so important.
Alone. Bit of a push back there onto the Ricky, and the glimpse is gonna be enough.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's so rough.
Yeah, when you're playing from behind, you really want that smoke to connect at least on 1 or 2 cores.
Dream calls there as well. They found out Funnick. They'll force the BKB from the Beastmaster. Alone, he will get roared up, but where's the follow-up? It's just not there. Rupture now
Dandy.
committed onto Dendy. He's forced to BKB and try to do something, but he can't really do too much. He'll try to walk away, onslaught, but he's just killing himself.
He just accepted his fate.
I mean, I guess he may as well stun them before he dies. But that's going to be another couple down here for the side of Bait. And, I mean, Wildcard, they just have complete control of this game.
Yeah, looks like Bait is really crumbling at this point, and another exorcism used to win a fight instantly into the pit. This time around, like, it's going to expire. They won't deal a lot of damage to the Roche with it, but it doesn't matter because Bait can't fight it. So you can take your time. I'm looking at like, Bait and thinking, what's gonna change? What item changes things for them? Like Drow is getting a Skadi. Looks cool, but I don't think it changes much.
No.
Maybe
No.
Diagonim's on Primal, but
I mean, I agree with you. I don't really think much is changing in this game. It's a pretty rough affair. Like, it's like you get to the point of the game where it's like, can we actually even win this game anymore? Like, the answer is yes, they certainly can, but it's... You're relying on quite a lot to make that happen.
yeah.
Low died, he's not even going to be able to TP out.
Dandy,
Meanwhile, Dendy, getting ruptured up, is going to die once again.
he blinked in 2 of them.
Oh,
Dream Coil?
gonna connect on 2. Funnick pops the roar, but the Lincolns will block it. That's why you buy the Lincolns of the Bloodseeker. You are maybe going a little bit too far, needs to find a way out now. Is gonna die at least the first time. That of the Aegis God. Meanwhile, Stominant, he is gonna drop with the Pugner. You are. Is he actually in danger? They'll go for the trample, but the Lincolns again is gonna break through the Pulverize.
Can they take down Dandy now?
They're gonna try, and it seems like they can.
That's a dieback.
That is an immediate dieback for Dendy. Tips out as well from Sammy. He has no remorse, this guy.
Yeah, 90 seconds on the sidelines. I feel like you asked, can they win it? I think they can, but only if they're doing what they did just there. Like, only if Valgo Clockwork goes all the way in.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, he has a shard, so it's simple for him to run away.
Coil committed as well. They're going to fight Stonebank.
Oh, damn.
I mean, they're just rubbing salt in the wound now, Wildcard.
Yeah, yeah.
Tips out for their puck. Alone. Very, very happy puck at the moment.
That's a tilt-inducing dive from the puck right there.
Oh, absolutely. Rupture is out. You are. Low diet is going to die. Stonebank. That's very far forward, sir. He'll be all right. They'll force-staff him away, but that Rax is still going to find itself in danger. Very hard to see them being able to protect this one. Stominant. Stominant's just going to drop behind the Ancient. At least they will get MSS.
All Wildcard need to do right now is back off. And that's it. Like, you win the game, I guess, like 99%. Because you just forced a buyback from the Drow. He didn't really get anything. His item progression is just ruined from this point onwards. Why stick around? Just move back. That's it. Move back, reset, get all your resources and fight again.
29k advantage now as well. Like it's so tough.
Yeah, and the draw was actually keeping up fairly well with the net worth of the enemy team, but of enemy cores. But after that buyback, after that last fight, yeah, he's gone. Stonebank is, yeah, he might complete the Scuddy, but that will be it.
Speaking of Skadi, you are going for a Skadi himself now on the Bloodseeker.
And it's much, I believe it's much better on him too in this game.
Yeah.
Like just sticking on top of the draw will be much easier.
Now scanning.
No running from this bad. Well, they're taking it easy here, Wildcard. They're not gonna rush for anything. It's kind of like you said. You back off. You keep growing the net worth lead. No real need to force anything if you don't need to.
They will. I think the moment the Scuddy is completed, or maybe even sooner.
Dendi.
Yeah, you see an opportunity, you go.
Dendi's trying to hide.
He's got a blink and a BKB, right? So
They just want the vision for the Glimpse. Dendi did get spotted. Will blink towards the south. Little Nick gonna find him. Glimpse is there, just in the nick of time.
oh, he's gonna die now even.
Yeah, I mean, he pops the BKB after the TP. Just
It was a nice attempt from him, like blinking just behind the trees. It was an interesting idea, because he thought that they would think he went right. Hook.
Oh, they found Stonebank. Dreamcall's gonna land. They've got the Drow Ranger. Not again. He's gonna BKB up, but there's just no surviving. Is it time?
I think so.
Yeah, it might be time. I mean,
It might be time, yeah. 100 seconds without the draw.
they're just diving in now, past the tier 3 towers. They've got the Beastmaster. He'll pop his BKB and just jump away with the Ogre Seal Totem. He will survive. Funnick is alright for now, but maybe not so much. This Midrax is gonna drop. No calls being made yet here from Bait. But they've got 75 seconds without this Drow Ranger.
Maybe they're thinking if they decide to go for 3 sides instead of the throne, maybe we can defend the last one. One last fight in them, perhaps. It's possible. But man, this was a beatdown.
Yeah.
The game looked kinda even after the laning stage. And then it just completely fell apart. MSS with a couple of sick hook plays, just breaking team fights apart.
As what I was saying, like this wildcard roster, like just seems so much stronger going into 2-2. He's got the axe up now, the clockwork as well. Here comes the rocket flare spam.
Just gives so much vision. It's not even the damage. It's been nerfed a bit, but it doesn't matter. You can still fire like 3 or 4 of those.
Dream calls out, they got Dendi. The Primal Beast pops his BKB. Wanted to try to avoid the leash being broken by the Glimpse, but the BKB amounts to nothing. Jump in, alone. He's not done. Just chipping away at the...
And they got Megas, but they got Drow on the other side. Let's go.
Well, the game's not over quite yet. Beta not calling it. It's pretty hard to see them being able to make a comeback into this game, but they are trying. Glimpse is there. Dendi gonna get ruptured up here by Yuwa. Will just stand his ground for now. Meanwhile, Static Storm is gonna land onto the Ricky. Still, it goes alone. They found Dendi once again on the Primal Beast. He's gonna go down. No buyback available. Now MSS, look at the hook. Right on target. Every single time he sees Stonebank, he just goes right in. And that's it. They finally call it. GG is called. A wildcard, I mean, it was a... I want to say it was a pretty convincing game one.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roughie for Dendi and the boys. Not sure how it all fell apart so fast for them. I felt that they might have had a way of keeping themselves in the game, but a couple of clockwork hook shots, that's literally and alone, obviously, just doing wonders on the puck.
Well, maybe our panel will know. Let's throw to our panel and see what they thought about this game, number one.
Absolutely a nice, creamy, smooth performance from Wildcard Gaming as their debut match with this squad. Meanwhile, Bait, unfortunately, didn't quite work. You know, they were suffering under a draft penalty, but things not quite snapping together there, unfortunately. But let's start off on the positives. You know, Wildcard Gaming, a very clean game coming out from them, just very textbook.
Yeah, I mean, their draft was great. They executed. Like, I was watching that team, and normally I wouldn't expect that type of level of Dota from Wildcard last tour. This was very, very nice by them. I feel like they have their stuff together. Their rotations are good. Of course, winning your lanes make it easy as well, but, like, they just played top-tier Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that felt like a tier 1 team, almost. Like, admittedly, you know, they're playing against Bait, who are in very kind of sticky situation, but, you know, they just played like a super textbook, and it wasn't like there was one player just kind of carrying them. Team effort, you know, it just looked like nice flowchart Dota.
Yeah, and on the side of Bait, like things we already talked about, the supports just don't have synergy together. Dendy Primal Beast versus Bloodseeker, literally unplayable. And then this Drow. The Drow just needs more meat in front to be able to, you know, good old stand and deliver. But it just doesn't happen in a game like this where all your cores are struggling. The supports can't really help you out that much. They're getting blown to pieces. And Wildcard core's too strong EHP-wise. Like, you've got these Greaves coming out of the DP, bit of extra armor on top, and you already got, like, Bloodseeker naturally building into some pretty good stats early on. The puck just so hard to catch and so hard to hit. There was one mistake from Malone, but he didn't do it again. The other cores unkilled this game. Lilnik and Yawar, I think they just finished the game with 0 deaths.
Yep. I mean, I would chalk this up to Bait being like an out draft, but it was far much more than just that. Like, their play was honestly was abysmal. I want to see a better performance in this next game from them. Like, I think Funnick was for 30 minutes sitting in that top lane by himself. Dindy was getting picked off all by himself in the mid lane. You know, then Stonebank, he was farming. I don't blame him for that. But like, they didn't even try to assemble the troops to try and make something happen after that top tier 1 push. And they just kept getting picked off over and over again. Credits to MSS, he found Dindy a lot and made him feed. But like, you need at some point in this game find an opportunity to go as a team and play to win. And they just didn't do it here.
And that's what they really wanted, what we wanted to see was to get this Dendy Primal Beast online, active, hunting, and getting that partner to go around with. It could have been the Ricky with the slow, the Blink Strike. Slow is still good.
I mean, you have to be alive to do that.
Yeah,
and,
you do.
as you can see
It had to be the
here,
Beastmaster.
2 and 13, not ideal for the Pole Ricky there. Didn't really have much of a game. But you know who did have a much of a game? And that is Wildcard. Yawar having an absolutely phenomenal performance. Lil Nick as well. But I think when we're looking for MVP, you got to look for the enabler. You got to look for the foundations which this lovely looking house is built upon. And the concrete man of this series was definitely MSS so far on the Clockwork, who is doing tons of groundwork. You know, even as early as just helping Alone secure the runes and then just making Dendy's game absolutely miserable. Just standout performance from MSS, so he'll be our MVP for game number 1.
I mean, I think that one's well deserved. I think his rotations were on point. He made Dendy's life terrible at the same time. Like, he made all of Bait's life miserable. His rotations were right on point. He's been a 4 player for a very long time, playing for great teams. He most recently just got to play with like Notel and Seb as well as the Quincy crew of the past. He's a very experienced player, and you know, he is one of those players that will often have like standout like roaming performances.
Yeah, and most of these support MVPs we do see are the Clockworks. They have been very good performance-wise and how they sit in with the team. But MSS, of course, he just stands out in a way that he can't really have a super bad performance in a hero like Clockwork. He always plays really good. He's consistent. And outside of the MVP from MSS, I do want to highlight Lil Nick making the current record for 0 deaths KDA at 27, which was 17 for Kasane before this game. So, pretty solid for when was the last time he's played Division 1? Probably his first game. I can't fact check that right now, but I feel like that was his first game and already getting some good numbers on the board.
Yeah, very clean, very decisive victory there from Wildcard Gaming. Can they repeat that in game number 2? Or are we going to get Bait throwing out a comeback and controlling the game 2 a little bit better? We're going to find out after this short break. Hello, NA Dota fans, and welcome back to the DPC Division 1 Tour 2, where we are into the second game of Wildcard Gaming versus Bait, a series I think a lot of people would have been looking forward to. Bait, always a fun team to watch, and Wildcard, a lot of new faces coming back for this season too, so I'm certainly looking forward to seeing them play, and they did not disappoint in game number 1. I think Bait, one player we didn't really talk about so much was Stonebank, who had a reasonably good performance on the Drow before joining any fights. Farmed well, but then the moment it came to it, fighting, I mean, was the game just already lost by that point, or was there a little bit of stutter there from coming from the Drow and her fight choice?
I mean, as we kind of discussed about the meat missing in front of the Drow to actually stand and fight and deal damage, I would say it was a bit too late to kind of get the Drow online at that stage. Would have required a bit of a miracle and a lot of mistakes on the side of Wildcard to actually get the Drow. Like, oh, Drow killed someone, got a double, now they're winning the team fight. That did not happen, not even close to that point.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's the same with all those heroes, right? Like Drow, Sniper, even Medusa to an extent. Like, you either got to start finding, like, entries into fight early on, which I think it's safe to say there wasn't really those opportunities, unfortunately. Every single fight was happening, like, in weird places in the map because of the draft with Ricky and Primal Beast, and it never really came together. But now we move on to game number 2, and the draft is already available, so let's jump into it. And Bait are going to already switch things up by opening up with the IO.
I mean, I like this more than the Pugna at least, so we'll see where they go with this. The most popular combination so far has been the Leshrac with it, so we'll see if Wildcard steal that Leshrac away from them, or if they want to like preemptively and try and counter it. They have a lot of choices here, because like you have to see it potentially coming. What are you going to do about it? Like, I don't think anyone wants to pick an AA right away to deal with it. They haven't seen enough. But they could steal the Leshrac. It is just a hero that technically you can just pick, and it's still good in its own right, and you're denying that big combo that they might pick to try and achieve that. So, Monkey King, that one's interesting.
I love this.
Why do you love that?
Because this was the classic counter early on. I think about a year ago when we had the China DPC, Iowa was being first phase, and it was the only region where it was actually being first phase. And it was having a load of success until people started picking up 2 heroes as an answer to it. And those 2 heroes were Mars and Monkey King. Just having that Wukong's command available into the kind of positioning of the IO seemed to be really beneficial. And a bit of extra lockdown is all you really need to make that one work. So it was a great way to punish. And you can bait really heavily as well, which is ironic. But, you can sit in the trees, you can dangle someone in the lane, and then the moment they start jumping in, the Monkey King jumps down, and it's uh-oh time.
I mean, the question is, will they play it on support too?
Also possible, yeah.
Also an idea. Like, if that also, considering the Leshrac idea with the IO Lesh, he does tend to build a Mage Slayer in those cases.
I just saw Storm IO. I forgot what year we're in.
Yeah, basically like the Mage Slayer build-up as an idea for the Monkey King if they wanted to go for IO plus Spellcaster Rusher like the Leshrac. So that's an idea, definitely, if you want to run it as a core. But the Storm Spirit first phase, is it too early? There's the Puck ban that you already get rid of. Maybe another annoying hero basically in the mid matchup and make sure that Dendy has a good game on Storm Spirit. When was the last time he's played?
This is actually, I believe this is the meta from exactly 1 year ago. Like from the last DPC in tour number 2, there was a lot of IO Storm, there was Coddle Storm.
Rave going on in Dendy's right
like,
let's go.
They really is. I mean, that also might be a factor of like why last game was so difficult for them. They didn't look like a team. They didn't look like they're on the same page at all. Maybe they just shifted to a new land, like they weren't playing their best game. Hopefully they're settled in now. I mean, the lighting hasn't settled for him, so hopefully maybe you couldn't see either. Maybe with that going on, that might affect my performance.
That could have just been Dendy's brain going on overclock mode, just a lot of flashy lights and a lot of ideas running around. I wonder what Funnick has in store for Bates to follow this from the IO and the Storm Spirit at the start of the draft, because he wants his hero usually in the last phase. We're probably going to be seeing Stonebank in the second phase to also match up what is the carry we want against this Monkey King. How do we get a good lane? Because this snap could be 4. You're most likely playing up against it. Most likely, they could still play it 5. They could also play 3, which is a Funnick classic, played in the off lane. So,
Storm?
No, I mean like Bait Stonebank's hero, basically. Like, how does he have to play against the snap? Or is it going to be still completely in the woods? Is this going to be snap Monkey King
Could
going
be.
in the same lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to leave this Monkey King very open. I think MSS can definitely play it. UR definitely plays it as well, so they're going to flex it. And at the same time, the Snap, it can go in any role too. This could be their off laner. It could potentially be their mid. We've seen that every once in a while. Could be their 5. The only place we probably won't see it is position 1. But either way, like they got a lot of choices here. It's a well-opened draft. I do like the Snapfire a lot against the IO because you can just target the IO in the fights, right? And I think Monkey King, if he does play, I'd like to see him as a support role more than anything because you already know he's probably gonna get hard countered later on by like some off laner. So like they could technically just these 2 supports kill the IO in the fights and just eliminate that threat. And I think that could be pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly the strength of it, right? And yeah, I think, again, that's where Wildcard have gotten the better of Bait with the opening once again in the draft, you know? Last game, it was a Primal Beast, right? Like, we know that it can be flexed, but we also know that Bait just really loved drafting a first phase Primal Beast for Dendi, and it's what they've been doing, and it was very predictable. Wildcard had the information to just say, look, we're going to work with the fact that this is a mid-primal. Maybe they catch us off guard and, you know, they get a little uncomfortable, but we get kind of outdrafted a bit. But they just took not even a gamble. They just took a safe bet that it was going to be their case, and they were right. And again here, you know, these 2 heroes, we know where they're going to go. Wildcard have a pretty big advantage when it comes to being able to flex these 2 heroes in the opening. And that just makes these bans way easier, you know? Wildcard can just ban out the slots remaining in the heroes. There's a much smaller pool to choose from. Meanwhile, Bait, you know, they've got a whole ocean of heroes to choose from when it comes to banning. So they're going to focus the mid lane at the moment and get rid of the Puck and the Invoker, suggesting that they want to give their Storm a good lane, which makes sense.
They're thinking about the Pango ban most likely because that was a hero that did get removed last game, and also potential for Wildcard to add up a bit of extra, getting that frontline presence, the disarm, which could be very handy against the potential carry matchup with the Monkey King versus X, if this is going to be a carry Monkey King, or if they do decide to let that Pango slide through. Another option, the Bat is actually banned. That was the other one I was thinking about, but Wildcard got rid of it, so.
Yeah, well, you know, I think it's not an amazing pick for Wildcard because the Storm does all right against it mid. But yeah, what's this Nyx ban about from Wildcard, by the way?
I mean, they want to have Snap use the ultimate in the fights and press
Oh, yeah.
Carapace,
Right.
stand on that. Ult is completely wasted. So they just want to make sure that whatever Snap position goes in, big part of their strategy is here that is around the Mortimer's Kisses to probably kill that IO, right? And I think Nyx is a hero that pairs pretty well with the IO because normally IO, he just doesn't have any stuns, right? You normally want to set up stun to kind of enable the relocate play, and Nyx can do that. And while also stopping the Mortimers, that's like double purpose there. So it's a pretty smart ban.
Yeah, definitely. The scouting potential as well is something which Bait have clearly been shown they value. You know, they went for the Ricky last game for exactly that. And he did do a lot of scouting, a lot of gank tanking, and sometimes a lot of just tanking.
I mean, yeah, he definitely saw them, but he never lived to tell the tale.
Hey guys, look at here. Oh, I died.
Wildcard Gaming.
I mean, we'll see what they have to do here. Like, I mean, they're just gonna pick a Lich. Interesting. So one thing that I really do like when you play against IO lineups is you kind of want them to play Rat Dota. You don't want to be able to have them be able to team fight you because if you can't fight an IO lineup, that's when they run you over. So they're gonna pick like overwhelming team fight. Obviously, you're tethered to the target, so the Chain Frost bounces are probably going to happen. It's going to make it more chaotic, or it's going to make it so the IO can't always be connected. So, and that gives you a little more survivability here. So the pick, it makes sense. You do have Snap, you do have Wukong's command now, then you also have the Lich here. So you have a lot of team fight, and you know, it's not the same IO. I feel like you can't just like split push anymore, relocate it in and make it happen. Like I haven't seen that be successful for many years now.
And it is a physical damage reduction counter in a way. You talk about the Monkey King ult, you've got the extra armor, and now you also have the percentage-based damage reduction with an IO who usually pairs up with a physical damage dealer because of the attack speed bonus that you gain. So Lich is a smart pickup of Bait. We're going to see the Staman and Sky, very likely. Lowdown does also play it, so they can flex it around if they want to, but most likely, I know what you're thinking about the Staman and Sky. But
Getting that money.
Also, we've got the Dawnbreaker. And this one is a pretty interesting pick because what I like about this this Dawnbreaker is the fact that if played as a core, like as a carry, I mean, he or she likes to do a lot of damage to individual squishy targets, but also has a mix of that magical extra that you have. You don't really have a lockdown combination with this guy, but combined together with the Ancient Seal, they actually do a lot of damage together.
Yep, and I think what Bait did is they went to like some website, least picked heroes, and let's just take all of them today. And
Look, if they haven't been played, they haven't played against it. They're gonna have no idea what hits them. It's gonna be great.
we got a Pugna, we got a Dawnbreaker, we got a Skywrath. Very unique. I mean, the Skywrath versus the Lich kind of like speaks for itself, right? Overwhelming magic damage versus a hero that counters physical damage. So like that is going to be good here. It's good versus the Ember too. So like I'm not saying he counterpicked himself here by picking the Ember, but it's definitely a nice tool to have with that silence. And Stamon and Skywrath Mage, that's his best hero as far as I'm concerned. He's really good on it, so it does make sense. But I am not sold on the Dawnbreaker yet. I get it, like you do have like the combo now, right? So you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna zip in with the Storm Spirit. Dawnbreaker is going to ulti on the Storm, and then you're going to relocate in on top of it, and you can be there.
dream.
Boom.
Wowee.
But maybe that's what they needed, because after that game number 1, they couldn't find a way to get them all together, and this is one easy way to do it.
They needed a motivator
true.
to go
Yeah.
in. Now they got no other choice but to go in.
I mean, Dendi is also at the helm here. He gets to make the calls, because he's going to be initiating, and they're just going to be pressing R button to join him.
Easy peasy, yeah. It makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense, this bait draft. Very global, very kind of be everywhere draft. And wildcard, they don't have the most maneuverable support. So matching that, if bait are able to get ahead and play the map, is going to be kind of difficult for wildcard, honestly. Luckily, their cores are very mobile. The Monkey King and the Ember can get around the map quite easily. So, yeah, a little bit of... I don't think it's a terrible position for wildcard to be in with the drafts at the moment. If they had slower cores, I'd be worried, but their cores are very quick.
I mean, no cap here. This might be one of the few fabled anti-mage games.
For bait? Or for wild
Well,
card?
for wild card.
Right.
Like, you're playing versus Storm, you're playing versus Isle, you're playing versus Skywrath. Sure, the Dawnbreakers, whatever, but it could be pretty free here. We'll see what they end up picking up here. Like, I'm not sure what they're doing with the Dawn. It could be a carry, right? But it's probably Funnick. Like, they're going to reveal it here now. Nothing really comes to mind here. It's like, what would be super good?
I mean, they've been picking some very untraditional heroes so far, so let's go with another. We've seen one Alchemist so far that was on the day before, and now we get the second. So Dawn offlane, most likely for Funnick.
Yeah.
Carry Alchemist is the case. Alchemist IO versus the Lich. You don't have any purges, really. You have to itemize to get rid of the shields, a way to move forward. Now that you see the Alch, the melee core come in, I'd like to see one of two, the Centaur or the Mag.
It's a free Lifestealer game too, I think, for a wild card. Timber. Oh, so they're just do Monkey Carry. That makes sense.
Yep, Monkey Carry. Storm will go to the offlane. It'll be the
there you
Ember
go.
at mid by the looks of it. And yes, indeed, that's going to be a call from Wildcard, and that is going to round off their draft. Good Timber game?
It's okay, I think. Because, like, it is definitely good versus the Alchemist, but you're playing versus Storm, you're playing versus Skywrath. These heroes have a lot of magic damage, so...
Got to itemize against it,
Yeah, they got to find a way to deal with it. I mean, you have tools to win this game as Bay, but you also have tools on the other side of Wildcard to win this. Draft-wise, it's hard to say, because like I'm not a huge fan of Monkey King Carry, because if you have a couple bad deaths or things don't go well for you, there's no recovery for this hero. Where Alchemist, he's all about recovery. He's all about losing his lane and catching up. So we've got a much more even draft here, I'll say.
I think I'd agree with that. T-Panda, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I agree. The draft is much more even compared to game one. A lot better for basically both teams, you could say. But have I seen a better Monkey King so far, or have I seen a better Alchemist so far? That's my big question here. There are two cores that have not impressed so far, so let the teams show what they're really made of.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, I think it just comes down to itemization for Wildcard. I want to see an early Shivas. I want to see a decent timing on the Skadi, and even the Spirit Vessel going into it as well. Just counter all the healing they've got. And also, Dendi has to be the one going in on the front lines and finding the jumps. He might just die, which
He might just die.
He might
That's
just
what the
die,
IO
guys.
is for. The IO is supposed to keep him alive. So
Hopefully.
if there's anything I remember about these strategies with IO plus Storm, it's all about the rune control. And if they can give Dendi a good game in Snowball, it could be good.
All right, let's see how this game number 2 goes down. It's Bait versus Wildcard Gaming with Lizard and MLP.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 2 here between Wildcard and, of course, Bait. It should be a good one. 2 new drafts on hand for us. Listen, what are you thinking? Like, do you like the Ags, the Alk pickup?
Eggs pickup.
I mean, I'm already thinking
Whoa,
ahead.
whoa, whoa! He's no longer just an Ags. He's a true hero right now. I don't mind it at all. Like, you have the Radiance that's kind of cheaper to buy. Combine that with Alchemist, who's already, known for getting it very early on. You can get some itemization boosting item very, very fast, like farm boosting item very fast, and then roll off with that. Radiance, BKB, Blink, and you're ready to pretty much end the game.
What about the rest of the draft, though? Do you
Yeah, the rest of the draft, really, the biggest question mark for me isn't about their draft, it's about the Timber, like how well he'll do, because he can completely break that apart. Like,
Right.
if the Timber has too good of a lane, too good of a game, your Alchemist will truly suffer, so it's on Lil Nick, once again.
The battle
Let's see.
begins.
Stoneback gonna back himself out. Meanwhile, bottom side, Yawar, great bound to strike on 3, but he's still in pretty big danger. Slow is there, Funnick chasing him down. Yawar, he should just drop here and will. Dedi able to secure first blood
They can go for
already on
more.
the storm.
There's another shot.
I mean, why not? Sammy forced to try a TP out and is gonna make it.
Yeah. What's happening? Like, we're seeing a ton of first bloods happening on the runes in NA.
It's,
Like, teams aren't really careful when it comes to the bounties.
it's kind of what we do here, Lizard. It's the way we play Dota here. Nothing wrong with it. Still, we'll start with the mid lane. You're gonna have the Storm. He's up against the Ember. So alone versus Deadly, Storm versus Ember. I think we saw this earlier on today. I've already asked you who should have the advantage. It's a pretty even matchup, right, between these two heroes.
Yeah, like, Storm should have perhaps a little bit of a better time early on. Not sure. Like, it depends. You can catch Storm as well. Like, Searing Chains aren't that easy to deal with too. Storm overall is the bigger brother per se.
Right.
Like, you do have easier ways of initiating on the Ember. But it can definitely go both ways. I've seen it so many times. Felt it.
Top lane, Stonebank. Gonna go for a bit of a stun attempt, it seems, onto MSS. And that will land, but there's no real follow-up to it. I mean, it is IO Alk, so you don't really have much of a follow-up if you do land that stun. Naturally, Stonebank just wants to secure creeps. Though I say that, MSS again gonna get stunned up, and well, never mind what I said, Lizard. Apparently they do have the damage.
There's definitely some damage in between the two of them. If you're stuck in the trees and unable to move, like, they will find ways of taking you down, even without the acid spray.
Well, there you go. Nice little pick up there for Stonebank. You kind of mentioned the fact that it's really up to Lil Nick to slow this man down and have the impact he needs this game.
I definitely feel that way. Because it's not a free as Timber game as well. Like, sometimes you see a Timber, you're thinking, yeah, this game is over. Like, there's no way to deal with him. When you look at this match, there's Storm, there's Skyrat. You know, like, these two already bring enough magic damage in that mid game to take him down.
Right. But how's that final side lane going? Like, bot lane, Stominant, he's going to be there along with Funnick. You're against Sammy and Yawar. Is this a good Monkey King game in your opinion? In fact, hold that thought, because there is going to be a Vortex being thrown out onto Alone.
You're just getting baited a little bit on the mid lane.
Always.
Yeah.
I was asking you, though, is this a good Monkey King game in your opinion?
It's a decent game. It depends on the itemization as well, and it depends on how Alchemist game goes. Like, you can definitely carry this one, but it can also happen that Alchemist has like 2-3 items before you have your second one, and then he's kind of threatening to end the game before you're farmed well enough.
Sammy goes down bot lane. Funnick able to pick up that kill, so a fantastic start already for Bait. 0-3 their way, much better than, say, last game where it was kind of the opposite affair here. Wildcard were the ones having a really darn good time, but not so much anymore. Have to play maybe a bit of a slower game in this laning stage. Do I say that? Top lane, Stonebank being chased down here by Lil Nick. A nice cooking can land as well. He'll have the Willing Death back up, but the stun is going to be there from Stonebank. So no follow-up, no chains leveled up yet from Lil Nick. But just with the Whirling Death alone, you kind of just can't afford to be very aggressive, and there's not really much these two can do about it.
They're just so full HP on top lane, the two of them. Skyrat smokes up, actually. Interesting move. I guess he's just going for the water rune.
Radiant are
Yeah,
scanning.
just picks up the water in himself. Maybe
Because-
he'll rotate mid.
Well, Alone knows that's happening, right? Like, he did see the water rune disappear in front of him, so he should be aware that there's a smoked up hero around.
Should be. I mean, he's
Should
still
be,
hanging
yeah.
around.
Yeah, because now he has snap. It's kind of a bait from his side.
Yeah, Stominant, perhaps trying to move in, still hanging around that tree line, just waiting for the right moment.
He's not showing bottom, right? Like, if you see that Vanik is alone, you know for a fact that, yeah, Skyrat is around you.
At the very least, Indy is still farming like very effectively as they do go in for the Vortex now. Concussive shot is going to be avoided thanks to that Sleight of Fist.
They
And
might
in
even
comes
turn
MSS
this.
with a massive cookie onto 2. Lowdine, he is going to be able to survive. Dendy and Stominant, they'll keep going for a little bit more, but Alone is going to be just fine to survive through it. So there you go, MSS. I mean, you kind of pointed it out. They knew for sure that something was coming.
Yep. Even 2 heroes weren't enough to take him down. I believe he did dodge the concussive shot as well, which definitely helped out. Man, they're really, really focusing on December's lane. Look at this, again.
Vortex out. This time they'll get him though. Alone does drop. Dendy very, very happy with the Ember going down. And, well, maybe it's a bit of revenge. I mean, last game around Alone was diving them past the Ancient, to be fair.
Yeah, he was.
Stominant will drop as well. Sammy cuts him off. So they do get a little bit of revenge on the Skyrath Mage, but yeah, I mean, shutting down the Ember, it's just one of those things. Just make sure Alone doesn't have a good game.
It's a big deal, right? Like, to make sure that Storm gets his level 6 a bit earlier. But that, what's the trade-off? You brought both of your supports mid. That means Timber is completely free. And Timber was free bot lane.
Make a jump in onto Yuar. Yuar now in danger. Trying to fight back. Does get the Jingu, but oh, the Glyph. Gonna make sure he does not heal up at all with that Jingu Mastery of Boundless. Still Primal springing away. Arcade Bolt is gonna follow him down to give the vision. Concussive is there as well. Yuar. Oh, he just can't escape.
That was close. Was very, very close.
Stominant getting hit by the tier 1 tower. Might drop it. Sammy's gonna go down first. Oh, bait. 1 to 6 now their way.
1 to 6 indeed, yeah. Really nicely done so far by them. Like, everything is working out. Even that kill on Monkey, like, he was what, 1 millisecond away from jumping again.
Such a shame.
Yeah. So, something is similar though to the last game. Lil Nick is just having the freest time of his life once again. They're just completely ignoring him.
Dire's top tower is under
That
attack.
they are. The thing is, though, like, you look back at this Alchemist, he's had a pretty free game himself.
Yep.
Like, obviously top of the net worth board, but he was also top of the CS board.
Yeah. He's had a decent lane. He was secured early enough.
And you compare that to Yuar and the Monkey Kick, who's died twice already. Like, I mean, so far, Bait, like, their game plan should be right on track. Like, right behind Snowmac is Dendy on the Storm, so things are going very, very well right now for Bait. Your wildcard finds themselves struggling as Alone going to hand over a tip to Dendy.
Dire's top
Nevertheless, Dendy is still going to be able to pick up a double damage rune for himself. And is still looking to try and fight Alone in the mid lane. Vortex will land. Stominant is there with the follow-up. And the ulti does come in from Funny just in case.
Damn, they're really making his life hell. Has to be careful. The Ancient Seal, even on level 1, is one of the longest silences, so...
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
MSS and Sammy, they're going to show up again. Funny going to run right into it, but they don't want the fight anymore. Sammy's been caught in the Lich. He will just drop.
Man, they're just getting crushed.
Yeah, they are.
Radiant's middle tower is
Not good news whatsoever for the wildcard fans out there. Just complete domination so far from the side of Bait.
They're pinging out where the Ember is already. They want to go again.
I mean, why not? He just respawned. If Denny lands a Vortex, he's just dead. alone. Gonna be okay for now. Dendi sticking around a little bit longer. Instead, they'll try for Storminen. But Sammy immediately bursted down on the Lich.
Yeah, it was a trade for the Skyrat, so I suppose that's okay. But can you get more? I don't think so.
Yeah, even little Nick rotating over on the Timber.
Yeah,
Not liking what he's seeing in the mid lane.
you see they're drawing something like that's a plan. That's how to take down the Alchemist, at least for a little bit. Little Nick, actually, going top already, chasing him out. Like, teams... I don't think teams have forgotten that you need to play against an Alchemist, right? Like, if it's an Alchemist game, you need to kind of go for him.
Lil Nick running. Stun is there onto Stoneback himself. And Lil Nick, he'll just turn right back onto Dendi.
He has no more mana, Dendi. A little bit, that is.
Chains forward. He's got just enough to get to the low ground, and that's going to be enough.
It's enough, but Stonebank is being harassed. That's the problem, right? Like, it's not about Dendi surviving, it's about Alchemist not farming any longer. Not the same way, at least. Yavar should be careful, though. Like, Storm just went base. No one is really showing. His whole team is in the enemy jungle, and the enemies know that, so... Monkey should be the target.
Well, you are trying to be as careful as possible. He's going to hide in the tree line on the right side. And Stominate is waiting right behind Funnick.
Yeah, just any second they can relocate on top of him. They can bring more heroes even so.
TP's in. They're looking for that defense. That'll be enough for bait. They see the TP rotations coming in. They'll
but they
happily back off.
They cancelled it. And it was a level 4 Lich, by the way, that was TPing in, so... He wouldn't really accomplish way too much over there, but... yeah, bait. Reluctant to do anything. As long as their Alchemists farming, I believe they're happy with it, so... They don't truly have to pressure the tier 1 or anything like that.
Well, they certainly don't. Snowback, he'll just farm the triangle. Wildcard. And trying to buy themselves some space. It's a very much so a slower game here for the side of Wildcard. Like, you are nowhere near that Battle Fury timing yet.
No, I feel like it's just slower because of the Ember, right? Like, you killed their playmaker. Well, you killed him, what, 2 times in the lane? You really did slow him down, so... He doesn't feel that comfortable just making all the calls and moving across the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They have some stacks themselves in the triangle, but it looks like Timber will be snatching those.
More than likely. And suddenly, Lil Nick's not even bothering trying to chase Stonebank anymore. Stonebank's got the full Radiance up, so he's feeling very, very happy now. So much easier to farm as the Alk. Meanwhile, top.
I feel like he might die here.
He may. Mystic Flare is available. They'll go for the Vortex. They'll go for the Ancient Seal. They've got the Mystic Flare. I mean, relocate may be a little bit wasted, but who the hell cares?
Yeah, that's the point, right? Like, this isn't the freest Timber game.
Radiant's
It's
top
like,
tower is under
he
attack.
can have a good lane, but later on, he has to be careful.
Well, bait now. 5k advantage.
Yeah, 13 minutes in.
You
Monkey.
are. Oh, you are. He's going to be completely surrounded. Ancient still there. He does have help around him. He's trying to survive through this. But there's so many heroes from bait. They bring their whole team down to the bot lane. Sammy's going to drop as well. Sammy, he just hit level 6. Poor guy. Lil Nick now showing up as well. A lot of damage being dealt along with a load. They're going to try and do it pretty much alone here. And bait, they are going to back off, not wanting to feed all these kills away to the Timber.
They
Lil
might even
Nick.
turn. There's Radiance on the Alchemist.
Well, Stun is going to be there. The chain away is out, though. Lil Nick is going to be just fine.
Yeah, this is such a rough game for Wildcard. Like, what exactly? They're trying to fight, right? Even Monkey there. He tried to fight. He doesn't have a Battle Fury completed. Like, you're wasting that time, that precious time that you need to get to the Battle Fury so that you can actually keep on staying relevant as a carry. Meanwhile, Alchem is just farming away. Not only does he have Radiance, he's getting closer to the BKB. Like, he's hitting his timings quite well.
Radiant's
Yeah, that he is.
tower is under attack.
But you gotta give props to them. Like after that game, well, they really got it together. You know, they kind of went back to the drawing board and figured out what the hell the problem was. And with this Archimist draft, at least for now, they're off to a fantastic start. It's all about not losing it. Just keep up the good work, boys. You look back to that Monkey King, like he's still just trying to get anywhere near that Battle Fury. Just needs a ring of health now, but nowhere near the gold for it.
Yeah, such a rough game for him. Wherever he shows, there's a obvious fear of Storm jumping on top of him and Io relocating in. Or Storm jumping on top of him and Dawnbreaker just coming in. He can't really be that monkey that's just farming in your face and then jumping across the trees, running away.
Dire's middle tower is under
Wild card, they are going to smoke up. 3-man smoke here as they do run towards the top lane. It's a Blade Mail now available in a load. He just got it on the courier. Scan is perfect though from Bait. Right on target, scanning out the smoke. I mean, they could still think it's just a one player here. As Sammy, he does bait for his side. Dendy makes the jump in, but can they hold him down? They cannot. So the relocate is out as all you are.
with the BKB.
He's in the middle of all of this. This is not the team fight. He has gone down. Oh, even Sammy buys back on the Lich, but where's he going to go? He's still got Chain Frost up, but he might just be dead. And he is.
Yep.
He's gone.
Nice to the
Immediate
Radiance.
dieback.
Yeah, Alchemist was just farming the creeps next to him. Finished him off with the Radiance.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It was kind of a decent, I guess, idea to set up the Wukong's command and stun them as they're relocating in. But little did they know, Stonebank already with the BKB. Perfect usage of the first charge.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, I feel like Wildcard think that they're on a timer, which they kinda are. So they're really trying to force some engagements that shouldn't be forced at the moment.
And they just got zero farm to speak of right now. Like you went for this Blade Mail Ember build, and it's kind of hard to see that working out this game.
Yeah, you can run into the Mystic Flare and that's it.
That's pretty much it.
Just gotta wait. I feel like if you're wildcard at this point, taking any fights is kind of futile. Maybe you can kill the Storm if you waste everything on him. But chances are Dawn or Io will save him. So just focusing on your farm, trying to dodge as many fights as possible would maybe be better. Lil Nick? Yeah.
Oh, Chain is there. Dendy's still going to be able to get the Vortex into the Mystic Flare, and you just got no defense against that. Like, he doesn't have anything like a Hood of Defiance to try and survive. Just has the Kaya and Sanj, and it's just not doing enough.
He's going for the BKB next. I was thinking that Hood would have been perhaps the better idea early on. Hood, Lotus, whatever, to get rid of the silences. Or Lotus just to prevent the Storm from even jumping you.
Excellent.
But kind of hard to go for that as one of the first items.
Oh, he's kind of paying for it now, though. 11k advantage the way of Bait.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just easy game here for Bait. They'll just keep the farm going. No, oh no, he just TP'd back up. He's surviving for now, and looks like he is going to make it, but we are going to have a bit of an awkward pause timing as there is a lag complaint. I mean, you could keep diving if you really want as Dendy, but it's probably not really worth the risk.
Yeah, you just want to reset the game a little bit if you remember. Maybe it was all just a dream. Let me disconnect, come back in. Maybe I have more items.
Sadly, it's not going to be the case. Bit of a nightmare here for the side of Wildcard.
After that game 1, this is like a huge difference.
Very surprising, isn't it? Like, Bait really just kind of reset. And they've really pulled it together for this game too. Like, it's quite impressive how quickly they reset it as a team. The go-ahead is there.
That's something that, like, you can say anything you want about Dandy and Bait and all his teams, but the morale is there when it comes to him. Like, he's not giving up.
Yeah.
Not sure if morale, but stubbornness, if nothing else.
Stone back. I mean, they know he's farming those ancient stacks right now.
BKB, Blink, Radiance, slowly but steadily getting into that AC.
I mean, he's just he has such a huge net worth advantage over anyone else in the game. And this is like the dream Alchemist game right now.
And on top of all of that, he has an IO, right? Like, has a Wisp healing him up.
Yeah, he's basically unkillable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But on the bright side for Wildcard, they have a Battle Fury
Very good.
on the Monkey King. And one component of the BKB, so
That is a bright side. Thank you, listen.
getting really close to actually being able to maybe fight. Maybe.
We'll see. I mean, they are moving their way back down towards the bot lane now, so Bait might be able to catch out said Monkey King.
Middle tower is under attack.
The Yuan does back off at the right moment. Alone in the meantime, gonna run into Funnick, but we'll remnant away immediately, not wanting any of that kind of beef. And Savvy, oh poor old Savvy, he's having a very rough game with the Lich. He is gonna drop once again. Still level 7, almost 20 minutes in. It has not been an easy game for old Sammy boy.
I think he'd be a similar level if he was just in the base.
Yeah.
Next to the fountain this whole time, yeah.
Quite literally.
Just sitting there.
Now little Nick. The top lane, they don't seem to know he's there yet. He has hit at the right time. Instead, Yawar gonna make the jump in, has found Lodine. Cookie is on the mark, and they are gonna find at least a support iron. Meanwhile, Lil Nick, he's gonna spot out Dendy, but in goes the Dawnbreaker. And Lil Nick, he just can't survive through it. It's just so much damage coming out from this side of Bait. Dendy now godlike 9-0-5. And just no signs of stopping him.
Lil Nick not having as much of a good time as in that last game. But you know, the skill on IO kind of makes me feel that maybe there's a chance for wildcard, but it won't be off of taking normal fights, right? Like, they need to separate. They really need to separate Bait hard, and they have to go on the IO +1 partner. If they manage to do that, maybe they can take a couple of pickoffs, come back slightly into the game. But if they just try to fight normally, like, they're just way too far behind. They'll lose every single fight they take in a normal fashion.
Are scanning.
There's going to be a 4-man smoke here, Bait. Charging up the stun, they see Lil Nick. Stun is going to land. Dendy, he'll move in with the Vortex. Stomping it out with the Mystic Flare as well. It is not quite enough yet, but there it is. In the end, proves to be way more than enough damage. The Chain Frost, it bounces around a couple times. It really does nothing.
Did you notice Lich dying as well?
Yeah, I did. I mean, just, it was very quick, but I did notice.
Yeah.
4-21. 14k. We had the 420 dream just a moment ago, apparently. And now Roshan's going to be taken here by Bait.
We were robbed of the 420 being longer.
Yeah, we were. Real shame.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now Roshan, a little bit of a slower process here for the side of Bait, but the thing is, there's going to be absolutely zero contest coming in from Wildcard. They really can't do much about it. They can think about trying to jump in with a lone Zemba, but it seems a little bit too risky, just not worth it.
Yeah, against the Storm, if you jump in, you're probably gonna die after. And now he has an Aegis too. Building towards that Hex,
Dire's bottom tower
just
is
to
under
make it
attack.
even easier to pick off the Ember Spirit.
Just gets more and more difficult. Dendy. Oh, they make a bit of a jump in with the Remnants, but immediate retreat here for the Ember.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How do they delay? Do you have any faith?
I mean, maybe a little bit. Dendy, he's going to chase down Yuan. This is what's kind of ruining my faith here in Wildcard is, I mean, they're just lacking any kind of core that can do anything at the moment.
Yeah, but he's got the BKB now, right?
I mean, he does.
Yeah.
Almost. There you go.
And they instantly smoke. Like this is pretty much that last hurrah, right? Like that last attempt. If you can utilize this BKB to take down a big target, but who do you run into? Storm with an Aegis? Like that doesn't really accomplish much.
Well, they're going to see
Skyrad,
Storm.
Yeah, he's juicy.
Oh, they'll take it. Solar Guardian to come in. Dendy happily going for the fight. Just takes down Sammy immediately. And now Stonebank will move in as well. MSS is just deleted on the Snapfire. Yuan, he's trying to fight Stonebank, but there's just no chance. Zero chance in hell.
Yeah, they can't stick around to get anything after, you know. Like one kill and get the hell out. Like if you continue trying to get more, 100% you will feed a couple of crucial kills. This time they died, what, 3 heroes plus 1 buyback? Just for a Skyrat.
It's just such a tough time. Like I'm trying to find the saving grace here for Wildcard, but it doesn't seem to be there. Like Stonebank is completely out of control.
Yeah.
22k to like
Saving grace is Monkey is the stronger carry, right?
right.
Like if you reach the late game. But to reach the late game, somehow you need to stop the bleeding.
Radiant's bottom
It's just gushing out right now.
Yeah, 20k behind.
See, it feels like once Stonebank's got the Swift link up as well, like that's when it just feels really impossible.
Ah, it doesn't feel impossible right now.
I mean, it does, but you get my point.
Yeah, I know.
Lil Nick, he's been caught out again. Dendy's there with the Vortex and with the Mystic Flare. Oh, he does chain away for a moment, but it isn't going to make the difference.
Maybe he needed an earlier BKB and that's it. Like if he itemized perhaps into an earlier BKB, they wouldn't be able to pick him off every single time.
Yeah.
Like you really, like Lil Nick in that last game, he was left alone on the lane, but then he contributed so much. This time around, he was left alone, and then he just gets picked off time after time.
Yeah, but you got to give props to Dendy and Stominant.
On point with their rotations, definitely.
Constantly just together. The UI is trying to build up to an Eye of Skadi here, but it's a very long time away for that to be up. He's trying to maybe pick off Stominant at the top lane, but decides better of it. Stominant, in fact, more than happy to try and oblige.
Radiant's
As UR needs his own way out, should be just fine. Meanwhile, Stonebank picks up a full Abyssal Blade now.
No more TPing away from them.
T2 tower is going to be the objective here in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it is gone. Nothing to stop it.
Middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, the tower is gone, and then the
Oh, jump in. Stonebank, no fear in the world, just jumps right into MSS, and Sammy's gone to boot.
Middle tower is under attack.
both of the supports. And these two supports they don't bring control, but a ton of damage in these fights, so taking them out probably secures the Raxes as well.
So it might be about that time to call it, I think, here if you are wildcard. Like, Beta's had just full control this whole game.
Yawar is saying no. I'm gonna creep skip instead. Gets the creeps down mid.
I mean, you respect the fact that he's going to try.
Of course, but there are creeps down bottom lane as well. So this is 2 sets,
Radiant's
most
structures
likely of
are
Raxes.
fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Stonebank, you'll go for the secondary Rax here. Wildcard,
Radiant's
not willing to give up quite yet. We'll continue trying.
There is no Aegis no more though.
Stonebank, look at him, he just jumps in. He doesn't care. You are
the
forced the BKB, but it's for nothing. Mortimer's Kiss is out, literally doing no damage to Stonebank. And now a Scythe device is available on Dendy. It just keeps getting worse and worse.
are under attack.
They can't go, so it's getting worse and worse, but they can't go for the last set of Raxes. They have a tier 2 still standing, so that's kind of a delay for maybe another smoke from wildcard. Like you smoke up, you try to take that triangle, perhaps take the fight from your high ground, surprise them, kill off the IO first. Or just wait the inevitable, right? Chill in base.
Yeah. Oh, bait. 30k advantage now. No signs of a comeback
Relocate
yet.
bottom.
Here we go. You are gets caught, just deleted immediately. I don't think Denny needed the help.
Yeah, Yavar was through the game, like very, very careful when it came to his farming patterns. But it's just such a difficult game.
Sammy? Ah, Sammy's gone. He's had such a rough game, this Lich. He has had literally no game.
I thank you.
I'm thinking today, because they're, as you can see, Bait, they're leaving absolutely no chances to wild card. They're playing the super disciplined. Even though arguably the game is done, they don't want to throw it. Maybe they will even wait this next rush.
Swift blink up now. Stoneback even just bigger and bigger, this man. Huge, huge Alchemist. Tier 2 top tower is going to be the objective, of course, for Bait. They just want to put a little of this game. Force to a game of the pre if they can. Wildcard, maybe one last team fight to come. They will smoke up.
Radiant's top tower.
They'll see Stonebank. Wukong's Ari, they're not even going to stand in it. Like Stonebank, he'll oblige. He jumps in. BKB was there from Yuwa. Stoneback still happily just fighting through it. They just don't have the damage to get through him. They make a bit of a dent, but nothing close enough.
I love how he's just rushing down the Timber Saw without a care in the world. you
No
know?
care in the world. They call it. GG is called. I mean, what do you do, Bait? This is a team that has a lot of potential, I feel. I know a lot of people like to meme about these guys, but honestly, they're a pretty solid team.
They are. You could see it in that game. Look at that vaporwave background on Funny right there.
Happy faces on the side of Bait. They will force it to a game number 3. You love to see it as well. Against Wildcard, I was personally expecting a quick 2-0, but I mean, Bait, they just put a little for game 2, and that means we get a game 3 healers.
They switched things around quite a bit in the second game. They were actually able to fight together in multiple ways, like the IO relocate, the Dawnbreaker ulti, the Storm zipping in. All was pretty damn solid.
Yeah.
The only problem was the Timber, but he wasn't really a problem because they had Skyrat plus Storm later on, just hunting him down constantly.
Yeah. Well, with that, of course, we are going to go to a game 3 very soon. But before that, we are going to throw back to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, MLP and Lizard. Yes, indeed. It is Bait settling the score here, leveling things out 1-1 in this series. Slightly against our expectations, perhaps. I mean, you know, we said drafts looked all right from both teams, but yeah, do you think Bait stepped it up gameplay-wise a lot in game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And Dendi, he was beyond godlike. Haven't seen him that type of performance in a very, very long time, right? And they're running back an old school strategy. I think the IO really helped out with that. But more than anything, they played like a team. Like that bottom fight, they just brought numbers. And that's really what they were missing in that game number 1.
Yeah, like they got this execution-forced lineup, which really helped Bait not only just gain control of the initiative, but also the map control coming on the side. Stonebank, when's the last time we've not only just seen Dendi on Godlike Street, but Stonebank getting a free game for himself? He didn't need to do anything extra, just farm up, get the items you need, close out the game. It did take a while, but they made sure they did.
I mean,
then-
they didn't throw. That was the big thing, right? Like, it's like they were patient. Normally, when in the past I would see like Stonebank have a good game, like let's just go high ground. They've learned from their mistakes. They played the way they should have, and they looked really good in this game. Really, really good.
I would agree, yeah. And I wouldn't even say that Stonebank, you know, didn't do anything extra. I think he was doing quite a lot in terms of just being on the front lines and joining his team and abusing those kind of early spikes. Much more than perhaps some other Alchemist players might. Sometimes you just get kind of stuck in the jungle, you know, you're just like, oh, well, you know, let me get my BKB before I join our first engagement. But Stonebank was there, you know, 12 minutes on, we just saw it down in the bottom lane. Generally, he was fighting in the areas he wanted to farm in, but he was fighting from the very beginning. And yeah, the draft kind of enabled this, but that was just one of those things where they had a problem in game number 1, and they addressed it not only in their gameplay, but in the draft as well, as you were mentioning. The IO and the Dawnbreaker both coming together to give them like a really team-focused draft, and they absolutely fixed their problems at game 1. And it was great to see. Wildcard, were there any big mistakes you saw from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mid lane where Ember got really pressured in the mid lane, basically. And I feel like the supports didn't really help him very much. I think Alone was very much that, left alone in that mid lane and didn't get the help that he needed. And his game like really, really struggled. And I think from Yoar's end as well, like he's playing this Monkey King, but this is a hero that we talked about earlier panel. There's no recovery. When he didn't have a good laning stage, he couldn't get to the items. And then you're stuck in a situation where Monkey's definitely a hero that's really feast or famine. And like if he has a bad early start, there's no comeback. And Yoar, he just wasn't able to come online this game.
Yeah, he really didn't have a game. Unlike Stonebank had an amazing game, and he'll be our MVP for this game number 2. Just for, you know, being the big boy that they needed him to be.
Yeah. Bait putting one notch higher. I was about to say the theme of this series so far has been 2 cores with 0 deaths. They made it 3 on the side of Bait. They've got Funnick also on the board with 0 deaths. Dendy with the Godlikes, and Stonebank also make it into the club. The big factors that we kind of addressed already into the drafting, the execution, the shot calling, and kind of the forcedness that this lineup gives on the side of Bait, everything clicked, and it was like a night and day performance from game 1 to game 2. And I dare say it was actually like, you could say Bait supremacy in a sense. It wasn't even wildcard basically just looking like a very regular team. They played this game really, really well on the side of Bait. You have to hand it down to them.
Yeah, I mean, their laning stage was good. The rotations, the mid lane to shut down the Ember Spirit, then to moving even those 5 heroes that bottom lane, like everything was in sync, and they played like a team this game.
Absolutely did, yeah. And, you know, I also want to give a shout out to Stoneman as well, because he didn't have that big flashy KDA like a lot of his teammates did. But in the early game, you know, he was a big deciding factor. Down at bottom, he got a double kill to start out the lanes, which was really, really important. You know, that was a big factor when it came to their dominance in the early parts of the game. So I do want to ask, you know, what do you want to see Wildcard? Do they need to go back to game number 1, or is it time to kind of try something new like Bait did this game?
If you could make me add one little spice into the mix, I'm going to say Bait is going to feel a bit too proud after this win and go back to game 1 faults and mistakes. Wow. I feel like I see it happening from time to time. They beat Wildcard in game 2 on Tour 1, lost the last game when you looked like they could get away with it. They didn't. I feel like we're looking at a repeat.
I mean, that's just Bait. Like, when you see them play, you don't know which Bait is going to show up. Is it going to be the one that looks great, or is it going to be the one that you have to have a giggle or two watching? You know, you never really know. And we're going to see in this next game, but I think for Wildcard, they are definitely going to be in a position where they can play a more stable carry, and I think that's the route they need to go.
Absolutely. Well, flip a coin, and we'll find out which Bait we're going to get in game number 3. But we will be getting a game number 3 after this short break. It is game number 3 now of Bait versus Wildcard as these two teams battle it out in their debut series here in the NA Division 1 Tour 2. I'm joined by T-Panda and Fear as we get into it. And I want to ask a little bit about the mentality here, because who do you think is in the better position in this game 3 when it comes to just being in the right mental space to possibly take this game?
It's always the team that won game number 2.
Yeah.
You're riding the high, you're feeling good, you're like, oh, we lost the game, we're back, we fixed our mistakes. Well, the other side where you won game 1, now you lost game 2, you're like, oh no, we're not immortal. We did lose a game. We have to rethink things really quickly. So winning game 2 is always going to put you in a better position.
And I think that's kind of doubled down by the fact that Bait had this problem to start off this series. You know, they got stuck. Their internet died. They had to run out to a LAN cafe. So somewhat of like a bit of a fairy tale story if they do take this win, because game number 1 just went terribly for them. And they can kind of make excuses. You know, I think that kind of puts them in a really good position, actually, because they can go, we didn't have much reserve time because we had to delay things. And, you know, we're in a new surrounding and everything, maybe even setting up bindings, because you know what it's like when you just get on a new computer. It can be tricky. So I think you've got plenty to fall back on and just say, hey, game number 1, you know, put it aside. Game number 2, this is where we go. So,
but what a hype storyline if they win. They're
Absolutely.
like, we had all these things going against us, but we were able to overcome all the odds. So going back to the Tour 1 series of Bait versus Wildcard, the game 3 draft actually on the side of Bait was the one which they failed pretty hard. 18th pick DK and a last pick Sven. I was like, wait, what happened to this team? They just had a really good execution, a very good draft, and they went for heroes that had. You went against Naga and a Timbersaw with those 2 hicks. Like, yeah, that's over. I don't want to see that happen again. I want to have confidence in that draft, and especially that second phase on the side of Bait, like to keep that package together.
I mean, which Bait is going to show up? You never know.
Exactly.
Yep, flip a coin. It's about as good an indicator as you're going to get. And, you know, that's also... A, it's not relevant because there's 4 new heroes, but then again, B, it is relevant because it's still Sammy Boy. You know, he is still the core of this wildcard team, so he's going to be the one making the calls, and he's the one that made the calls last time. He's going to do the same again this time. Okay, will they be able to keep it together? Well, let's find out. We've got draft number 3 now on the table, so let's see exactly what's going to get picked and banned in this 3rd game.
Yep, the last draft, the last game of the day as well. Wildcard smartly taken away the IO. They've
There's
got
NP.
2 good players on the side of Bait to play it, so get rid of that one as well. That does... I mean, I like this first phase a lot. I think we were talking about it at the start of, was it game 1? Or at the between the 2 series, and I was like, we're getting so many different openers. We heard it in the interview. It was like the picks are very different to the Broods and the Lenas and the DPs and the Treant Protectors. And now you have a lot of flexibility and ideas you want to achieve, and I think Bait is the team that could just drive that. Is it again a Dendy first phase pick, or do we see something mix in?
I mean, I personally, when I was watching 5-Rat last tour, Stomanen, like, every time this man got Skywrath, he just wins. Yeah. So, like, I want him to just,
He's
like,
good.
play
He's good on it.
Skywrath as much as he possibly can. Like, towards the end, while 5-Rat was falling off a little bit, they stopped picking him Skywrath Mage. So, like, maybe there's a correlation there. Who knows? There is Rubik, which means it's probably going to be him. But one hero that I did see in the pool that has not been picked and has been banned in most every other series is the Nature's Prophet. And your second pick as well. You can flex it as an off lane, as a carry. No surprise to see it whatsoever. But I'm surprised that they took so much time to pick it. So they weren't even sure they wanted it here. But they have it nonetheless, and they're probably just going to pick a support with this now to round things out. But what do you want to pick? And you mentioned we saw a lot of new heroes coming out, and that's just a lot of teams are trying new things because it's a new patch.
Yeah, a lot of experimentation, and I would like to see a Witch Doctor if Dendy wants this here. Okay, we're gonna go.
They just like up that in priority real fast.
Why did we win that last game?
Last pick, you know, I thought it felt good first phase me that.
Yeah, and you don't too often get to see a Stonebank hero in the first phase too, so that means Dendy hero is open.
Yeah, that's very interesting. The fact that they're changing things up for this 3rd game, you know, like the draft order, which is usually quite concrete for them. So clearly suggesting a change in mentality, perhaps, or maybe just reacting to what Wildcard are doing here. This could be an answer to Nature's Prophet, you know, I guess those Treants give extra money to the Alchemist, some sort of sense there.
Wow.
I mean, but if you think about it, yeah, that looks great.
Yeah.
Oh,
That doesn't.
that one not so much. Lost in the city there. But anyway, so like the Alchemist is good versus NP in lane in theory, but if I'm wildcard, I'm definitely thinking to put this NP as a carry and play a tempo game. Play the type of game where, you know, Lil Nick on his Timbersaw was really good last game, actually. He went into enemy jungle. He was like pushing 3 heroes out by himself. I feel like he was a real force there. It was more just like Yawar and Alone had very difficult games and they couldn't really get into the game here. But if you play NP carry, he can join, you know, Lil Nick chasing this Alchemist around. You can play really fast, is what generally you want to do versus an Alchemist here. So I think this might be one of those situations where you see bait and they're like, what you did last game was good. Try and replicate that. Don't be like, oh, this is all we got. We're just going to first pick it now, because now Wildcards is just in a better position to play against the same strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I want to see them answer it as well. With Force, you know, don't just be like... Because so many times you see this second pick hero just kind of not be answered. I've noticed this is a recurring theme where teams will just kind of move in their own direction. Maybe they get too lost in the source when it comes to the bans, and then when it comes back to the picks, it's just not really answering the Alchemists. So I want to see them do that. I mean, what would be some of your favorite picks in the game versus Alk?
I mean, I think the Timber was a great response. Like, they had everything going for them there. Like, they could have easily just, like, picked Timbergan this game, lane it with the Tusk. Tusk can make some rotations. Later on, NP's going to make some moves. Give the lane to AA, he'll get a fast level 6 there. Then you have this ability to play really fast and kill the Alchemist here. As you can definitely see, this is now no longer like an easy Alchemist game. Before, like, only he had to deal with Timber for the most part. And yeah, maybe Monkey King to some degree, but this is going to be a much more difficult game for him.
I agree. And you already have the Tusk to kind of do that scouting, which we talked about. Very important versus Alchemist to kind of bully him in the jungle. And Tusk is tanky enough just not to instantly die if you do kind of look at him when he's chasing you. And now Mirana comes out from bait.
Yeah, wildcard, they wanted to bring up the AA versus the Alk, but now Mirana combined with the Ember Spirit, you've got the arrows and the chains. Very classic combination. You have 2 supports that are very good at dueling and harassing in the laning stage. That helps out the Alchemist. Now he's got like the minus armor to benefit some right-click damage on the side of it. Both of these heroes have really good right-click, so that helps a lot. And then this Ember actually sits in pretty nicely up to the point where you got like potential Ags builds up on this Nature's Prophet, can make his game a bit harder, but that's the only thing that's really keeping this Ember in place right now. He's got a pretty free game at his hands. Yeah,
that's why I'd suggest if they pick Puck here. Because I think Puck might not be the best laner against Ember Spirit, but I think your job as a mid laner here is to lock down this Ember, let this Ice Blast hit on targets, and with a coil they can make that happen pretty easily. Alone played Puck on the first game, and he looked pretty good on it. And it wasn't even in a matchup where he was supposed to dominate in, so I don't see why not go for it again. You're playing versus Ember, you're playing versus Mirana, you need some type of setup stun for the Ice Blast.
Exactly.
It looks great.
Yeah, I like giving you a nice big target, you know, something like an arena not that arena, not the wrong one. I was talking about Mars. Oh, sorry, wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about Monkey King, right? Like, I want them to play a type of draft that is easy to execute, and I feel like Monkey King is a very volatile carry, very, very volatile. So if they do want to try and pull this off, Yawar has to have a much better laning stage, but he's already laning versus Rubik, which is one of the best harassers, and he doesn't even see his lane whatsoever. So it's like, what's their other play here? And they already have Tusk and AA, which means this is default a core Monkey King, but Alone could play this. He could go mid against the Ember. This is an old school matchup.
True.
I think we haven't seen this in a very long time, and it's mainly just because the Monkey King mid, it's like in a weird spot where like he's kind of a carry, but at the same time doesn't make rotations. He doesn't farm very quickly either. Yeah. So you do have to like really crush your lane and keep crushing it. And he's incredibly easy to gank. So we'll see what they want to do. I don't know Alone's hero pool well enough to be like, he likes this matchup, but at some point, every mid player, if you've been playing mid long enough, used to pick Monkey King versus like any spirit.
I've got a small vibe that this might just be potentially Lil Nick with the Nature's Prophet if it looks like a game he would like to play the Nature's Prophet rather than something else. The mid Tusk is on my mind right now with a support Monkey King, which MSS would definitely like to play. Yeah. Meaning we would still have the carry open potentially. But Bates, they're just getting rid of the heroes. They're very toxic heroes in a sense. The Necrophos is a very intriguing one, but that is also an Alchemist counter, plus the AA. You can always get rid of the Alchemist in a team fight. You got the Ice Blast debuff into the Reaper's Scythe. There's no recovery. Armlets and regens aren't going to save you.
Or mid AA.
Oh, mid A.
No,
I like
no.
the I like the idea. Dendy plays
Dendy's
it.
on the other team.
Yeah,
that's no problem.
if only. No, that would be that's a little too much for me. A bit too much catch on the side of bait for that to really be an option. But you never know. You never know. What do bait need? What do they need to kind of round off this draft and close things up
Does
nicely for
Funnick
them?
want? I mean, it's a pretty decent Enigma game, not gonna lie. The lane is bad, but...
Zoo, yeah. I want him to
Zoo.
see play any type of Zoo. Beastmaster is
Like
not in the
Visage.
pool. Icons. I mean, I guess they realized it as well. Enigma's in the pool. It can work. I definitely don't dislike that choice. It could be good.
It might just be the classic Funnick Doom again, you know?
Versus Monkey King. I mean, if you want to bait them into playing Monkey Carry again, that's genius, actually. Like, you know, I'm going to give Monkey a
Mind games.
deal
Yeah.
that he cannot refuse, you know? And then he's going to take it and then get doomed later on and just die because Monkey as a carry is very, very volatile. I can't stress it enough. Like, I feel like Wildcard is a better team, and if you don't give bait that opportunity, well, that's just a Spectre, by the way, with an Alchemist. So it looks like we're going to have ourselves a support Alchemist, or what's going on here?
Is that a Marana
You're
core
supposed to
then?
tell us that.
Okay.
I mean, not
so-
often you see a Spectre and an Alch in the same team, but when you do, they're normally in the same lane.
Yeah, exactly. I've looked at the games recently played. I've seen Dendy Rubik a couple of times. Is this going to be one of those mid Rubik games where we see very high tempo early on
Where's
and try to
Ember
carry
going?
the game? Ember is also another potential.
What the hell is good?
This is like bait's just going all over the place. Like I don't know which coin flick we're looking at. It's going
Mid-monkey.
upside down
So
and
mid-monkey,
sideways.
all right.
Mid monkey, off lane alchemist.
Offlane Alchemist.
Okay. That's very
This is your
Moonlordy.
game 3 answer bait.
So it's like they were like, haha, we're not playing the Alchemist carry. You've picked an AA for no reason. But then actually, we are still playing an Alchemist core, so it still kind of makes sense. And I mean, it's an easy kill for the Spectre, I guess. There's a lot to break down here, guys. I'm going to need you to kind of speed through this one, T-Pan. Sum it up.
I don't really know how to sum up an offlane alchemist,
Sum it up.
unfortunately. But with this Spectre, I see a lot of positives on the side of Bait in terms of how long the game actually stretches out. Spectre gets stronger and stronger. He's got some good matchups here. And in terms of item building, I think Bait has a lot of varieties in items that they want to go for. Was this Lifestealer thinking that Alch's going to be a core? That's a big question for them.
Is there a possibility of Bait to get out-tempoed here, though?
Of course, but I can sum up this game very easily for you. If Alone feeds in the mid lane to some rotations, they're going to lose. Wildcard will lose this game if this Monkey King has a bad game. Like, he's supposed to have a good game, but like you're playing Monkey mid, you've got a Lifestealer, you don't have an NP. Like, there is no playmaker here. It just doesn't exist. And AA is going to be slow too. So if Alone has a bad game, it's over.
It's a risk. It's a risk. It all falls on Alone's shoulders for this third game here. Who's going to take it? Will it be Bait? Will it be Wildcard? Let's find out with MLP and Lizard.
Thank you so much, Nomad Lizard. I'm going to be honest, I can't believe what I'm seeing with these damn drafts. I mean, Alchemist, Spectre, Monkey King, mid, Prophet. What's happening?
These two teams, it seems like they have their own meta. You know, they
Yeah.
don't care about anything that's happening in this world. They've been living in the shelter. They've developed their own style of playing.
It's
And
one way to say it.
yeah, they're gonna push through with it.
Developed is a word you could probably use. I mean, it feels like they've almost gone backwards with these drafts, if I'm quite frank with you, Lizard. But I guess we'll see how this works out. Game number 3, it's the final game of the night here between Wildcard and, of course, Bait. 1-1 so far. As I have not heard that voice line before, but
That's a first, yeah.
that's a cool one.
It's a cool one indeed. First time for me to hear it too. Ah, man, like interesting. Monkey versus Ember. We'll see how it goes. I feel like someone is disconnected, and it's Dandy.
Of course.
Yeah, like Monkey can crush this if he has a decent start, if he has some support, if he isn't really rotated on like he was rotated on in the last game. Because he was crushed on that Ember, right? Like he couldn't really do anything. This time around, Monkey versus Ember, Monkey on his own should do well. And then if you give him a rotation or two, he can roll out of control.
Yeah.
He could at least.
Both sides. We saw last game around, like, they really made sure that the mid-Ember did not have a game. We'll see if they can do it again. Like, Alone, he did not have a game too. Fee kind of mentioned it on the panel, like, if you just do the same thing, make it so this Monkey King just doesn't have a game number 3, the game could just be as good as over. So you really don't have a playmaker. Like, this MK is it. It's very gritty drafts from both ends, it feels like, but somehow Wildcard came out with an even grittier draft than what Bait picked up. which is not something I can easily say considering they've got a Spectre Alchemist on their end of things, but well, here we are.
Yeah, Spectre Alchemist. We'll see. We'll see what fun it goes for, right? Like, is it gonna be some normal run-of-the-mill Alchemist with Aghanims on the offlane? Will it be some utility Greaves Alchemist? Will it be Aghanims Alchemist?
What about Meteor Hammer Alchemist?
Oh, Meme Hammer Alchemist. Sure, why not?
Makes sense. That's what we've been seeing a lot of anyway. So you may as well bust out the Meme Hammer if that's what's going to take.
The Unstable Concussion into Meteor Hammer.
Yeah? It's a thing.
Sounds legit.
Yeah? Shirt. So what do you mean shirt, Sammy?
Let me see his camera. Let me see it.
It's like, is he saying he's changing his shirt or something? Alone's camera's off. Let's fix that up, Alone.
He's changing the shirt.
Oh, right, okay. I mean, it may have been him literally changing. Why do you need to change a shirt before a game anyway?
Well, there are some players, you know, they change shirts every game, shorts every game, socks,
Right.
you know, tinker spammers.
Oh,
Begins.
be about right. Funnick, he'll be able to pick up the bounty. It looks like Alone was not able to intervene there. So it's going to be a 2 for 2 anyway. Not too big of a deal for either side. Start with the mid lane, of course, as per usual. You're going to have Alone on that mid Monkey King against the mid Ember of Dendi. So theoretically, the Monkey King should have a pretty damn good time.
Theoretically, yes.
What's going to change that, Lizard?
Well, we'll see. The first block is pretty decent from Dendi. He's keeping the lane equilibrium on his side, and a couple of rotations can change that, right? Like Monkey, he's the sort of a hero that can dominate the lane, but then if you make a rotation or two on him, like you can take all of that back. So Alone has to be super conscious of the fact that he's easily killable with rotations.
And we'll see, because you do have supports that can rotate quite well, right? Like Stockman on the Mirana. You've got a +5 Rubik as well from Lodine. So plenty of ways of rotating here and making this monkey's life a living hell. But I guess I could say the exact same thing about the other end of things. Like you do have a Tusk on MSS. Could make those rotations early on if he so wishes. You might want to kind of do that anyway, because Dendi had way too good of a game too. And Dendi might be feeling very, very happy right now, just based off the voice lines he's spamming.
Yeah, because Monkey missed a lot of last hits under the tower already. And he sees that, so he's just trolling him a little bit, you know, rubbing in.
That's fair. So Alone is top of the CS board at the moment. At least UR does take over. Speaking of UR, he is down at the bot lane along with Sammy Boy, because you can have Stominan and Funnick against those two. So the offlane Alkin, the +4 Mirana. I am very curious to see exactly what kind of build-up Funnick does go for on this offlane Alchemist, because we are into a new patch.
Well, he's gonna go and try and kill this AA first.
And they might get him. Arrow's gonna land. Sammy, he had a pretty rough game as the Lich. He might have an even rougher game as the AA if he's not careful. Though he does barely get away with his life intact. He's forced to eat up a furry fire to survive through that. But it is a double stun lane, so you get hit by that initial unstable concoction. It's not too hard to follow up with the arrow.
Yeah, for sure. Top lane, Lodine actually gets forced to TP out.
All the way back to the fountain.
All the way back. Does have boots, right? Does he? He doesn't. Okay, so that's gonna be a slow-ass walk back to the lane.
Yeah. Walk of shame. I mean, Stonemaker probably gonna struggle to find any kind of CS here while his Rubik is gone. Mind you, it does seem like Stonemaker has been having a bit of a rough time in that top laning phase at the moment. Like, just to be kind of expected, considering you are going up against a Nature's Prophet and a Tusk, so plenty of denies to happen here from Lil Nick.
Yeah, at least it's very difficult for them to kill him, right? Like on the top lane.
Yeah.
Perhaps you won't be having the best CS game, but if you have Spectral Dagger off cooldown, there is no way they kill you.
That is certainly a positive.
Mid lane, 18 CS versus 11.
I mean, that is to be expected, I suppose. It is the Monkey King. It should have been actually worse.
Yeah, it could have been worse, definitely. So it's even good that Dandy is holding on to this lane at least.
Yeah. Sammy being chased down. Funnick gonna get the unstable concoction off. Stominant has the arrow, and Sammy's gonna drop. Stominant to pick up first blood on the Mirana.
First blood.
I hope for Sammy's sake he's not having a repeat of that game number 2, because he was. I mean, it was. I don't
Yeah.
know what his kill score was, but it was bad.
Yeah, it's just a lane in which he shouldn't even be leaving his carry at all. Like he just needs to. They need to cover each other, which is bad because you have to go back. You have to stop them from creep skipping. So the moment you do that, they catch you.
Stonebank trying to run. Tag team slowing him down quite a bit, and it's a lot of damage being dealt, but not quite enough to kill him off. He's going to be okay to back off. But again, they are making sure that Stonebank does not have a good time in this top lane. Really no farm to speak of here for Stonebank at the moment. Just 14 CS. Lil Nick, on the other hand, well, he's having another one of those lanes where he's just being left alone here on the Prophet. It's kind of the dream for him. I suppose the big difference is in the Prophet, you can just carry the game yourself if it comes to it as well.
Depends on the item build always, right?
Right.
Like what you want to build for your team, or do you want to go utility? Do you want to go right click? There's just so many different ways that you can build him. Some extra catch would be nice for them versus the Ember, I feel like. On your team, you only have Tusk, and that's pretty much not good enough versus the Ember. But I've seen some mid lane monkeys go for Gleipnir too.
Bot lane, funny.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, a bit of a chase. He'll just pull the creep wave away.
Under attack.
Like, they're going to stack it up here on the wolves. Swell up a little bit more efficiently with the acid spray. Why the hell not? Sammy's going to be there to try and intervene, but
Or die.
yeah, he might just die. Cold feet, not going to work out. Stopping it. Starfall is there. Sammy, well, he's going to farm while he's at it. Like, he already knows he's going to die. But it gives him the Keck wave right there. And
Yeah, I feel like every time he tries to mess with them, every time he tries to delay the farm, he just gives them some extra gold.
yeah. Well, I mean, you are playing AA at level 2. Like, there's not really much you could do here. It's, in terms of messing around with them. I think for Sammy, it's just all about hitting level 6 this game and making sure this Alchemist can't do whatever the hell he wants.
That's a big point. Like AA into the Alchemist always feels good, but it's an offlane Alchemist, so like who cares?
Not
Funny.
quite as good.
Yeah, not quite as important.
Well, the tier 1 mid tower going to be harassed a little bit here by Alone.
Are fortified.
Even Lil Nick rotating very early on. When they do have the siege creep, and it seems like they really want to try and keep this alive as long as possible. Dendi trying his best to stop this from happening, but this tier 1 mid tower, it is going to drop very, very quickly here from Wildcard. And this mid tower, it's just so important, right? Because you do have a very greedy draft here from the side of Bait. You really don't want to open up the map like this to Wildcard, but well, they have no choice in the matter. Very nice rotation from Lil Nick, and that's already the tier 1 mid gone.
Yeah, for me, it kind of goes even deeper than that. Alchemist TPs from bot.
But does he? Oh, he does.
He does. Like, you moved in towards the monkey, so he wasn't ganked. At least not for now. Mirana is aiming that arrow. But yeah, all I want to see them is to play around alone. Like,
Lil Nick. Chase down here from Stominant. 3 heroes around the man. Lift up is there. Arrow will land. And eventually
Nice
they
try.
will secure the kill.
Yeah, nice try with the sprouts. He was thinking maybe he'll be able to get away, but there is no way. Spectre. With a spectral dagger, it's just way too difficult. Once he respawns, oh, monkey mid. Yeah, that's
Trouble.
it.
Yeah,
Let's
there
have
you go
sticks.
again. Alone? Stick charges are there.
He actually lives because of mischief. He dodged the damage from the arrow,
Wow.
so extremely well played by him.
Has been killed.
They talked about how important it was for Alone to not have a bad game this time around. And well, so far he's having a pretty damn good time. Second net worth at the moment is the Monkey King.
Yeah, look at Wildcard. They're just rolling over these towers. Mid lane tower, bottom lane tower. Soon, I believe they will go top. There's nothing stopping them. Yeah, Lifestealer TPs first, and the cavalry should follow.
That's the thing. Where are you going to farm? Like, with all these T1 towers going down, it's going to be pretty rough to try and get the Spectre any kind of farm. Like, the Alk's just, I don't know, it feels like you just got to shaft him all together at this point.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the point is of the Alchemist at this part of the game. Right, like you have an offlane Alch that's going, what, phases, Soul Ring, Medallion. I mean, it isn't anything strange. I've seen the build before. It's just that it's questionable how much he'll be able to do.
Yeah, quite limited in the amount of impact he's going to have here, Funnick. At least for now. Smoke rotation is up towards the top lane. You are. I mean, you could try for the Lifestealer. Problem is he has Rage. They'll bring Dendi up as well.
And the Helm now as well.
There is a lot of heroes, though. You are going to chase down Lodine. Going to see Stormman in the tree line. Now realizes Dendi's around the corner. Chains is going to be purged off by the Rage. Can he get out?
Oh,
Alone does show up. That's a great boundless strike from the Monkey King. And the Infest play is there as well. They've lost Lodine. They might lose Stormman. He'll try for the TP up, but there's no chance in hell.
An attempt was made.
It was. And failed. Sadly,
And
for the
fails,
side
yeah.
of bait.
And another tower will fall, which opens up the Dire side completely. You're playing now into the Nature's Prophet, into a Monkey King. You lost every single tier 1 tower. These heroes will just be jumping around your map, getting one pick off after another. Plus there's a only level 4 though.
It's massive, massive movements already from Wildcard. Haunt out? I mean, I guess maybe just acquiring a bit of vision here?
Yeah, perhaps it's a misclick.
Could be.
You know, sometimes you just try to press your
is under attack.
item and you press R instead. Happens.
It does, it does. I mean, at the very least, they got the vision of it over the side of Wildcard, so they know where they are at the moment. They know they're not in any kind of danger.
When do you misclick your ulti the most? For me, it's when I try to write something with an R, you know?
Yeah. I'm not really one to misclick ulti too much. I usually just misclick something like a BKB, which is like 10 times worse, I feel like.
Radiant's
You know?
middle tower is
It's kind of similar, I suppose.
Yeah,
Definitely feels a bit worse.
it does. What do you do now as Wildcard? Like, you've opened up the map quite a lot. There's 3 tier 1 towers gone. They've decided they just want to farm. As Lodine, he was infested. I was wondering what was going on there. He does end up going down. But like, do you want to move into the dire side of the map, or like, because they are playing quite slowly, considering how much they've taken already here, Wildcard.
Yeah, like you can't keep the pressure forever in that way. Like sometimes you need to slow things down a little bit. I don't disagree with the way they're playing right now. Like you took the advantage, but you don't really have it in items at the moment, right?
Bottom. Alone. I mean, there was a bit of a chase going on for the Monkey King, but he's going to be all right.
So maybe just finish off the Aghanims on Nature's Prophet, farm a little bit, actually capitalize on all the objectives that you've taken, then fight again.
Once you got the Ags up, such a nice power spike for little Nick. That root is so obnoxious. The amount of damage it deals as well.
What we will have, we will have the root from him, and then we will have Diffusal from Monkey. More than enough for them to capably take the next couple of fights.
Yeah. It's like all you've got right now for Stonemak is a Blade Mail to try and utilize here.
bottom tower.
Obviously, that's for his farming ability, but we'll go for the Aghanim Scepter next. I just question what's gonna be following up with this Ags on the Spectre. Like, you can haunt in all you want. It's just who's gonna follow up? Like, this Alchemist's got just a solar crest right now.
It's interesting that he's buying the Ags actually, like when he has an Alchemist on his team,
Right.
an offlane Alchemist, who could have purchased that for him.
Stonebank gonna be chased down. Does chop down the right tree, so that should allow him to get away. Shards, they're almost on the mark, but not quite. Meanwhile, Sammy going to be chased down here on the AA. Dendi right behind, trying to get within range for the slide of his chains, but the arrow does land. Dominant will get the job done. Does secure the kill, but in comes a snowball now from MSS. Does have Yuar infested inside of him right now as they do go back onto the Mirana. No leap charges available here for Stominant. He'll have to try and just TP out the old-fashioned way, but it's not going to be enough. Yuar picks up the kill very easily for himself.
Interesting build from him as well. Armlet into Radiance. On the life
It is all the fashion, right?
Yeah. All he needs now is a meme hammer and that's it.
That's it?
He's full meta boy.
It makes enough sense. Like I feel like there was a time where Radiance was being built up on Lifestealer.
There was for sure, but not in every game.
Alone. Currently very alone, but does pop the Wukong's command. Forces them back. Lowdyne trying to just play around with this Monkey King, but he'll get ganked up here on the Rubik. Does drop once again. Meanwhile, mid lane, Dendi's currently being chased by Yuar. He's okay to back himself out of there. For now, Bait just desperately trying to find any kind of farm they can.
Hey, ult top.
Stoneback, he's going to cop it. Do they have the follow-up damage? It looks like they will, and they do. Arrow does connect, but it doesn't do enough. It's MSS. Going to turn around, back it onto the Mirana. That's going to be a second. Dendi shows up now. Can they at least pick off the monkey? It seems like they can, but in comes the cavalry. Yuar's going to show up. They won't chase down Funnick. In fact, more TP's coming from Bait. Funnick, try for a stunt, but Rage is available. Yuar's just fine.
Just gotta be careful after the Rage. They're still around, the two of them.
It's very dire straits right now for Bait. Like, they're still behind in net worth, even with this Alchemist offlane.
Yeah, that's never a good thing, right? Like, minute 15, you have an Alchemist and you're the team that's behind. But, truth be told, he didn't really level up Greevil's Greed early on, right? Like, he had one level of it and that's it. His farm is about to ramp up only now, after all that time. And he's going full utility, by the way. No Aghanims, no shenanigans with the Radiance. Just a Solar Crest into Crimson Guard.
Just makes you question what the point of the Arc pick was in the first place.
Crickets.
Crickets? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about right.
I mean, they picked it quite early on, and then they relegated it, right? So maybe that's the point. They felt it was no longer a great Alchemist game, so they just put him on that offlane position.
That's probably the best guess we've had so far. Funnick, chase down on the Arc. Balance not going to be there yet, but MSS does cut him off anyway. Aura's punch lands. Funnick still trying his best to run out of there, but oh, the AA blast, it doesn't really land. They don't get the Ice Blast to connect on Funnick, but it shouldn't matter in the end. Eventually they'll have their way with him.
Yeah, it just took them so long instead of just getting him real fast.
Stominant, trying to run, does leap away. Dendi is there to help out if necessary, and MSS seeing Dendi around doesn't really want to borrow this Ember at the moment. Does decide to back off. Meanwhile, Lowdyne looks like he's going to get caught, though he does have the Rage at the very least, so he is going to be able to avoid the Boundless Strike coming in from alone.
Yeah, all this time I'm just checking out Spectre, seeing his item progression, 500 gold away from the Aghanims that he is purchasing on his own.
Alone.
Monkey.
A lot of damage being dealt on the Monkey. Wukong's command could be thrown out, but not quite. MSS just making sure Dendi just gets held
Rooted.
down.
Yeah.
Oh boy. And now you are with the chase onto Lowdyne. Gonna find a secondary kill here for his side. And it keeps getting from bad to worse as they TP in for more. Lil Nick gonna find Stominant. He does have one more leap charge. Ice Blast gonna connect, and that's his life gone.
They're just playing too slowly. And it's understandable. Like, your cores are Spectre, Alchemist, and Ember.
Yeah.
Like, which one of these actually plays? Like, Funnick is just, I don't know, in his own world, farming up, getting all the utility. Meanwhile, his teammates are brawling and bruising everywhere.
And now fighting's dead.
Yeah, but they do have the Aghanims now on Spectre. So from this point onwards, you can always shadow step into these fights. You have Blade Mail Aghs. Like, you really want to be fighting as Spectre at this point.
Just my question still stands. Like, who's going to back him up? That's the thing. Who's setting up these fights for him to shadow step in? Like, it feels like it has to be Dendi. Dendi's been kind of pretty quiet himself here on the Ember.
Yeah, it has to be Dendi, or you
Dire's
buy
top
that
tower
blink
is
on
under attack.
the Alchemist, right?
Middle tower is under attack.
And then he can be the one initiating.
Well, it seems like Wildcard, at least for now, they're going to sit back and relax a little bit. Get back to the farm game themselves. It's like Little Nick wants to build up into a Gleipnir before they get active again. Of course, Yuar did pick up that Radiance, and this makes him even more of a menace to try and deal with throughout this game.
He's got the Radiance, he's got the Shard. He's damn ready to fight.
Absolutely.
Straight into the pit, it seems like, even. Okay, why not? It's not like Bait can actually fight them. They can try. But it shouldn't be very successful for them if they do.
Yeah, Roshan going to go down very, very fast.
It's like you're only 1k ahead, but you get so much more out of the items that you've got, right? Like from Lil Nick's Aghanims, from Yavar's Radiance, Monkey King with the Diffusal.
It's gone. Just immediately take it down. Moonlight Shadow is there from Bait. Maybe they keep trying to fight. There is going to be a chain down onto the Prophet, but Lil Nick will have the infest there from Yuar. Arrow even taken by the Lifestealer.
He ate it.
He just ate the arrow for his team, and he's still surviving. Aegis does finally go down. Lil Nick also dropping on the Prophet. Maybe this is the team fight Bait needed, as they found a third.
It definitely was.
Big team fight here for Bait. They're going to find Sammy as well. Oh boy, Wildcard, what have you done?
That's 4 heroes, right? 3 and an Aegis. They were so cocky.
Way too cocky.
Yeah, Prophet and the Lifestealer just moved uphill for no whatsoever reason. Because he had an Aegis, right? So he's feeling, yeah, sure, I can just move up there. Then he has to waste the Aegis, the Rage, just to save the Prophet, the Infest as well. I still think that they're stronger at the moment. They just need to take their fights properly.
Well, top lane, they're going to have a look at Funnick again on this Alk. Wukong's going to be out eventually. Ice Blast is again off the mark. It's kind of rough. Like, you can't hope to kill this guy without the Ice Blast connecting.
Yeah, I don't think you can without it, right?
Not with just these two. Immediately, Bait do rotate 3 more heroes up there to make sure this Alchemist is fine. Had the Ice Blast landed, they probably would have had the damage to just burst him down, but...
Yeah, it's the ultimate tanky boy destroyer, right? The Ice Blast, especially versus an Alchemist that really relies on that regen that he gets from the ulti. Maybe if Monkey waited a bit longer instead of initiating first.
Now MSS, he's infested up here with Yuar. They don't really see too much on the map right now, though, Wildcard.
Not a lot. There's no blink as well on the Tusk, so initiation isn't that easy. Like, you can go on Ember, but yeah, this happens, you know.
It's going to be pretty easy to dodge that one out.
Yeah. That's a problem that I was hoping they would itemize for. Initiation, like proper initiating and disabling, is not something that they can do. Maybe Gleipnir on someone. I know that the Prophet has Maelstrom, but I'm not sure if he's building into Gleipnir or not.
Oh my, Sammy. Just going to get bursted down by Stonebank. Not even close. Completely destroyed by the Spectre. And Bait. I mean, it just feels like they're slowly making a comeback into this game. Like, Stonebank's getting to a point where he's going to start feeling very, very scary as a Spectre. Like, sure, you've still got your Warren alone farming pretty decently, but, well, I say alone, he's fallen quite behind on the Monkey King now.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a build that, farms that fast. My defusal BKB. This is literally fight, fight, fight. So if he falls behind, it will be much more difficult for him to catch back up.
Still a bit of a rough affair. Like, Wildcard off to such a great start, but then just one bad team fight around the Roshan pit, they just completely slow it all down. Stomag's almost at the point where he has the Manta up as well, so that root coming in from the Wrath of Nature, not going to really be too much of a big deal here for the Spectre at all.
They did smoke though.
I mean, they have. Question is, what can they find with this smoke?
Maybe the Alchemist or the Mirana.
Well, Stominum breaks the smoke and just leaps away. Alone, still trying. Yuar will pop out. The Boundless does eventually land, but they do have a Crimson Guard to help Stominum. And with the Force Staff away, he's actually going to survive.
Yeah, that felt just so forced.
Very desperate plays here from Wildcard.
Yeah. Very, very forced. At the same time, the Ags from Prophet saved all of them. And they are getting a BKB. Yeah, they have one on the Monkey. They almost have one on the Prophet. The BKBs in this game are also like completely life-changing.
$2K advantage now for Bait. Skadi is going to be the build-up here for Stonebank, and once that Skadi's up, that's when things start to feel really, really frightening if you are Wildcard. Wildcard trying to push down the top tier 2 tower, but a bit of a slower process. Glyph was forced out.
Tier 2 gone. Uncontested even.
Yeah, surprisingly, it felt like Bait may be in a position where they can actually fight back now.
Yeah, maybe they were just afraid of, running uphill. That whole area was cleared and controlled by Radiant for a while now.
AC now available in Funnick. Even more defensibility coming in from this Alchemist.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's become quite a tanky boy.
Is under attack.
AC not going to be very fun to play into, and Bait, they do pop the Moonlight Shadow. Wildcard on the other side of that mid lane. They don't know if they really want to try and fight Bait at the moment. Perhaps underneath their own vision they will. Stomina makes the jump in. He was trying to get the D-ward off, but he will drop immediately. Lowdine also being chased down here on the Rubik, though there is going to be a buyback from Stominum. They do move in alone. He is going to drop immediately on the Monkey, and Sammy's gone to boot. MSS, he is going to be no different either. A third kill for the side of Bait. Wildcard, they are falling apart here in this game 3.
Yeah, there was a BKB on Monkey. It was just unused.
Wow.
Yeah, Spectre dishing out a ton of damage with the Haunt.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The plays that they're making are the plays of a team that feels pressured, right? Like diving the tier 2 just to kill off a Rubik, not managing to get on top of him, losing your position 2 because of that. And you know that you're playing into a Spectre, right? So they will all be ready and fighting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, lines are being drawn out here by Wildcard. It seems like they want to rush back towards that Dire jungle.
That looked straight towards the throne, even.
Yeah.
End it, boys. Let's go.
I mean, it was Sammy drawing the line. Sammy probably not too happy with the way this game's gone.
Very talented.
Yeah, indeed.
A very, very talented man.
$13 to 13, 5K advantage here between these two. Bait holding on to set advantage. Chains out, you are. Gonna get caught. Meanwhile,
Shadow
Sammy
step, yeah.
also being caught as well in the AA. MSS gonna try and move in onto Lowdine. They have already picked up Sammy, but Lowdine, he's gonna lift himself up onto the high ground. He's all right. A nice Wukong's command, but is it gonna make the difference? Yuan is trying to fight back the best he possibly can, but the chase is on. Alone's gonna run. He is all alone right now, and he's just gonna drop. At the very least, the Infest does allow him to get out thanks to infesting Lil Nick, but they just can't fight at the moment.
They couldn't kill anyone in that whole fight. Absolutely no one, and there's a...
Lil Nick? Oh, a double stun, Yuan. No, he got the rage off. He's forced to TP out. He's gonna be okay to do so, but man, oh man, you're starting to see the same problem as game 2. It's like, what are they gonna do to fight back now?
Yeah, the Shadow Step, the Aghanims. These two supports on the side of Wildcard are just easy pickings for the Spectre every time. Well, AA more so than the Tusk, but still.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Is there a... There's a Dazo being built by Monkey, but he's far away from that. Like, the utility that Alchemist is bringing is proving to be really crucial in these fights.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
I mean, we all had our doubts, but Vanik is making it look very good.
Dire's middle tower is
Just a very annoying hero just standing around, buffing up his teammates, and you know, doesn't really need to do too much more. Just stand around and make sure everyone's happy.
Full utility, full support.
Yeah, why the hell not?
4 and 5 combined into 3.
You are. Gonna be alright. Double damage rune though spawns up top lane. Or top rune spot rather, so Dendy's gonna take that on the Ember.
They've had no luck on Wildcard when it comes to these runes, right? So far, at least.
Hasn't felt like it. Infest is there on a loan.
Maybe they can go for the Ember, but all you have is the root, right? Unless MSS has a blink, which he doesn't. Like, it's so hard for them to initiate properly. I think that's probably the biggest issue that they have in this game. They're unable to start things off properly.
We are looking at the Spectre bot lane. Root is there, Wukong's command, but he just gets out of there.
Yeah, that's it.
Shadow step, I'm out, boys.
I mean, if it's a different draft in which you have a stun, that's a
Oh
kill.
boy. And here we go, MSS is gone. You are, he's forced a man fight. He can't get out of this. He'll try for a TP play with the rage and it seems like he's gonna be okay. But there's just no openings being granted whatsoever by Bait. Very clean gameplay for this game 2 and 3. They're just still just building up. Like the Spectre's out of control now. Scardy's available.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are you a believer in Bait now? Because you had some really nice words about Wildcard, by the way.
I did.
Yeah.
And they're letting me down. They're letting me
Are
down.
they letting you down, or is Bait overperforming?
I mean, to be fair, I have been saying for a long time, these guys on Bait are pretty good. Roshan. He's going to drop Age of Shards their way.
Yeah. I mean, Bait, they have these upcoming stars, Funnick and Dandy.
I'm sure they've got bright futures ahead of them, for sure. Jump in. Sammy.
If only they had some more experience, you know.
A little bit more, yeah. Maybe a couple more years. Sammy. He's going to drop. You are going to go for the fight. Nice boundless going to land onto Dendy. Maybe they can at least find the Ember, and they do. And Yuwa, he'll pop the Infest immediately onto MSS, but look at Stonebank. He's the real problem. He'll just keep going forward. He just doesn't care. Though he does back off for a little bit. Mind you, he does have the Aegis up, but he doesn't want to get trapped alone. The chase is ongoing. Alone, right behind him. We'll go for the defusal, play it out. Somehow, Stonebank is literally completely alone.
Yeah, his teammates.
They just left him.
They went one way, he went the other.
He's got Shadow Step up, but that's about it. Pops the Blade Mail. Everyone else is kind of killing themselves right now. MSS is gone. Alone almost going down. Vanik finally shows up.
The man almost won that fight, 1 versus 4, 5, whatever.
Quite literally. Bait now forced to back off as they've lost their Spectre.
Imagine if he just had one teammate there, anyone.
Literally anyone.
Literally any hero.
What a shame.
Invisibility.
Lodine gonna drop as well. Lil Nick able to pick him off. Stominant, not safe, just burning to the Radiance, but is gonna run the right way.
Dire's top tower.
Barely survives on the Mirana.
Almost got killed off. by the Radiance itself.
That's the thing, though. Like, just the fact that they split up, like, it's just a small mistake like that. It could turn everything around. Like,
So are we back on the wild card?
no, not really. It's just like seeing a Spectre 1v5 them and almost win. It's like, holy crap. If
Yep.
you literally had just one support there.
Fanic with the blink almost. Well, he can purchase it if he wants to, right? So
He's going to go side device instead, it seems.
well, do they need more catch? Kinda, I guess. Definitely will come in handy versus the Monkey King, versus the Life Stealer as well.
Control never hurts.
Yeah. A bit more control at least.
Smoke is there from bait. Not going to amount to much though, it seems. Bait having a look around, but not able to find anything with this smoke attempt, it seems.
Yeah, just the two of them smoked up. I mean, two of them smoked up, but then you have Shadow Step, right? Like you can always connect with the Spectre.
Speaking of, Sabby
Yeah.
did get spotted by Snowback, immediately bursted down.
Or you don't have to connect. You just have to see a hero on the map, you Shadow Step, you kill him off.
Yeah. Nice and easy. Moonlight Shadow gonna be popped. Bait. Maybe looking towards that tier 2 bottom, or tier 2 mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures
Should be able to get away with this basically for free. Not really much in the way of stopping them. A wild card. At some point they've got to try and fight Bait, but pretty rough with the way things are at the moment.
fallen.
You think?
Yeah.
If they approach the fight properly, perhaps they can. They're kind of strong. Like you have Silver Edge on Prophet, Monkey King with the Dezo. There's a Basher on Life Stealer. I'm pretty sure they could win a fight, if they approach it properly.
Thing is, there's a Basher now on Stoneback as well. So now suddenly that Rage TP away, like it may not be quite as successful as it once was. They have got some way of getting through that. And in terms of getting away from Stoneback, it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, they're smoking up. They don't want to get away from Stonebank. They actually want to go towards him.
Wildcard. They'll move in. Alone. He'll be in the front lines here. Along with the infested UR, trying to find himself a target, but nobody going to get spotted out here from Bait, at least for now. Maybe they spot out Stominan. Oh, TP in from Funnick, that might be a great target, but he got the BKB off in time. So Bashers are there, but Stonebank is there to join with the team if he needs be. Wildcard, how long can you keep this fight going? Funnick is fine for now.
Tusk dead.
MSS is gone. Ice Blast gonna land onto UR. He is gone to boot. Alone. Not gonna make it out either.
Damn, and it was them waiting around the outpost even. It was them waiting for the Alchemist to TP in. They still couldn't just eliminate him before he BKBs.
Just so tough, like,
For an old man, Fanic has quick reflexes.
he certainly does. He's still got
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bait. And again, just, it feels like as long as they're grouped up, you just can't beat these guys. Not with this kind of draft. Now the Ag's up on Dendi as well, so even more mobility available for the Ember.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
We are going to have a quick pause from Alone, but it looks like it was a bit of a misclick.
Radiant's mid
I love that one.
Yeah, I might need to buy that one, actually.
It's my new favorite.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The tier 3 top tower,
Is under attack.
going to be in danger.
Dire's bottom tower.
Not going to last too long here. It's Bait.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, they'll leave with a tier 3. They're not going to overextend. At the very least, Stonebank is going to go for a bit of a reset before he gets involved any longer. Because you are going to have to address the split push that is happening here from this Prophet.
Yep. You could be waiting for Aegis as well, but Rosh is kind of far away. Any big items? Gleipnir on the Ember, perhaps, that you can wait for?
Well, I suppose so.
Spectre with the Abyssal coming soon.
Just trying to think of what like wildcard can build up here to make a big difference. I mean, the Abyssal Blade just completed on Stonebank.
Nothing really that massive on wildcard. I feel like they're not in the worst spot when it comes... Okay, mid lane. They are 20k behind, so it's not great, right? Then again, I feel like they've kind of reached the items that are necessary to take anyone down. And that's only because you have an AA. Like, if Ice Blast connects, you can literally take anyone down. You can kill any of these heroes. If it doesn't, however, you're kind of done in that fight.
Oh, well, card gripping up down at the bot lane now. Maybe they can find Dendy on the Ember. Dendy? I'm going to actually just remnant back towards the right side. Casual Ice Blast being thrown out here by Sammy, just checking the tree line.
Scouting Ice Blast.
Scouting indeed. Now,
Scouting
MSS?
can't.
Stonebank? Stonebank's gone in by himself, but Dendy is there to be fair, and it looks like it's going to be enough anyway. Alone, being chased down, almost down. However, Stonebank's taking way too much damage, is going to drop on the Spectre. See, this seems like a very unnecessary kind of fight to go for. Still, Funnick is going to show up now. Looks like Lil Nick. Going to be okay to just Shadow Blade away. They'll get Storminen as well. Like, that's kind of massive. Like, you let your Spectre die like that. But he kind of just jumped in on his own.
Yep.
Why?
Well, the fight looked kind of decent, to be honest, even for me. I thought that he'd be able to get away with all of that, but he didn't expect the amount of damage that Prophet was dealing with the Mjolnir and the Silver Edge. Like, Lil Nick, he could be the hidden carry of the game for Wildcard. Like, on one side you have this full utility Alchemist who's definitely doing his job and is okay, but Prophet is literally another carry for them. He didn't go for any nonsense utility. Nah, this man wants to hit heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Lil Nick, it is about that time where he just starts to transition to a carry. Suddenly bait. I mean, they're still 18k ahead, but it could be one of those games where Wildcard make a huge comeback. 41.5 minutes in, no racks is being taken. Only one tier 3 tower down. Just a small error like that might just change the mindset of bait, but they do smoke up as 3 once again. Heading into their own jungle, it seems. They'll hang around the Roshan pit, which is up in about 50 seconds from now.
Yeah, they know that it can be up, so they really want to set up some at least decent vision or decent position to fight in.
Well, Chains does catch alone. They're going to make the jump in. Through the trees, they're going to take him down. That's your Monkey King gone. Can they find any more? It's like Storminen has at least spotted out Yuwar and the rest of the crew, so Dendy's going to make the jump in. Lifestealer is going to be able to pop the Trickster's cloak and be able to get away at least for now. Meanwhile, Sammy, however, being controlled up, should go down. MSS in the very same position. We'll just go down to Dendy.
Yeah, they're losing the 2 supports, but at least the Lifestealer survives. However, 5 seconds till Rosh is up. If Rubik just sits inside and he sees it. Oh, there we go. They're lucky enough. Stoneback goes instantly, and he even timed the Spectral Dagger properly.
Well, here we go. Roshan, third one of the game. It's going to have a Refresher shard available here for the side of bait.
Give that to Spectre. Double the Haunt.
Oh, sounds beautiful to me. Suppose you could also give it to Dendy for the 10 remnants if you really wanted to, but he won't bother. Instead, Lil Nick, top lane, gonna get, or rather bot lane, gonna get caught out. Stonebank Has the Abyssal, gonna cancel the TP, and that's gonna be Lil Nick dead.
Nice little snatch from Stomanin, like with that arrow. But yeah, I think you keep the refresher shard on Spectre. There's this neat play in which you go in first with a haunt, you get a kill or two, you die, you buy back, then you haunt back in.
Right.
Like that kind of a play is game ending with Spectre. But you just need to get there with a farm as well. You need to get a couple of, at least the butterfly. Two hexes, one on Alchemist, one on the Ember. They've been around for a bit now already. But yeah, they're definitely playing a part in the assassinations of this Monkey King.
Yeah, Alone's had such a rough game on this MK. Not really having a game at all. Still trying his absolute best to get some nice Wukong's commands and some big Bowler strikes, but it's been pretty damn tough, that's for sure. Snowbank, now with a butterfly up, gonna move into that bottom tier 2 tower.
Dire are scanning.
And we'll be able to find it, no problem. No real contest here, as
Tower has fallen.
it's all about the high ground defense, I suppose, for Wildcard. And there's a huge advantage here for Bait, but they aren't moving onto the high ground whatsoever yet.
Yeah, they're pressuring that in yet another game. The high ground defense isn't that easy for Wildcard. Like, you can stay on high ground, but it doesn't matter. The Spectre is still gonna jump you like this.
Yeah. Wand is out, or rather
It's
Shadow Step.
just a warning.
Bit of a warning here from the Spectre. The Wildcard just again stuck in their base, just nothing they can do about it. They'll just sit there and wait their time out. They do move out through the bot lane just a little bit. Is that a horn I'm seeing? It certainly is. Doesn't really amount to too much though.
Well, remember he has the Shadow Step as well to work with, so, and the Refresher Shard, so even though Haunt only killed AA, it's not the end of the world for them. They can still fight.
Here we go again. Moonlight Shadow popped through the top lane. They want to try and start applying pressure onto this top Rax. Low9, he's in with the lift up. They've got Lil Nick on that Prophet. So important for the side of Wildcard to keep him alive. He'll be able to get out. No, he won't. They'll get the Abyssal Blade, but the Infest is there.
Well.
They'll shard him up, but they won't go after him. Lil Nick able to TP away. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, it's still very sad that you have to be doing that, right? Like, you're resorting to these like runs into the fountain.
Chains out. They catch the AA with that arrow, and they will find him. Sammy is going to drop, but immediate buyback is there. Funnick in the meantime on the Alchemist, getting pretty deleted here. Alone able to secure the kill onto the Alch. Everyone else from Bait just backing the hell out of there after they see that. But they did secure the top lane of Barracks.
Yeah, one lane of Barracks.
Indeed.
Buyback as well.
Let's get his way out. There's your
Buyback.
Haunted again. So the Spectre wants to try and move in. Gets the damage out. MSS and Samson both gone.
Okay, it feels like they want to end. Alchemist is buying back.
Yeah, Alone, he's in massive trouble. Trying to run through the BKB, was getting bashed up. Meanwhile, Yawar is completely controlling the life stealer. No buyback available. Alone, at least he gets out. Lil Nick trying to fight right in front of his fountain.
I mean, there's no buyback on Lifestealer for 90. They can go for all the Raxes, or maybe throne them. We'll see.
Stoneman's going to buy back. Maybe it is about time to throw. No, they'll play it safe. They'll go for the Megas instead.
Definitely the more disciplined approach. But how long is that Aegis?
18 seconds.
So it's expiring. Yeah. Gotta be careful, because you're playing into an AA. If you're Stonebank right now, you might get ulted.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
No Bait, they're not going to go Megas. Does expire the Aegis, so they are going to just back their way out. There's a nice double damage rune just sitting there waiting for Stonebank at the moment, so he'll go ahead and secure that.
Someone is about to get blown up.
Absolutely. Does have enough for the Moonshard as well if he wants to go ahead and buy it. Probably best he saves his buyback gold, to be fair, but
Bottom tower is under attack.
You think?
I
At this
think so.
point, yeah.
Probably important.
Feel like he's hitting hard enough, but I also think he will get the Moonshot.
Oh, Sammy gets hit by an arrow. There's the blow up you talked about. They do find one. They've even got the Wrath of Nature now up on low dine. So you can really turn this around, though. That is a lot of damage being dealt to the Spectre. Stonebank, he does back his way out. And they go again. War as much as their MSS trying to go onto Dendy. But MSS, he might just melt to the damage of the Alchemist. So he has to snowball back towards them. Meanwhile, Dendy still being chased down. Is leashed inside of the Sprout, but does BKB and get himself out of there.
Haunt?
As Horde is out.
He's so low, though.
They're onto a load. He just doesn't seem to care, though. He doesn't believe they can deal with him at the moment. And that'll be bait. Securing Megas now against Wildcard. He's not going for more. Onto the Prophet, Lil Nick. He'll get back towards a fountain.
Radiant's bottom
The Mega Creeps are incoming. There's bait. Still trying to force them to call a GG. Sammy surely drops here and does once again. Onto another. They've got Lil Nick controlled up. He will barely survive. But I can't say the same for Yuar. Yuar is gone.
GG.
Do they just dive the fountain? They've called GG anyway. And look at that bait.
They did it.
They did it. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I was doubting that would happen. I thought Wildcard would have an easy 2-0 victory here against Bait, but
yeah, I know. You said it yourself. Like, I believed you as well. Like, I was on the wildcard train.
I gotta give props. I mean, these guys, they've made some improvements before 2-2.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Stomanen coming in, playing that position 4, bringing a little bit of a freshness in that team, a little bit of a different idea, 1 or 2 different ideas. Overall, definitely working out for them.
Well, let's go to our panel and see what they had to say about this game, number 3.
Thank you very much, MLP and Lizard. Yes, indeed, Bait. They make the fairy tale story of this series come true, and despite internet going out and having to run off to an internet cafe, they managed to take the win over Wildcard. So, first question, I mean, how did they go from looking, so unstable in Season 1 to actually being able to pull off a win against some great players here in their opening series?
Stonebank. Yeah.
Stonebank.
Alignment there.
Yeah.
I mean,
beautiful.
he really stepped it up. I think in tour number 1, he was playing a bit sloppy and couldn't really find his groove as a player. But like in all 3 games, even the game that they lost, he was the one that looked the most stable there. Like you couldn't really pinpoint an issue that the Drow had in that game. He was doing his job. He's doing what he had to do. He got his farm. In the last 2 games, he played the Alchemist. He was on fire. He was playing really well in the Spectre game here too. He really showed up today in this series, and it makes you very hopeful as a Bait fan because like, we needed Funnick to step up. We needed Stonebank to step up from tour number 1, and Stonebank for sure has. I mean, Funnick, he played great as well, but like, it has to be Stonebank. Yeah. He's just played so well.
Yeah, the clear improvement has to be Stonebank on this team. Remember, this was a game where Spectre had to build his own Aghanims despite an Alchemist in the team. That's how grim things were in the early mid game for the side of Bait, where Wildcard were looking like they are in a, not dominating position, but in a very fairly good position to lead on and carry on that lead and take the victory. So all things considered, this was a huge feat for Bait, and they win their first series on the first day. Don't have to wait all full 3 weeks to get that first win and then fight for elimination threat. And now they just got their first win. This is huge for them.
Yeah, great start to the season. Absolutely what they were looking for here. And of course, on the other side of the coin, we have to look towards Wildcard Gaming as well, who unfortunately didn't do so great. It's hard to point it out, but I think we do have to mention Alone. When we left it over to the casters, we mentioned that Alone, he had to carry this game, or not so much carry the game, but make this draft work. Yeah. Would you say that he wasn't able to do that?
Absolutely not. He definitely was the lowest net worth core by far after having a great laning stage. Not necessarily his fault exactly. There's a reason why we don't see this mid Monkey King very often. It's just like if you have 1 or 2 bad deaths, it just doesn't really work out for you. And you are. They tried to play the Monkey King again, and the previous game, same story. This hero just doesn't come back after dying a couple times. And I'm surprised in these 2 games they went back for that core Monkey King. And then also another thing that they got a bit debated here with this Alchemist pick and picking Sammy Boy, the AA. And like, this is not a very meta hero. Sammy Boy ended up with 16 deaths in this game on this AA. Not exactly the game you want to be having. And I think I would say they kind of outpicked them. Like, we thought they were just going to pick this Alk. They got ahead of themselves, but they had a plan behind it. They switched it up to the offlane. Now, all of a sudden, you have some heroes on wildcard that you probably wouldn't have wanted if you knew this is an offlane Alchemist.
And let's not forget, you know, they didn't manage to take a single game off any team which wasn't Alpha or Thuith last season. So it's really hard to understate how huge of a win this is for this team, everything considered. And Stoneback will, of course, be our MVP for this game, number 3. A well-earned MVP on the Spectre, doing a ton of work and just really pulling it out the bag when it was needed. Elsewhere, I mean, who else are you giving credit to for this win?
I mean, I think Bait as a whole, as a unit, this was a very unified team, having all these difficulties at the start of the series, draft penalties, and being in a difficult position overall, not playing in their own boot camp or anything, and getting themselves a series victory. It is a team effort out of all. So it was a full-on Bait MVP. Stonebank definitely deserves it here as an individual, but the whole team showed up. That's
I mean,
how
he
I would
won
say.
the game with an empty inventory slot here. Look at this
Chad,
man.
that all things. He went 55-3 in the last 2 games, and not even a bad performance in that first game as well on the drought. Even though he did die a couple times, but still completely figuring that one out was. It was a difficult game for him to just solo carry it. We just talked about not having the front line and stuff, but they figured that out in game 2. They had some good drafting shenanigans in game number 3. Team effort.
All right, well, we have an interview now ready, and we get to speak to the man himself. It is Dendi from Team Bait. Dendi, big congratulations. Huge win here. I mean, dramatic both in-game and out. Can you shed any light on what exactly happened leading up to this series?
Hello guys, very nice to see you. Hello everyone. I can say that I'm happy that we won. We actually were about to get tech loose in like the series, because in Mexico City where we are, there was like a huge rain and half of the city went off light. And then we were like thinking what we can do. Should we like go to some PC club? We were searching for PC clubs, but all PC clubs also had no lights. So it was like a lot of chaos and mess like 15 minutes before game. And then there was no internet where light went on, but there was no internet. So we were like trying to fix internet. We came in with draft penalty free. And you know, like for me, it was a lot of stress. I was stressed out kind of. So first game went really sloppy. I think we had actually pretty good drafts in the first game. Like it also went much better, but we played like badly. Like I played badly individually, and like the first game was tough, but second game went pretty well, and we gained some confidence after that and got some momentum. So third game, I think we just had an amazing draft, so it was easy to play. Even thought we played third game pretty sloppy, I would say. Like I'm not happy on my performance, but overall, I'm happy we are here. I'm happy we won. I'm happy to see you guys. So all cool.
We're happy to see you too, mate. You can be sure of that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I guess my question to me, you already answered a lot of questions there, but do you have any surprise hero picks for like this tour? Like you busted out the mid Witch Doctor. Is there something this tour that you have in store for us?
I think so. I'm not sure if we're gonna use it, of course, like time will show, but I definitely have some heroes. And I think not only me, like I think my teammates also have some pretty cool heroes that we can use. And yeah, let's see how it goes. Hopefully we can apply it, because we actually just grouped on bootcamp 2 days ago, like here. Like it took us like the trip here was actually crazy. It took us, I don't know, like all together like 5 days, you know, like because we couldn't play all this time. So we felt like, okay, patch gonna be out, we're gonna start practice hard. But when patch is out on 6 and we are like not playing from 7 and from 8 to like 11, you know, like
wow.
So it's So we felt a little bit shaky, but we are catching up, you know, like Stomanian joined the team, so like it's pretty cool. Like he's adding a lot of things from his side, so like a lot of structure and discipline, which we lacked and which was our like big problem too. So hopefully we're gonna keep growing as a team.
All right, Dandy, great to see you again. Congrats on your win. And I just want to say, you guys are really true warriors. All the hardships you guys had to encounter on this day and heading into that game one bit underweathered, unprepared maybe in a sense with all the hecticness. So you guys really deserve this victory. I wanted to talk to you about this specific matchup against Wildcard. You guys played against them in Tour 1. You got them to Game 3. Didn't close out the series. Did you guys have some special prep outside of the electricity madness going on for this series specifically today?
Yeah, so the first series and first tour that we played, we actually had like completely different lineup. And for our team, we actually were like grouped up team. You know, like we had no real practice together. Moose was coming from Peru, right? Like we couldn't really practice, so we came to boot camp. We start like, you know, building up the team in a way because we were a completely new roster. So Wildcard was one of the first matches. We played sloppy. It went 2-1. We lost like 1-2, right? But time passed. We grew a little bit. Like as a team, as a unit, we built up some strategies around. Patch didn't really change too much, so we had some things in the bag. So now we felt much more confident about the game. Also, Stomanen joined, and as I said, like he added up a lot of like structure to us, I believe, in a way. Like, and it's still just the beginning in my head. So coming up to this series, we obviously couldn't really prepare too much to Wildcard because we have completely new roster and there is no information about them. We could only like check information about individual players, what we played in the past and stuff like this. So we kind of expected some stuff and. I think we actually did really good on drafts, I believe. So, yeah, insane.
Yeah, the drafting was definitely very, very unique from you guys. And one more question to follow up on that. This division is, you could say, much harder than it was on Tour 1. You kind of touched upon it with Stamana being added to the team, but what makes Bait unique this time around? What is the strength you have for Tour 2 compared to Tour 1, now that you guys have had some time to be together?
It's hard to answer what makes us unique because I feel we are still like, you know, like we still have a long way to go to, you know, contest those top 2 places in the region. But we obviously have a chance for it even now. But what happened like is we actually have a lot of like good ideas that we can use. As Fear asks about like some sneaky heroes, that's maybe what can make us unique in a way. But other than that, I don't know what to add. We are happy persons here, you know, smiley guys.
Still building the idea.
Yeah, kind of.
All right. Well, I wanted to ask one more question. I mean, you talked a lot about your, discipline and how you're building together as a team. I want to ask exactly what that means and what's something which individually you are working on coming into your next series. Basically, we like it would be some insights on the team, but I don't think it's like a big deal. So yeah, we're having like so we are only 1 month old team, right? Or almost 2 months. Yeah, let's say okay, two and a half. I don't know how much. Growing old quick.
But yeah, time flies fast. We feel that we fear together, and I forgot my point. Oh yeah. I actually forgot my point. Sorry. Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. I was asking what kind of improvements are you making as a team and also you individually for your next series?
Individually, I'll try to be more calm, disciplined, and that's probably what I'm gonna be focused on because I felt a little bit stressed today. I don't know, which is obviously affecting my game.
Can't blame you.
Not in a good way. And as a team, I think we're gonna keep working on our like structure, on our macro game, on our discipline. This is like the main point, right? Because if we manage to make the team going into one direction and everybody will like see one way together, like we're gonna be strong. That's our goal, I believe, as a team. Yeah.
All right. Well, Dandy, thank you.
One more question, actually.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a team in the division that you really want to beat or you want to play against?
I would love to beat TSM Nouns and Shopify Rebellion, obviously. So I would love to beat those teams, like all of them. Like, give me one here. I'll try my best.
You were close to Rebellion
Yes.
last time.
So why those teams though? Like, why do you want to beat those teams so badly?
I think if we beat those teams, we will prove to ourselves that we can grow to a higher level, like step up our game, and from that point we will gain like bonus confidence and trust in everybody and in every team. So like this will step us on the next level, I believe, as a team. Like.
All right,
right,
excellent
thank you.
stuff. Thank you very much, Dendy, and yeah, you can go and relax
Thank you,
now.
guys.
Have a nice hot bath or something. Thank you very much, dude.
Oh,
Thank you so
yeah.
much,
Take care.
Andy.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Always such a charming character and bright, both in webcam and in personality as well.
Yeah.
Spiritually and physically.
Absolutely. What was your biggest takeaway from this series and the interview?
I mean, the biggest takeaway for this series is that Bait is back. You know, like they're looking good. They're winning some games that I didn't think they'd win this series. I thought the wild card on paper just looked better. The Bait of last tour looked a little shaky. You know, people stepped up. Stonebank stepped it up. You know, Funix stepped it up. Stomanen brought in more structure to the team, which they desperately needed as well. And the interview, as usual, just lovely to talk to Dendy. He's such a bright personality.
Yeah, the team is in so much of a better place than it was in Tour 1. I think they were dealing with a lot of mental pressure. Stonebank, I was watching him on some other streams, watching him play. He was saying sorry to everyone. I'm sorry, IFED, I'm sorry. And now it just feels like he's much more calm, much more collective. The team had looked so much better. And I, for one, did think this is one of the series Bait could win. I didn't say they will win. I said they could win this one. And they did. And I'm very happy that they finally closed out that three-map series, because it was a curse for them last tour that they can't get that Game 3 win. This time they did.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, both of these teams have plenty more games to play. Bait will be playing versus Nouns next. Meanwhile, Wildcard will be playing up against Felt next. And on our next day of games, you can see that we'll be having DogChamp versus Shopify Rebellion as our first matchup, and then we'll move into 5-round first off versus TSM as our second series of that day. So, on paper, we're expecting to see the big boys come out swinging, but do either of these two teams stand a chance in these series?
Well, I mean, we're going to be casting DogChamp versus Rebellion, I think. So we're going to
Does that
watch
change
some,
the result?
RC. Let's see. Bait was close to winning Rebellion in Tour 1 when we were. But, I mean, the whole RCY factor, how good is he actually? Is just one series enough data on that player? And then on the side of 5-Rat 4-Step, the new player changes against a team that hasn't changed too much since the major. Very hot-looking team. So, spicy series, both of them, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be the one to just say, I think I'm discounting 5-Rat 4 stuff, sorry to say. I'm not sure they stand a chance against TSM, who've just been the Grim Reapers of this region, but I'm very, very excited for RCY versus Arbed in the middle lane.
I mean, that's all I'm watching that series for, to be honest with you. It's probably going to be a 2-0, but I want to see that mid matchup. I want to see them go head-to-head and who comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you join us for that day of play. But from today, we're all done. That's all we've got left. It's been a long 2 series, but we've reached the end of the road here for the NA DPC. But make sure you guys jump over to China, as there is plenty more Dota action happening here on the DPC. But from us, from today, we're going to basically saying goodbye and thank you for watching.